On April 18th, 1943, in the midst of World War II, 4 young boys, Robert Hart, Thomas Willits, Bob Farmer and Fred Payne, were poaching for birds' nests in Hagley Wood, Worcestershire, England, when they came by a large wych elm tree, which caught the boys' attention. Thinking the location to be a particularly good spot to hunt for birds' nests, Bob, who was the eldest of the boys, decided to climb the wych elm to investigate. As he climbed, he glanced down into the hollow trunk, and to his horror, he discovered a human skull. At first, Bob believed it to be the remains of an animal, but after retrieving the skull from the tree with a stick and seeing what was described as tufts of mousy brown human hair and teeth on the skull, he realised what he had found. As the 4 boys were poaching on the land illegally, they panicked, not knowing what to do next, therefore decided that Bob should put the skull back where he found it. The foursome swiftly left Hagley Wood, and each returned home, after making a pact to keep their discovery secret. However, the youngest of the boys, Tommy Willits, felt very uneasy about what had happened. Therefore, he decided to come clean with his parents, who immediately reported the discovery of human remains to the local authorities. Upon investigating the trunk of the tree, police found an almost complete skeleton. Absent was, rather oddly, the person's right hand, though it was later found quite a distance away from the wych elm. The pathologist's report found the skeleton to belong to a female, around 35 years of age. She had been deceased for at least 18 months, placing time of death on or before October of 1941. The professor determined that, due to the hollow of the trunk's measurements, he believed the woman had been placed into the wych elm a matter of minutes after death. He stated that she must have, quote, still been warm, as she would not have fit in the hollow following rigor mortis. The deceased was estimated to be around 5 feet tall and was wearing a number of distinctive clothing items. A dark blue striped woolen cardigan with a light blue belt, a cloth skirt with a zip with a peach-coloured taffeta underneath the skirt, and a single blue crepe-soled shoe. The deceased was also wearing a golden mock wedding ring, suggesting either the female was married or was engaged. It was also revealed during the autopsy that the woman had given birth at least once during her lifetime. The professor who conducted the post-mortem, James Webster, rather interestingly discovered a piece of taffeta cloth in the woman's mouth, similarly to the underskirt material she had been found wearing. This suggested that the woman had died from asphyxiation. Investigators were now certain that the woman had been victim of homicide. It was also noted in the pathology report that the woman had a very distinctive dental pattern, with some crooked teeth, fillings, and missing teeth. Investigators contacted dentists all over the country to look for a match, but unfortunately to no avail. It is possible, however, that the woman was not British. Investigators searched through various missing persons databases in order to find anyone who matched the woman's description. The search did take longer than usual due to so many people being reported missing during the war, but once again their efforts yielded no results. With a lack in any leads, investigators appealed to the public for any information about the unknown woman, but nobody came forward with anything significant. The media frenzy that ensued following the body's discovery and public interest soon died down. That was until 1944, when graffiti appeared on a wall in Upper Dean Street, Birmingham, which read, "Who put Bella down the witch elm? Hagley would." The question was, who was Bella? The graffiti led investigators down several new lines of inquiry. Meanwhile, more graffiti written in the same hand appeared throughout the city, one referring to Bella as Lou Bella and another as Clarabella. The graffiti appeared on the Hagley obelisk, located within close proximity to where the body was found. It read similarly, "Who put Bella in the witch elm?" The repetition of the name Bella suggested that whoever left the graffiti was likely aware of the identity of the victim, or perhaps of the killer, but of course, no dental records or any other evidence could help confirm this. Following this lead with the name Bella, it was reported to police in 1944 by a prostitute from Birmingham that another sex worker bearing the same name, who worked on Hagley Road, mysteriously vanished 3 years prior in 1941. Another potential identity for Bella was made in a statement to police in 1953 by a woman named Una Mossop, who had initially contacted the Wolverhampton Express regarding Bella, under the alias of Anna. Una wrote in her statement that her ex-husband, Jack Mossop, who was working in a munitions factory at the time, had confessed to family members that he and a Dutchman, Van Raalte, had placed Bella in the witch elm. According to Una, Jack confessed to feeding intelligence to Van Raalte, who in turn told a Dutch woman who then fed it back to the Nazis. Because Jack worked in a munitions factory, the intelligence he could gather about British munitions would have been invaluable to the Nazis to help coordinate attacks on Britain. One night in late 1941, Mossop and Van Raalte met for a drink at the local pub in Hagley, the Littleton Arms, along with the unknown Dutchwoman, whom Van Raalte had apparently had a very heated confrontation with. Mossop claimed that the woman had become drunk as the night progressed, and she eventually passed out whilst they were driving towards Clent Hills. This location was allegedly where the Dutchwoman was based in order to monitor munitions factories around the Black Country and Birmingham. Allegedly, the argument escalated somewhat and resulted in Van Raalte strangling the unknown female in the back seat of the vehicle. Mossop and Van Raalte subsequently put the unconscious woman in a tree hollow in the nearby woods to teach her a lesson. They hoped that, come morning, she would awake and be frightened into seeing the error of her ways. The incident itself left quite a lasting effect on Jack Mossop, who was eventually sent to a Stafford mental hospital because he had reoccurring dreams of a woman staring out at him from a tree. Mossop passed away in the hospital before Bella's body was found. Many question the authenticity of this story, however, as it took Una Mossop over 10 years to come forward with this information. An MI5 declassified file about a man named Joseph Jacobs, who had ties to the German intelligence service, was also put forward as a plausible theory in this case. In 1941, Jacobs parachuted into Cambridgeshire. However, he broke one of his ankles whilst landing, and as a result, he was arrested by the Home Guard. As they searched him, British troops recovered a photograph of his apparent lover, a German cabaret singer and actress named Clara Bowerly, who allegedly had ties to senior Nazis. When he was interrogated, Jacobs claimed that Clara was being trained as a spy, and that once he sent word about landing on British soil, Clara was to follow suit. However, there was never any evidence to prove that Clara parachuted into England. Interestingly, it is speculated that Bowerly anglicised her name to adapt to the British musical audiences, where she performed as a cabaret dancer, a singer and actress. Clara became known as Clarabella, or her codename, which was simply Clara. Though this seemed like a promising lead, Clara stood at around 6 feet tall, a foot taller than the skeleton found in the wych elm. The theory was subsequently quashed when, in September 2016, Joseph Jacobs' granddaughter determined that Clara had passed away in Berlin on December 16, 1942, from veronal poisoning, a year after Bella had been killed. Clara Bowerly simply could not have been Bella. Witchcraft was also a proposed theory made in 1945 by an anthropologist and archaeologist from the University College London called Margaret Murray. The theory revolved around the severed hand, found further afield from the wych elm. According to Murray, this was consistent with a ritual called the Hand of Glory, where a dried and pickled hand gives great powers to its holder. After a subsequent occult ritual, Bella was then murdered by travellers. These claims of witchcraft intrigued the press and even led investigators to look at another seemingly ritualistic killing of a man, Charles Walton, in nearby Lower Quinton, a case which we have previously covered on this channel. But these theories regarding witchcraft were just that, theories. In 1953, another theory came to light. It claimed that Bella was allegedly a Dutch woman named Clarabella Dronkers, a Nazi spy who was parachuted into the Hagley Woods area in 1941. But after landing, she failed to make radio contact and was never heard from again. She was apparently killed by a German spy ring, consisting of a British officer, a Dutchman, and a music hall artist, for, quote, knowing too much. Unfortunately, available records and evidence were unable to support this theory. Interestingly, at around the same time Clarabella Dronkers allegedly landed in the Hagley Woods area, a Nazi spy named Johannes Marinus Dronkers was captured by British forces. It is speculated that he was perhaps Clarabella's husband, or even another relative. Nothing else is really known about Johannes, other than it's suggested that Bella was in a secret relationship with a fellow Nazi agent called Lehrer. Whether Johannes knew this or not is unknown. Quite bizarrely, the unidentified female's remains and the autopsy report have since vanished, after being passed around Professor Webster's colleagues, so the police have never managed to make any progress in this case. Whether the evidence was innocently lost or perhaps covered up is not known. It's unknown where Bella now lays to rest. Was this a ritualistic killing, wartime espionage, a jilted love story? Who was leaving the graffiti around town, and what did they know? Were they involved somehow? This case brings up far more questions than answers, but even after 78 years, two main questions still remain at the forefront of our minds. Who put Bella in the witch elm, and who was she?
The ocean can be a cruel mistress, with many drowning in her darkness. In the winter of 1900, 3 lighthouse keepers vanished without a trace on a remote Scottish island. Tonight, on Dark Curiosities, the disappearance of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers. The Flannan Isles, also known as the Seven Hunters, lie 20 miles west of the Isle of Lewis in the Outer Hebrides in Scotland. Local superstition said that it was apparently bad luck to spend a night on the Flannan Isles, which was empty of inhabitants and had a derelict chapel, only sheep grazing by the sea. The lighthouse was constructed with difficulty over the course of 4 years during the 1890s on an island called Eilean Mor, and the lighthouse began operating on the 7th of December 1899. Communication was not easy. The only way was balls stuck to posts which could be seen by Hebrideans on a decent day. On the 15th of December 1900, a violent storm hit the surrounding area of Eilean Mor. A ship named the Fairwind passed the isle, the crew angered and confused as to why the light was not operating in the lighthouse. Another steamer which docked in Oban also reported the fault with the light. Authorities did nothing to help, considering the fact that a relief ship named the Hesperus was due to sail out on December 20th. The Hesperus never visited the isle that day due to bad weather and eventually arrived on the 26th of December with fresh food supplies and Joseph Moore, who was due to relieve one of the keepers of his duties. Joseph was gravely concerned as a situation like this was rarely heard of, and apparently he had refused to eat breakfast and had a deep feeling of foreboding and dread. Arriving at the island, the whole atmosphere seemed odd. The Flannan Isles lighthouse had been manned by 3 keepers, Donald MacArthur, James Duckett and Thomas Marshall. It was expected that the lighthouse keepers would greet the crew of the Hesperus when they arrived. However, it was eerily quiet, with no supply boxes ready to be restocked and no flag on the flagstaff. Moore decided to go to the lighthouse, calling the names of the keepers and hoping for a response. It is disputed amongst journalists and historians as to what exactly happened next. Some say upon entering, 3 birds flew out of the door, Joseph finding strands of seaweed all over the stairs and in the alcove where the logbook was kept. Lamps had been trimmed and the beds had been slept in, cold ashes lay in the fireplace and the washing up had been done. Rumours often said a chair had been overturned in the kitchen and all of the clocks had ceased to tick. The facts, however, are that 2 of the 3 oilskins were missing, indicating that one of the men had left without it. It was identified as having belonged to Donald MacArthur. Having all 3 men leave the lighthouse unattended seemed awfully strange, and it actually went against the rules set by the Northern Lighthouse Board. The island itself was also investigated, and at the West Landing, iron railing was found to have been bent completely out of shape, and an iron railway beside a path was pulled from the concrete. Investigators concluded that a storm was the cause of the damage. It was believed at the time that the lighthouse keepers had suffered a terrible accident. Most interestingly, however, was the entries in the logbook. Thomas Marshall had stated, December 12th, gale north by northwest, sea lashed to fury, never seen such a storm, waves very high, tearing at lighthouse, everything ship-shape, James Duckett irritable. Later that day, another entry said, storm still raging, wind steady, storm-bound, cannot go out, ship passing sounding foghorn, could see lights of cabins, Duckett quiet, Donald MacArthur crying. MacArthur's reaction seemed completely out of character, having been a veteran at keeping and was known for being a rough sea dog. The log entries continued, becoming more odd with each day. December 13th, storm continued through night, wind shifted west by north, Duckett quiet, MacArthur praying. Later, noon, grey daylight, me, Duckett and MacArthur prayed. On December 14th, no log entry was made. The final entry was made on a slate, which was normal protocol so that they could record the entry later. It said, December 15th, 1 p.m, storm ended, sea calm. God is over all. Therefore, it is assumed that the lighthouse keepers went missing between the final log entry and when ships first noticed that the light was not in operation. What also seemed unusual to Superintendent Muirhead, who was head of the investigation, actually knew the men personally and had never believed them to be religious. He said in the official report, I visited them as lately as 7th of December and had the melancholy recollection that I was the last person to shake hands with them and bid them adieu. Some believed the log entries to be fake, however police couldn't find any evidence to back this theory or a motive as to why someone would write unauthentic logs. An official investigation carried out by the Northern Lighthouse Board concluded that Donald, James and Thomas had perished in a freak accident during an incredibly fierce storm. They believed 2 of the men had gotten into trouble and Donald MacArthur had attempted to save them, leaving behind his oilskins in his panic. All 3 men falling from the cliffs to their deaths. However, it is worth noting that the bodies were never recovered. Of course, theories about what happened included stories of aliens and sea monsters, and an intriguing report suggesting that there had been an apparent sighting of a longboat filled with ghosts sailing to the island on the night the light went dark. The mystery of the missing Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers has inspired poems, songs, stories, and even an opera. The sea once again claiming lives for herself. Since 1971, the Flannan Isles have sat in silence, the lighthouse now automated and no longer occupied, only echoes of the past remaining. An Alaskan fishing town of 600 inhabitants was stunned by the horrifying news that a family of 4, along with 4 deckhands, were slain aboard their vessel in 1982. The boat had been set alight, and all of those on board had been shot by a .22 caliber gun. With the motive and murderer still uncertain, this haunting case remains as Alaska's biggest unsolved murder mystery. With the salmon fishing season coming to an end, the settlement of Craig, located in southeastern Alaska, was bustling with fishermen, eager to complete their final catches and return to their loved ones. The 6th of September 1982 began with a thick fog lingering in the morning air. The engines of the Investor, an $850,000 58-foot Delta Marine Seiner, roared into motion with a stranger on board. He navigated his way to a secluded area approximately a mile from shore, nonchalantly greeting a passing skipper with a wave, the sailor completely unaware that on the deck 8 people lay deceased. Abandoning the vessel at a cove near Fish Egg Island, the man returned to shore using the investor's skiff, returning the following afternoon with a canister of gasoline. The investor was set ablaze and the perpetrator rushed back to shore and subsequently vanished. Former police chief Ray Shapley recalled the moment he arrived to the crime scene. When I got there, black smoke was coming out of the wheelhouse, but there was nobody on deck. It made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. 2 days earlier, on Sunday the 5th of September, the Coulthurst family, Mark Coulthurst and his pregnant wife Irene, both 28 years of age, along with their children Kimberly, aged 5, and John, aged 4, were accompanied by deckhands Chris Heyman of San Rafael, California, aged 18, Mike Stewart from Bellingham, Washington, who was Mark's cousin, Dean Moon and Jerome Keown from Blaine, Washington, all of whom were 19 years old. They attended a birthday celebration together at a restaurant located by the waterfront, each taking turns at using a payphone at the laundromat. The investor had arrived to the dock later in the afternoon, however this was not particularly unusual, as Mark Coulthurst, a hard-working and popular skipper who was proud of his investment, would give tours of his boat. Like other fellow skippers, Mark and his family were winding down, excited to return home to Blaine, Washington. Irene and the children were booked on a flight back to their hometown on Monday the 6th, and Kimberly was set to start kindergarten that week. What happened on the night of Sunday the 5th is unknown. However, authorities believe that the family and deckhands returned to the investor that night at around 9:30 p.m. as a storm was coming. Their killer crept aboard and shot each individual multiple times with a .22 caliber. Speaking with other fishermen, it was reported that at around 6 a.m. the following morning, the boat was seen drifting around the dock. A figure was seen standing in the wheelhouse. A deckhand on the deckade remembered waving to this person. With the investor hidden from view in the cove later that day, a man purchased 2.5 gallons of gasoline in Craig, boarded the skiff and sailed back out towards the boat. At 4 p.m, crew members of the trawler Casino witnessed smoke rising from the investor. They pulled away from the dock and headed towards the vessel. The skipper recalled, "The fire was so intense, I wasn't able to get within 50 feet. On the way, they passed the skiff with the mysterious man on board, who eventually reached Craig docks. Whilst passing him on the water, the skipper of the Casino yelled, 'Look for anyone alive.' Witnesses noted that the man spoke with 3 people on the dock and then disappeared. The fire took many hours to extinguish, and the boat was towed to shore to prevent it from sinking. Upon initial searches, with the fire temporarily at bay, the bodies of Mark, Irene, Kimberly, and Mike Stewart were found in the pilot house. They all had multiple gunshot wounds. The flames worsened once more and wrecked most of the interior. The only areas unaffected by the inferno were the boat's hold and engine room, as a sprinkler system had been installed. Once the fire eventually burned out, only bone fragments remained of the other victims. Jerome Keown was able to be identified, but it was impossible to determine whether the remaining fragments were that of Chris Heyman or Dean Moon. John Coulthurst's remains were never recovered. However, authorities believe that the fire was so strong that it completely destroyed the body of the infant. Authorities spent months reviewing evidence and speaking to various witnesses. However, no solid leads came until around a year after the massacre. Fishermen in Craig at the time corroborated with each other in regards to witnessing a man believed to have been the culprit. The suspect was in his 20s, was Caucasian, and had a pock-marked complexion. 2 years after the murders, police arrested 25-year-old John Kenneth Peel, an ex-deckhand of Mark Coulthurst. He was charged with first-degree murder and arson. Peel told authorities he was working on another vessel during that time and had actually been in bed during the murders, and his defence later claimed he was making a phone call in downtown Craig. John Peel was arrested purely based on the fact he looked similar to the composite sketch authorities created while speaking with other fishermen who saw the suspect on the day the Coulthursts and their deckhands were slain. It did come to light, however, that the gasoline that Peel had bought that day was regular gasoline, not the white gasoline used to burn the investor. During a 6-month trial in 1986, prosecutors alleged that he had fallen out with Mark, who then fired him, and this argument was their reasoning for Peel's motive to kill in revenge. The trial was based more so on circumstantial evidence, and the prosecution based most of their case on the fact eyewitnesses believed to have seen John Peel purchasing the gasoline that day. Peel's defence argued that the eyewitness testimonies were inconsistent, as many of them changed their stories or were not completely certain that the man they had seen that day was definitely Peel. His attorney also stated the possibility that Mark had been involved in some sort of illegal drug trade, which is how he made his fortune and how he came to be killed. However, there was no evidence presented to support this. Another idea was that Heyman or Moon could have been involved, as their remains were never identified. The result was that of a hung jury. John Peel was taken for a retrial in 1988 and was found not guilty and exonerated. Maintaining his innocence, he filed a wrongful prosecution suit against the state in order to receive enough money to cover his legal fees, and a settlement was reached, and John Peel received approximately $900,000. Police consider this case closed, however, it is far from being resolved. Rumours continue to swirl in Craig about the truth surrounding the murders, however, it seems the answers are no closer to being found. Former police detective David McNeil, who aided in the investigation, said, "They got the right guy. Just because someone is acquitted doesn't mean they're innocent, just means there's not enough evidence to show guilt beyond reasonable doubt." Despite authorities' belief that they found the guilty party, there is no solid evidence to convict. Was John Peel innocent or guilty? Peel told People magazine that somebody out there knows what happened. Somebody was responsible for this. Somebody out there knows what happened, but I'm not going to waste any more of my life on it. Laurie Hart, the younger sister of Mark Coulthurst, agreed to meet with John Peel at a diner, having spent years of being convinced he was guilty of the crime. After their meeting in 2016, Laurie is firm of the belief that, "I don't know if he's actually the one who pulled the trigger, but I think he knows more than he's saying." Who executed 8 innocent people, and what were the reasons behind it? Was it an act of revenge? A drug deal gone awry? Perhaps a fresh look at the case with modern forensics would open up new possibilities. The mystery continues to manifest within the tiny fishing village, and even though it has been over 36 years since the tragedy, the family and friends of those who lost their lives continue to hope that they will at last find the answers they seek, and justice for the victims of the tragic events that unfolded on that fateful night. A mystery not known much outside of Germany, a 15-year-old girl vanished one morning in the autumn of 1998 on her way to school. In the following days, 2 letters were received by her family, raising many questions. Was she abducted and held against her will, or did she choose to disappear? Tonight on Dark Curiosities, the vanishing of Tanya Mühlinghaus. In 1998, 15-year-old Tanya Mühlinghaus was attending a top school in Wuppertal, Germany. Tanya, who was described as being an exceptionally pretty young woman, was highly successful in her academic achievements and dreamed of becoming a dancer in musical productions. On the morning of the 21st of October, Tanya left her parents' house in order to take the bus to school, and on this particular day, she was due to take a Latin exam. At approximately 8:30 a.m., following a class cancellation, Tanya made a phone call to her mother, requesting that she would pick her up after the school day was over. This would be the last time her family would physically hear from her. Tanya never arrived at school and wasn't reported missing until 9:15 p.m. that evening, when she had not returned home. Talking with the authorities, Tanya's parents were told that the case was more than likely just that of a rebellious teenage runaway. The Mühlinghaus family had experienced an incident with Tanya recently which had left the 15-year-old angry. The topic being that her parents told her she could not stay at a club until the early hours. However, it did not seem to be overly problematic, and most of the time Tanya was noted as being very well behaved, so this kind of event occurring seemed incredibly unlikely. She had previously expressed a desire to live in her own apartment with other young people under the watchful eye of social workers. It appeared that Tanya was merely seeking some space and independence. 2 days later, however, on the 23rd of October, the Mühlinghauses received a handwritten letter from their daughter. It read, "Dear Mum, dear Dad, don't worry too much. I'm healthy and will be back home in 2 or 3 months. That's why there is no need to look for me. Please just take care of the rabbits and the babysitting. Also, please hold on to the things I ordered. Just make something up to tell school. I need some distance, and will get in touch with you next week. Yours, Tanya." The tone of her correspondence suggested that she was not in this rebellious frame of mind, which cast doubt on what the authorities had concluded. Meanwhile, her parents and the German police tried to piece together where she could have gone. The days fell into nights, and concern grew over where Tanya was. On the 27th of October, a second letter, which was dated the 24th of October, was posted to the family, which only caused more distress. "Dear Mum, dear Dad, you still don't have to worry. I'm great, and I'll be on my way home next weekend already. That's why you don't have to look for me. I hope you have, or will have, taken care of the things I mentioned were important to me in the last letter. Yours, Tanya." In regards to the content of the letters, to change from being home in 2 or 3 months to next weekend strikes as odd. If she were being held captive, perhaps the perpetrator felt being away for months sounded unrealistic or suspicious, therefore changed it. Tanya insisted that nobody should look for her, yet in the second letter she knows people are looking for her, and the repetition of the same point also seems very peculiar. In the following weeks, authorities tested DNA from the letter and were confirmed to have been written and sealed by Tanya. However, a second sample of DNA was found, suggesting that another person was involved. Her family expressed that the phrasing of the letters did not match the personality of their daughter, and it is speculated that she could have been forced to write them by her potential captor. The stamps were examined, and it was concluded that they had been sent from Düsseldorf, which lies 22 miles east from Wuppertal. Tanya's father was left furious by police's lack of help during the search for Tanya, and her mother decided to appeal to the public for help. However, the trail has gone cold. At the time of her disappearance, Tanya Mühlinghaus was 15 years of age, Caucasian with blue-green eyes, had dark blonde hair with light blonde streaks, and stood at 5'9". She has a pierced navel and both ears are also pierced, the right once and the left twice. She was last seen wearing a black jacket of a faux leather material, tight trousers and brown shoes. Discussions regarding Tanya's fate bring about a various amount of theories, ranging from kidnapping, leaving of her own free will, and more dark ideas, such as murder or being sold into the red light district. Some believe that Tanya's disappearance could be connected to the unsolved murder of German student Frauke Liebs, who also disappeared in unclear circumstances. Frauke, like Tanya, corresponded with her family, although via text messages and phone calls, the contents of these were strikingly similar, promises of returning home and not to worry, only to cease contact and never be heard from again. Of course, this could simply be coincidental. Tanya's mother and father suffered deeply throughout their ordeal. Their relationship crumbled and the pair divorced. Her mother, Elizabeth, has spoken to the press and made blog posts online regarding Tanya, and she strongly believes that she ran away to start a new life. One entry said, "Again and again, I wonder how it could come about. The answer, however, only you can give me. This is my only and dearest wish, to hear from you everything that you have undergone, what has moved you to go away, what you reproach with me, and if you can forgive me. I'm no longer married to Dad. If you only want to find the way to me, there's nothing in the way. One thing I would like to tell you. You need to be ashamed of nothing, and to be afraid of nothing. If someone has to be ashamed, it's me, because I did not realize how you felt." Over 20 years have passed since Tanya Mühlinghaus disappeared, and the case remains cold. However, hope remains that one day she will be found and her family will be reunited with their beloved daughter. Two Dutch students disappeared while hiking in Panama in early 2014. Some remains were recovered in the months following, however, how they died could not be determined, and there is much speculation as to what happened to them. Tonight, on Dark Curiosities, the mysterious deaths of Lisanna Frone and Chris Kramers. Lisanna Frone was born on September 24, 1991 in Amersfoort in the Netherlands to Peter and Dini Frone. She was known for being an athletic and intelligent individual. Lisanna had just graduated from studying applied sciences in Deventer. Lisanna then moved in with her friend, Chris Kramers, both of whom worked at the same cafe restaurant. Chris was born on August 9, 1992 to Hans and Roly, also in Amersfoort. Chris had also completed her studies in cultural social education, primarily art education at Utrecht University. In the spring of 2014, the Dutch women had arranged a trip to Panama to celebrate Lisanna's recent graduation, as well as help out the locals and learn some Spanish. They had been saving up for 6 months and had planned on staying for 6 weeks. The pair departed from Amsterdam and arrived in Panama on March 15th. For 2 weeks they toured Panama before they arrived in Boquete on the 29th. They were to begin a 1-month stint of volunteer work with children and were accommodated by a host family. 1st of April 2014. A At 11 a.m, the young women went on a hike around the clouded forests surrounding the Myuu volcano, which lay fairly close to the Pianista Trail, not far from Bouquet. They did not travel alone, as their host family's dog, Blue, accompanied them. They had posted on social media that they had intended to walk around Bouquet, and they had reportedly had brunch with 2 other Dutchmen before beginning the trail. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary until Blue returned home that night to the host family without Chris and Lisanna. Lisanna's parents became concerned when they stopped receiving messages from her on WhatsApp, which she used regularly to keep in contact with her family back in the Netherlands. It wasn't until the next day when the police were informed by a tour guide, Feliciano, who had arranged to meet the girls in the morning, and they had not turned up. The police visited the home of the host family, and, upon initial investigations, it seemed that Lisanna and Chris had not returned from their hike. On April 3rd, the searching began. Aerial searches were conducted, and local farmers and tribes aided in seeking the young women. On April 6th, the girls' parents flew into Panama alongside Dutch police, including special forces with dog units and detectives. They searched the forest for 10 days but turned up no clues as to the whereabouts of Chris and Lisanna. A $30,000 reward was put in place by their parents, desperate to find their lost daughters. 10 weeks later, a backpack was handed in to police, found by a Nagobi woman near a riverbank in Alto Romero, in the region of Bocas del Toro, which lay 12 hours by foot from the Continental Divide. The woman had stated she had not been sure if the backpack had been there before. The backpack was identified as having belonged to Lisanna Fron. The contents of the backpack were said to have been dry and in good condition. The items included $83 in cash, 2 pairs of sunglasses, 2 bras, Lisanna's passport, a water bottle, Lisanna's Canon PowerShot SX270 camera, Lisanna's Samsung Galaxy S3 and Chris's iPhone 4. The phones and camera provided a huge turning point in the investigation. Data was retrieved on the phones of Chris and Lisanna, and it was discovered on the phone logs that the girls had tried to contact the police numerous times. At 4:39 p.m, mere hours after beginning their hike, Chris's phone had made the first distress call, followed by Lisanna making a call at 4:51 p.m. Reception was practically non-existent. However, on April 3rd, another call was made. However, it was cut off after 1 second when signal was lost. On April 5th, Lisanna's phone battery became exhausted and was never used again. Chris's phone was switched on several times following, searching for a phone signal. However, it never attempted any more calls. On April 6th, multiple incorrect PIN codes were entered into Chris's iPhone and never received the correct code again. One report says that over the duration of 3 days, between the 7th and 10th of April, 77 emergency call attempts were made on the iPhone. On 11th of April, the iPhone was switched on at 10:51 a.m. and just over an hour later turned off for the final time. Lisanna's Canon camera also provided investigators with some evidence showing that the pair had taken the trail at the Continental Divide and accidentally wandered into the wilderness, and having found themselves lost, made the first emergency call. It is important to note that at this point there was no signs of anything unusual. On 8th of April, a week after being declared missing, 90 flash photographs were taken on her camera between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m, which equates on average 1 photograph snapped every 2 minutes. Of the 90 pictures, most were completely dark. Some speculate that the reason for so many dark photos is because that night a search party apparently wandered through the tropical woodland in search of the girls, and they noticed them and desperately tried to signal for help, but to no avail. There were a couple photographs, however, that showed Lisanna and Chris were near a river or ravine. Some show a twig with a plastic bag and candy wrappers on top of a rock, another toilet tissue and a mirror on another rock. Perhaps, more worryingly, a photograph showing what appears to be Chris with blood on her temple. Another search was conducted along the Culera after the backpack was found. Zipped and neatly folded on a rock were Chris Kramer's shorts, found by 2 more Nagobi women. 2 months later, a gruesome discovery was made. Close to where the backpack was discovered was a discarded boot with a foot inside of it, and a pelvic bone was found nearby, behind a tree. Dutch authorities identified that the remains belonged to Lisanne Froon and Chris Kramers. Along the Culera riverbank, more than 33 bones were found, 28 of which were from Lisanne's foot. Lisanne's bones reportedly still had skin attached, whereas the pelvic bone belonging to Chris had been bleached. Police believe that the young woman deviated from the trail and one of them became injured. Whilst the other tried to help, they too injured themselves, eventually leading to a slow death from dehydration and starvation in the wilderness of Panama. Theories about this case range from the pair succumbing to the elements to a sinister murder case and incidents of foul play. But what really happened to Lisanne and Chris? Many aspects of this case are intriguing and terrifying in equal measure. Two promising young women set out on an adventure of a lifetime, never to return to their loved ones. Although we may never know what happened to the Dutch women, two families' lives were changed forever.
"63-year-old Charles Cyril Cutler was a happily married father of two who lived in Dunsmuir Road, Stamford Hill, Hackney, London, and was described by those who knew him as a lovable old man. Charles was well known in the community, and the neighbouring children would affectionately refer to him as Old Arthur. By 1956, Charles had gained employment as a night watchman on the Wyke housing estate on Daly Street. His hut was located on the corner of Anderson Road and Digby Road. He was quite responsible when it came to his safety in the hut and always locked the doors whilst on duty, only ever unlocking the doors if he was approached by someone he was familiar with. Despite being safety conscious, Charles was known to nod off on the odd shift. On the 1st of September 1957, Charles was on duty at the hut as usual. At this time, his wife, Catherine, was in hospital, though the reason why remains unclear. Charles's 13-year-old son, Edward, who was more commonly known as Teddy, went to the hut to visit his father to share some sweets with him. However, upon his arrival, he found the door locked. Teddy visited his father often at the hut, so he found it rather unusual that his father wouldn't unlock the door. Teddy knocked, but Charles did not answer. As a result, the boy climbed through one of the open windows. However, upon entering the hut, he found his father dead, blood around his head. Panicked, Ted escaped from the hut, running into two female friends, Janet Brown, aged 9, and Leslie Andrews, aged 5, who witnessed him climb through the window. He screamed at them, desperate for help, so the girls went to neighbours and told them of old Arthur's gruesome murder. They managed to catch the attention of an apartment building caretaker who went to investigate their claims. The caretaker, George Gardner, was let into the hut by Teddy Cutler after sending the two girls away. Upon entering, George found Charles lying face down on the floor, blood around his head where he had been struck. His feet were tied and his hands were bound behind his back, and stuffed into his mouth was a black silk necktie. Two neckties of a similar fashion were also found within the hut, but it's unclear whether they belonged to Charles. His glasses case was also lying underneath him. George also noted a penknife and a fountain pen near Charles's head, and he noticed that the room was in a state of disarray. The phone receiver was broken and lying on the floor, and the drawers of various filing cabinets had been opened.
It appeared that some sort of scuffle had occurred in the hut and Charles had put up a fight. The post-mortem examination revealed that Cutler had suffered slow and painful suffocation, the cause of death officially being asphyxiation. It was believed that Charles died a few hours prior to having been gagged with the necktie, which had been over-tied with another tie. Over-effective gagging most likely contributed to his demise, according to pathologists. Charles's death shocked the local community, who only ever had good things to say about him. Who would so brutally kill a kind and loving husband and family man, and more importantly, why? Following an examination of the scene, police were of the opinion that robbery was most likely motive in this case, despite the fact that Charles never kept any money in the watchman's hut. No news reports from the time mention anything being stolen from the hut or anything upon Charles's person. If he had not been victim of robbery, what were the assailants' reasons behind attacking Mr. Cutler? Was it a random attack or was it personal? Charles had reportedly had a conversation the day he died where he mentioned to a woman that he had a weak heart, but also stated that despite his age and heart issues, he didn't want to die. It was initially considered that he may have suffered a heart attack, but this was later ruled out after pathologists examined Charles's body. Very little clues or evidence were found which could help police with their inquiries. Therefore, the possibilities as to what happened to Charles are almost endless. Police sought out two male individuals in regards to the so-called nightmare murder, both between the ages of 25 and 30. They were seen near the watchman's hut by witnesses at around 12:20 am on the day in question. One of the men was described as having short, dark curly hair and was thick-set, whereas the other male was described as slim, around 6 feet tall, with straight, dark hair. It is unclear whether the two males were ever traced or questioned. During the investigation, a number of witnesses came forward with some interesting information. A young couple walking near to the hut heard Charles shouting along the lines of "Don't touch me, don't hit me" for about 5 or 10 minutes, but despite concerns from the male individual, the 17-year-old female, Linda Andrews, believed that Cutler was having another one of his nightmares, and so they moved on and thought nothing more of it. The girl stated to police that she didn't want to disturb old Arthur whilst he was asleep. Andrews later stated her regret and feelings of guilt having not gone to check on Charles that fateful night. An inquest into Charles's death was conducted, and following its closure, the jury returned with a verdict on the 28th of October 1957. Their verdict was murder by a person or persons unknown. To this day, it remains unclear who killed Charles Cutler and why. He was a much-loved character in Hackney who had no known enemies. He wasn't a man who ever made trouble. The devastation of his death hit the Cutler family hard, especially 13-year-old Teddy, who found his father's body that fateful day in 1957. This case has remained unsolved for almost 65 years, and authorities are no closer to apprehending Charles's killer. The trail has simply gone cold. Christmas is a time to celebrate love, peace, and joy in the company of our loved ones. However, on Christmas Eve in 1945, a furious inferno at a home in Virginia would devastate a Fayetteville family. Tonight, on Dark Curiosities, the disappearance of the Sodder children. George Sodder was born as Giorgio Soddu in Tula, Sardinia, Italy, in 1895. When George was 13 years old, accompanied by his older brother, immigrated to the United States. However, he was deserted in America shortly after arriving as his brother swiftly returned to Italy. Interestingly, George never spoke about the reason why he left his native Italy. George took on several jobs whilst adjusting to American life, working on railroads, becoming a truck driver, and later owning his own hauling company. It was in Smithers, West Virginia, where George Sodder met a young woman named Jenny Cipriani, who went on to become his wife. George and Jenny moved to Fayetteville in a 2-story timber-framed dwelling 3 kilometres north of the town, and over the years had 10 children. George's business prospered. However, he was known for being very open about his strong and perhaps controversial views, especially regarding fascism and Benito Mussolini, and he had apparently been involved in arguments about the subject. Even after Mussolini's execution, it appeared bad blood was still present between George and those he had disagreed with. Despite this, however, the family were highly respected by the community. In the October of 1945, George had showed no desire for a life insurance salesman's offer and reported that the man had said to him that the house would go up in smoke and your children are going to be destroyed. George, understandably, was angry about this and asked the man why he would say something so horrible, to which he replied, "The dirty remarks you have been making about Mussolini." Another incident involved a stranger saying to George that the pair of fuse boxes would cause a fire someday. George was puzzled by this remark, as he had just had the house rewired and checked by an electric company. Following this, an electrician checked the wiring once again and told George that everything was in tip-top shape and safe. It is worth noting that the eldest boys of George and Jenny noticed an unusual car, the occupants watching them as they returned from school one day as the Christmas break beckoned. Christmas Eve, 1945. George and Jenny shared festivities and merriment with 9 of their 10 children, their son Joe having been dispatched in the army. With the night aging, George retired to bed, as did his sons John, 23, and George Jr., 16. The younger children begged Jenny to stay up a little longer, as their 17-year-old sister, Marion, had purchased new toys for them. Jenny agreed as long as the children carried out all of their duties before heading to bed. Jenny departed for bed, taking her youngest child, Sylvia, who was 3 at the time, with her. Soon after midnight, Jenny woke from her sleep to hear the phone ringing. Picking up, she heard a voice she did not recognise. It was a female who reportedly had a strange laugh. Jenny hung up, believing it to be a wrong number or possibly just a prank call. Checking on the children, Marion was asleep on the couch. However, the lights were still on and all the doors were still unlocked, which Jenny found unusual as it was part of their routine. She turned the lights off, locked the doors, and climbed back into bed. Moments after closing her eyes, Jenny heard a loud bang on the roof of the property, followed by the sound of something rolling. Originally, she didn't believe it to be anything worth worrying about. At 1:30 a.m., she woke to the smell of smoke. It was then she discovered that the home was aflame. Jenny screamed for her children and husband to escape the house. John and George Jr. made it out of the house with Jenny, George, and little Sylvia. Outside, George realised that 5 of his children were missing. He desperately tried with all of his might to save them. He climbed the wall to the attic and cut himself as he broke a window in an attempt to climb through. He wanted to use the ladder which usually lay propped up against the wall. However, on that fateful night, it had mysteriously vanished. A water barrel, which could have aided in extinguishing the fire, was frozen solid, and despite working the previous day, George could not get either of his trucks to work. Marion tried to alert police, however the phone line appeared to have been cut. She fled to a neighbour's house to raise the alarm. A driver on a nearby road witnessed the flames and called police from a local tavern. However, the call was unsuccessful and appeared not to connect to the operator. The emergency services were eventually contacted through a source, either the neighbour or motorist, as they had managed to finally get through. Over the next 45 minutes, the remaining Sodders could do nothing but watch as their family home burned to the ground, and believed in their hearts that 14-year-old Maurice, 12-year-old Martha, 9-year-old Louis, 8-year-old Jenny, and 5-year-old Betty had perished in the fire. The fire department were low on numbers due to the war and relied on each firefighter to call each other, so they did not arrive on the scene until much later in the morning. There were only ashes remaining in the basement, and there was no indication of any bones of the missing children. Chief Morris said that his inability to drive that night further hindered their efforts. He also said after investigating the scene that he would have expected to find some form of remains of the missing children. However, there were none. Jenny asked a local crematorium worker about whether it was possible for the fire to burn bone away, as she had already tried to burn animal bones in her grief, desperate to seek answers. Another account, however, says that internal organs and skeletal fragments were found. However, authorities had allegedly kept this from George and Jenny Sodder. The chief had wished to investigate the scene further, but 4 days after the fire, Jenny and George could not bear the sight of the place any longer, and George bulldozed the site to make way for our memorial. The coroner conducted an inquest and concluded that the fire began due to faulty wiring, which both George and Jenny refused to believe. In another cruel twist of fate, among the jurors was the man who had said to George that his children would be destroyed in retribution of his anti-Mussolini remarks. Death certificates were issued on the 30th of December, and a funeral was held for the children on January 2nd, 1946. However, George and Jenny were too grief-stricken to attend. The surviving children did, however, pay their respects. In the following years, Jenny and George continued to search for answers. Jenny had noted that on Christmas Eve, the lights had been working flawlessly. Therefore, an electrical fault seemed most unlikely. The ladder which had gone missing that night was actually found on an embankment 75 feet away from the house. A man who had been arrested for stealing a block and tackle from the house around the time of the fire admitted to cutting the phone wire. However, he believed it was actually the power line. Jenny Sodder said if the power line had been cut, she, along with her husband and children, would never have survived. It was also discovered that the call made to Jenny that night was genuinely a mistake. Throughout the years, numerous sightings and tips were reported. George investigated each one personally and hoped to find a lead. In 1967, the family received a photograph, apparently of an adult Louis, and indeed George and Jenny believed it was him. On the back, written was, Louis Sodder, I love brother Frankie, ill boys, 890132 or 35. The Sodders hired a private investigator to travel to Central City, but he was never heard from again, and he could not be located. George Sodder passed away in 1969, and Jenny Sodder tended to the memorial garden every day and wore black mourning clothes until her death in 1989, and the famous billboard along State Route 16, which showed pictures of the missing Sodders and the $10,000 reward notice for information, was taken down. The remaining surviving Sodder children and their families to this day continue to campaign for their cause. They theorised that there was foul play involving George and the Sicilian mafia, and their siblings simply did not perish in the fire, even though the police concluded that this was most likely the case. Most believe that the lost Sodder children perished in the fire on Christmas Eve in 1945, and the family were just in denial. However, it seems like this case will never truly be solved, and sadly, George and Jenny passed away without ever knowing what happened to their children. It is worth remembering that although Christmas is a time of happiness, for some it is haunted and tinted with sorrow. We enjoy the company of the loved ones we are fortunate enough to have, but also it is a time to remember those who are no longer with us. But, despite loss, memories shall never fade. The Stelzenrieder family originated from Germany and immigrated to the USA, settling in a cabin within a small locality named Saxtown, which sat a few miles south of modern-day Mielstadt near Belleville, Illinois. The cabin and surrounding fields were the property of 36-year-old Karl Friedrich August Stelzenrieder, who was more commonly known as Fritz. His father, 65-year-old Karl, resided in his son's property along with Fritz's 28-year-old wife, Anna Tatje, and the couple's 2 young children, 3-year-old Karl and 8-month-old Anna. The Stelzenrieders struggled during the economic depression, however they were known to be hard-working and highly respected by the locals of Saxtown. In the late afternoon of the 20th of March 1874, a Mr. Schneider, neighbour of the Stelzenrieders, wandered towards the cabin to request potato seeds. However, he was met with an eerie silence on the farm. The cows and horses had not been fed, which struck him as odd. He knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Schneider observed the cabin's surroundings, then opened the front door. Upon entering the cabin, a gruesome sight befell him. The home had been ransacked, and instantly in his line of sight, Schneider saw the body of Fritz Stelzenrieder, who was sprawled out in a pool of his own blood, with his skull crushed and 3 of his fingers having been severed and scattered nearby. On a bed in the same room, his wife Anna lay lifeless, with her throat having been slit and her skull crushed, presumably by a blunt object. Heartbreakingly, the couple's infant daughter, Anna, was wrapped up in her mother's arms, also deceased, with a fatal injury to her head. 3-year-old Karl was found beside them, with a heavy, bloody injury to his face. It was reported by the Belleville Advocate newspaper at the time that mother, son and daughter had been murdered in their sleep. Exploring the cabin further, Schneider discovered that Fritz's father, Karl, had been brutally attacked, lying in puddles of blood. His throat had been slit from ear to ear, with the wounds to his neck so deep that he was almost decapitated. The sole survivor of the attack was the family's faithful dog named Monk, who stayed with the bodies all night. He was known to be aggressive towards strangers, therefore it was assumed that, with lack of noise that night or any blood evidence on the canine, the killer was familiar to the family. Initial examinations concluded that the family had been slaughtered the previous night on the 19th of March, with all of the bodies being stone cold when they were found bludgeoned. A clue which was reported by local newspapers indicated scratches on the bed's headboard, which suggested that the killer was left-handed, and that Karl Sr. was found with a clump of hair held tightly in his hand. However, police disregarded the latter as hearsay. Approximately $100 were missing, with robbery assumed to have been the motive for the crime. Nothing else appeared to have been stolen, suggesting that the killings may have been a personal crime. Tobacco was discovered in the surrounding area of the farm, mixed with drops of blood, with investigators theorising that the perpetrator had injured themselves during the incident and tried to halt bleeding by rubbing tobacco on the wound. Outside of the cabin, there were drag marks in the mud, presumably made by an axe, and another bone-chilling piece of evidence were footprints left in the dirt by boot heels shod with nails. They followed the trail and arrived at the front door of a Mr. Frederick Boultz. Frederick Boultz, brother-in-law of Anna Stelzenrieder, had apparently fought over money which he had borrowed from the family, and he was notoriously rebellious. The only other clue that pointed the blame to Boultz was that the bloody tobacco was found in the direction of his farm. No other evidence incriminated him, yet he was put in front of a jury. He was forced to look at the bodies of the deceased, his face becoming sickly pale upon the sight. The jury closely examined all evidence put to them, finding Frederick not guilty of the slayings. He subsequently sued the Stelzenrieder's estate and received $400 in compensation. Shortly after his trial, he abandoned life in Saxtown and lived the remainder of his life in anonymity. Speaking with friends, neighbours and locals of Saxtown, Fritz allegedly told of a potential inheritance from a relative in Germany, but no evidence was found to back up the claim. Others believed that Fritz and his father were in a bitter dispute with a family member in Germany who had not paid the pair money which they were due. There were whispers of a possible love triangle, although the parties who were involved in the alleged relationships were never identified, if true. The Stelzenrieder's estate was reported as being worth several $1,000s, with police believing that they were murdered as a way to extinguish the lives of all potential heirs to the fortune. John Afkin, a big-built and intimidating man who occasionally worked for the family, was in a dispute with Fritz Stelzenrieder and was looked at as a potential suspect. His job required regular use of an axe, and he was feared by locals due to his infamous aggressive temper. It was stated he owned an expensive watch, extremely similar to one which had belonged to Carl Sr., and whenever people inquired about where the timepiece had come from, he would refuse to answer. The clump of hair found in Carl Sr.'s hand was allegedly red, which was the same as John Afkin's. Like Frederick Boultz, he was not charged with the murders due to lack of evidence and lived the rest of his life as a free man. Up to 10 individuals in total were arrested by police in regards to the Saxtown Axe murders. However, none were prosecuted. The family of one of the suspects tread carefully when the suspect was in their final days of life, going to great lengths to keep people away, allegedly in fear of the individual making a deathbed confession. A private detective managed to spend an entire night hiding beneath the floorboards of another suspect's home in hopes of hearing him confess in his sleep, but his efforts proved fruitless. Unfortunately, the Saxtown Axe murders have never been solved, with the person or persons responsible avoiding detection for the rest of their lives. Initially, the family were going to be buried in a plot at Walnut Hill Cemetery in Belleville, with their German relatives having paid for the construction of an obelisk. However, residents of Saxtown and church elders strongly opposed the idea, blocking the path of the gravedigger who was forced to abandon his original job. Their wishes were respected, and the Stelzenrieder family were buried in Freivogel Cemetery near Millstadt, with their funeral service being attended by over 1,000 people who bid them a final farewell. Felix Albert Pell, known as Albert Pell, was born on the 12th of June 1849 in Grandcourt, located in the former community of Aiguille Blanche, presently known as Grand Aiguille Blanche, in Savoy in the southeast of France. Shortly following his birth, Albert's father, who was a watchmaker and shopkeeper, separated from his mother due to allegations of infidelity. As a result, Albert and his mother moved to Paris, where his mother used her savings to establish her son as a watch and clockmaker in the French capital. Albert showed little interest in the profession and spent more of his time studying chemistry and playing music. He owned his own laboratory, where he would mix his own concoctions, many of which included questionable ingredients, and he took to the cobbled streets and boasted that he had knowledge of deadly poisons that would leave no trace of having existed. His deception deepened as he began dressing eccentrically and telling Parisians that he was a doctor of medicine and from an upper-class background. He also declared he was a professor of elocution at the prestigious Lycée Saint-Louis, and that he was an organist at La Trinité. He believed women adored him, and that he was a man of good fortune, but over time he gained a reputation for being wild and obsessed with telling lies. On the 16th of August 1872, his mother, who had been suffering with immense internal pains, passed away. By this point in his life, many of his mother's friends noticed that Albert had treated her terribly, and when they arrived at her home to bid her a final farewell, Albert turned them away with a, quote, sneer, and requested for them to forget about his mother and move on with their lives. Once the house fell silent, Albert ransacked the property, even pulling up the floorboards to scavenge for money. French police questioned Albert about his mother's untimely death, and he told them that she had accidentally electrocuted herself whilst tampering with a battery belonging to him. Many residents in the surrounding area were suspicious. However, not a single person came forward to police with any evidence or words of caution about Albert Pell, leaving questions regarding his mother's death unanswered. 2 years after his mother's death, Albert's father died, leaving him a large sum of £800, which in 2021 would be approximately £92,800 or $127,800 US. Furthermore, he sold his father's stocks and purchased a residence in the wealthy area of Passy in Paris. Although living his life as a gentleman, his behaviour became erratic and, quote, bombastic, which resulted in Albert being taken to a lunatic asylum for an unknown length of time. Once he departed from the asylum, he became a sleeping partner for Théâtre des Délacissements Comiques, but shortly afterwards he lost all of his remaining money and assets. Despite not having a penny to his name, in 1880, Albert hired Marie Mawan as a servant. However, mere days after becoming his employee, she fell ill. A few days later, another woman, Eugenie Mayer, who, quote, came to live with him as his wife, too succumbed to a sickness. Marie and Eugenie both suffered with symptoms including an endless thirst, vomiting, and stomach discomfort. Marie departed from Albert's residence and checked into a local hospital, where she was treated and made a full recovery, whereas Eugenie mysteriously vanished. Albert subsequently shut himself away from the world and refused to leave his home, with his mail being posted through his skylight. After many weeks had passed, he finally moved out of his apartment with his remaining possessions. A porter then visited the property and was aghast when he saw numerous bloodstains on the walls and floor. Reports suggested that he had sold Eugenie's clothes, but nothing came of this allegation. At some point in 1880, Albert Pell opened his own business, a clockmaker's shop, and later in the year married Eugenie Bouffereau. The marriage was not to last, and just 2 months later, his wife died under mysterious circumstances, eerily similar to those of Albert's mother, Marie Mawan, and Eugenie Mayer. When Albert wed, his wife had a £120 dowry, £14,800 in today's currency, or $20,400. When his mother-in-law asked for the dowry to be returned to the family, he reportedly, quote, laughed in her face. Albert wasted no time and wed for a second time that year to a woman with a dowry of £200, approximately £24,700 or $34,000. She was also to inherit a large sum of money on the event of her mother's death. She was Angèle Dufour Moura-Belle, who had been his apprentice at the clockmaker's shop. Albert managed to convince his new bride's mother to live with the pair, and over a short period managed to get both mother and daughter to change the executor of their wills and have Albert inherit their earthly possessions following their deaths. Both women fell ill, however, they recovered. By the time his wife had recovered, he had already spent the dowry in its entirety. His wife left him and returned to her mother's home. Albert hired a new servant named Elise Boehmer, who was encouraged and agreed to live with him with a small amount of savings in her possession. He began requesting funds from her persistently, which she grew to become irritated by. On one occasion, a few weeks after the pair moved to Montreuil, the 40-year-old refused to give him any money, and later that day she grew ill with the same symptoms as his previous victims. A neighbour last witnessed Elise on the 12th of July 1884 in a frail state. Elise was never seen alive again. Albert barricaded himself inside his home. However, neighbours reported a strange smell coming from Pell's kitchen, the windows of which had been obscured by drapes. Albert had lit a fire in his oven, which neighbours were intrigued by, as it appeared to have been burning in the day and during the night. A few were of the opinion that Albert had murdered Elise and was burning her remains in his property, although this would never be proven. With suspicion mounting and rumours Albert had cremated Elise, police subsequently arrested him in late 1884. The 36-year-old insisted that Elise had deserted him for a lover called Walder, and the pair went to live in Bucharest, Romania, with Walder later dying allegedly under a pseudonym. Albert, who was described in the French newspapers as frighteningly gaunt, was accused of several different poisonings and put on trial at the Assize Court on the 11th of June 1885, where he denied all of the charges. He seemed unfazed by the crimes he was being accused of, and he insisted that he was innocent. After a period of analysis and following an examination of Eugenie Mayer's body, which had been exhumed, it was stated that the individuals were victims of arsenic poisoning. With no body, experts at the trial discussed numerous possibilities regarding what could have happened to Elise, and a theory which suggested that she was dismembered in the back of the watchmaker's shop in Montreuil and then cremated in the oven of Pell's home being arguably the most accepted. To back the theory up, police found evidence such as ashes, a blood-stained saw, a hatchet, and a knife, both of which were tainted with what appeared to be blood. Also recovered on Pell's property were books on the topic of chemicals and his stock of various concoctions he had brewed over the years. On the 13th of June, after less than an hour of deliberations, the jury returned with their verdict. In regards to the poisoning of his wife, Eugenie Buffalo, they declared him not guilty, to the surprise of many. However, a guilty verdict was returned for the murder of Elise Boomer. Albert Pell was then sentenced to death. It was found that a member of the jury was not rehabilitated and was bankrupt, which resulted in a retrial. In August, Albert was found guilty of poisoning Elise, but he was given the benefit of a mitigating factor, which saw his death sentence being reduced to hard labour for the remainder of his life at New Caledonia Prison in Bulli, New Caledonia, located 750 miles or 1,200 kilometres east of Australia. The French serial killer, known infamously as the Watchmaker of Montreuil, died on the 9th of June 1924 at the age of 74. Following a ferocious snowstorm in February 1978, 5 friends vanished from Orville in California. Their abandoned car was found on a mountain road. However, there was no sign of the young men. Tragedy cast a dark shadow over them, and to this day, this case continues to intrigue and horrify. Tonight on Dark Curiosities, beyond the snowstorm, the deaths of Jack Madruga, Jackie Hewitt, Theodore Wyer, William Sterling, and the vanishing of Gary Matthews. There was a chill in the air, a winter moon hanging in the clear night sky. It was approximately 10 p.m. on the 24th of February 1978, where close friends Jack Madruga, Jackie Hewitt, Theodore Wyer, William Sterling and Gary Matthews departed from a basketball game taking place at California State University in Chico. The quintet had travelled 50 miles from their homes in Orville. The men were between the ages of 24 and 32, with Hewitt being the youngest and Wyer the oldest. 3 of them were diagnosed as being mentally handicapped. However, Matthews was receiving treatment for schizophrenia following a drug problem in the army, and Madruga, although undiagnosed, was apparently, according to his mother, slow. Madruga's condition had apparently been under control for about 2 years and was the designated driver of the car, a white 1969 Mercury Montego. Once the game concluded, they drove to the nearby Bears Market, where they purchased some food and drinks. They carried on their trip, heading south, which was the last time they would be seen alive. Imogen Wyer, the mother of Theodore, awoke at dawn the next morning, a feeling of foreboding washing over her. Instinct told her to check on her son, and she found that Ted's bed had not been slept in. Panicked, she swiftly called William's mother, Juanita, who told Wyer that she had been awake since 2 a.m, worried sick about Bill, who had also failed to return home. Other phone calls were made to the families of Madruga, Matthews and Hewitt. Hours passed, and there was no contact from any of the 5. It was Mrs. Madruga who alerted the police. It was Tuesday the 28th of February, and police finally had a breakthrough in the investigation. There had been a vicious snowstorm in the area, and the snow itself was between 4 and 6 feet deep. On a deserted rocky mountain near a dense forest, authorities discovered the Mercury Montego. The vehicle had been abandoned, lying 70 miles from Chico, sitting at the snow line, and the tyres had spun. However, the car was not stuck, so it was entirely possible that the men could have easily pushed it free. What was even more strange was that the gas tank was a quarter full, and the Mercury was completely operable. Maps were recovered from the glove compartment, one of which was of California, and wrappers from the snacks they bought littered the seats. Strangely, the vehicle appeared to be undamaged. Despite the fact they had travelled over perilously rocky terrain, there was no evidence of scratching, dents, or stains anywhere on the car, which made police believe that the driver either drove at an incredibly slow speed, taking care over the road, or he knew the area well enough to be able to manoeuvre the Mercury without any problems, the latter believed by police as being extremely unlikely. Aside from the missing men, the car keys had also vanished, yet police managed to hotwire the engine into starting. From various accounts of the day they went missing, it appeared that none of the passengers were wearing appropriate clothing for the bitter winter temperatures, and it was known that Madruga disliked both camping and cold weather. They were all known as being very much stay-at-home people, only Matthias occasionally stayed out overnight with friends. The reason as to why they followed the mountainous path remains unknown. No progress was made for many months, and it wasn't until the conclusion of the spring thaw when on June 4th a group of motorcyclists made a grisly discovery. They had wandered into a deserted Forest Service trailer camp when they were suddenly overwhelmed by a putrid smell. Upon entering one of the neglected trailers, authorities found the decaying body of Ted Wire, who was lying on a bed wrapped in 8 sheets, and it was also noted that his shoes were missing. On the bedside table was Ted's nickel ring, which bore his name, his gold necklace, his wallet, and a gold Waltham watch, which was missing a crystal. The family said that the watch did not belong to any of the missing men. A window of the trailer had been broken, indicating that Ted had gained entrance this way. At the time of his disappearance, Ted had been tall and heavy-set. He was 5'11" and weighed roughly 200 pounds. When his body was discovered, another shocking element was brought to light. When Ted passed away, he had lost between 80 and 100 pounds, about 7 stones in weight. His feet had been severely frostbitten, and he had also grown a beard, which suggested to police that he had been alive and slowly deteriorating from starvation and exposure in the trailer between a time frame of 8 to 13 weeks. He was located 19.5 miles from where the car was found. What was even more odd was that there were matches, books, and wooden furniture in the trailer which could have been used to create a fire, and a storage shed nearby also had been opened, and some rations had been used. Further within the shed was a locker containing dehydrated Mexican food and other meals along with fruit cocktails, which all would have been enough to feed every one of the 5 men for a year. A propane tank was also in another shed, which, if it had been found, would have provided an appropriate source of gas and heat to the trailer. A 55-year-old man named Joseph Shonez provided police with a statement, suggesting that he had possibly seen the men. At 5:30 p.m. on the night they disappeared, he drove his Volkswagen Bug up the same road. His car got stuck in the snow, only 50 yards from where the white Mercury would be found. Trying to escape from his vehicle, Joseph suffered a mild heart attack. The engine was still running and the heater was also on. Waking, he heard what he described as whistling noises a little further down the road. He managed to exit his car and he saw a group of men and a woman holding a baby. They were all walking in the glare of the headlights and Joseph heard them talking. He called out for help when suddenly the headlights went out and the chatting ceased. He returned to the Bug and lay down. A couple of hours later, once again, lights glared through the front window. For the second time, he yelled for help, and the light beams dimmed to darkness. Joseph's car ran out of fuel, and he managed to walk 8 miles to a lodge called Mountain House, where he fortunately received help. He had a drink and headed back up the road, only to now find the unoccupied white Montego. The day after Ted Wyer's body was found, the remains of Bill Sterling and Jack Madruga were discovered. Police believed the pair never made it to the trailer, although it has been suggested that perhaps they went to the trailer for a time. However, at some point, they departed. Bill and Jack were found on the road opposite to the trailer, 11.5 miles from the car. Jack had been partially consumed by forest animals and had been dragged 10 feet to a stream. Madruga lay face up and his hand was curled over his watch on his wrist. All that was left of Sterling was bones, scattered over 50 feet of wilderness. 2 days later, Jackie Hewitt's father, who was involved in the recovery effort, discovered his son's backbone. Hewitt's jeans and shoes were also recovered. An assistant sheriff from Plumas County found Hewitt's skull the next day, 100 yards downhill from where the rest of the remains were found, northeast of the trailer. The dentist of the Hewitt family confirmed that the remains belonged to Jackie. Authorities also found Forest Service blankets and a flashlight northwest of the trailer. However, it is unknown how long they had been there for. In a twist, the final of the 5, Gary Mathias, was never found. His shoes were found in the trailer with Wyer's body, and it is believed that Mathias swapped his shoes for the larger-sized pair belonging to Ted due to frostbite, which would have made his feet swell up. When Gary left on that fateful night of February 24th, he took no identification and did not take his wallet with him. He was of a slender build and had dark hair. He was also cross-eyed without his glasses. When he vanished, he also did not take any of his medication with him, so it is possible that without the stelazine and cogentin, he would lapse into what was described as a disoriented psychosis. Many questions remain regarding the deaths of William Sterling, Jackie Hewitt, Theodore Wyer, and Jack Madruga, and even more speculation and theories regarding the fate of Gary Mathias. Why did they deviate from their presumably planned route home? Why did they walk in sub-zero temperatures to a disused trailer when the car was perfectly operable? What made them abandon the car in the first place? Were they the silhouettes that Joseph saw in the headlights? Where is Gary Mathias, and is he alive? This case seems to have so many questions and very few answers. The families will more than likely never know the reasons why these events occurred and what happened on that fateful February night. But there is always hope that one day the truth will materialise and they will be given closure. 5 friends lost in a snowstorm, yet forever bound by their eternal friendship. "18-year-old Elizabeth Betty Hadden was described by friends as a wayward and strong-willed party girl who had a reputation for being rather flirtatious. Some newspaper reports even claimed that she was a lady of the night who enjoyed getting male attention, whereas others saw her simply as a typical young woman who was having fun. In the 1940s, Betty lived in Aberdeen, Scotland, with her mother, Kate, and 5 siblings. Betty's father, who worked at the shipyards, passed away in 1943 when Betty was just 16 years old. After leaving school, Betty worked a number of occupations, including agricultural work, fishyard work, being a kitchen maid, a scullery maid, and a waitress at a hotel. On the night of Monday, the 10th of December 1945, Betty spent the night out in Aberdeen city centre, something which she did regularly. She spent many nights trying to catch the eyes of sailors who had docked in Aberdeen Harbour, many who had travelled from afar. The Second World War had just ended by this time, and the first peaceful Christmas in 7 long years had finally arrived, and people were in very good spirits. For Betty, however, she wasn't in such fine spirits. She had been absent from her home for over a week, having last visited family 2 Fridays prior. A friend of Betty's claimed that she had stayed away from home as not to burden her widowed mother, who had the responsibility of caring for the rest of her children. Where she was lodging specifically during these few weeks is unclear, though some reports do claim that she was homeless. Late on the 10th of December 1945, Betty was seen by a number of witnesses, quote, arm in arm with 2 sailors in Castle Street, heading towards the corner of King Street. They were last seen crossing Lodge Walk. The 2 sailors with Hadden were described as being between 20 and 22 years old, with one of the men being much taller than the other. Later that night, at around 10:40 p.m, further witnesses claimed to have seen Betty with 4 female friends walking along the same Castle Street, though these accounts don't mention the 2 sailors being present. A male friend bumped into Betty at around 12:45 a.m. in the early hours of Tuesday, the 11th of December, at the corner of Gallowgate and Upper Kirkgate, and another female friend spoke with the 18-year-old at the junction of Constitution Street and Park Street at around 12:45 p.m. that afternoon, reportedly at the friend's B&B. According to her, Betty asked for a room, but they were fully booked. She then left, but nothing seemed awry. Betty was seen by a further 2 male witnesses just after 7 p.m. on the 11th of December, flirting with 3 sailors on Market Street. This was the last known sighting of Betty Hadden. According to police, a blood-curdling scream was heard across the borough of Torry, close to the Aberdeen docks, 7 hours later at approximately 2 a.m. on the 12th of December. Witnesses described the scream as female and sounding terrified, but nobody in the vicinity seemed to intervene. The residents of Torry very much kept themselves to themselves. Crime was and still is a significant issue in Torry. It is likely the residents, if they heard anything, wouldn't have wanted to get involved for their own safety. A reenactment which took place later, eerily echoing female screams through the streets. Not even a curtain was opened by a resident. Though nobody physically saw the woman who screamed, many believed it to possibly be missing teen Betty Hadden. On the 12th of December, an elderly cooper from Torry, Alexander King, who was searching for driftwood by the harbour, discovered a severed left hand and forearm lying amongst some rocks laced in seaweed, down an embankment on the foreshore of the River Dee, on the south side of the navigation channel near to St Fittick's Road. There appeared to be a piece of twine tied in a loose granny knot around the person's wrist, their fingers arched as if they were clawing at something, and the back of their hand was partially eaten away by marine life. The dismembered arm had been neatly cut with a fine-toothed saw and a knife, confirming suspicions that a murder had occurred. Rumours circulated in the city that the arm may have been thrown from a warship, but the neat cut debunked this theory. Alexander rushed to the nearest phone box and contacted the police. It didn't take long for authorities to identify the remains as having belonged to Betty Hadden. Only 4 hours, in fact, as there were only a small number of missing people in Aberdeen at the time. The hand also had nicotine stains on her fingers, with Betty being a smoker, and her fingerprints were also taken, which matched a police profile. Betty had 1 minor offence on her criminal record for shoplifting. It is unclear how Betty met her demise, though it was determined by experts that she was alive around 14 hours prior to her arm being recovered from the River Dee. Following the grisly discovery, police searched across Aberdeen for Betty Hadden, knocking on doors and visiting local hospitals, scouring riverbanks, harbours and various beaches, but no further trace of her was found. Police couldn't say with certainty whether Betty's arm washed ashore from the sea or had been dumped in the River Dee and floated downstream. During their inquiries, police discovered that one of Betty's friends had disappeared on the 9th of December and suspected that something sinister had happened to both women, possibly by the same person. However, the friend was found alive and well 11 days later in Perth. Authorities questioned a number of crew members on all of the boats that docked and departed from the city harbour at the time of Betty's murder, but unfortunately nothing of significance was discovered. How did Betty come to be dismembered, and by who? A number of suspects were questioned by police at the time, with one even being the subject of a few weeks of surveillance, but nobody could definitively be linked to the brutal crime. Nobody has ever been charged in relation to Betty's murder. Efforts to find out what happened that night to the 18-year-old proved to be difficult, and despite investigating extensively, the events that occurred before, during and after Betty's death remains a mystery. According to an officer who worked on the case, it is likely that Betty was assaulted by a local man before she was murdered and discarded in either the River Dee or the sea. It was the officer's belief that perhaps Betty's remains were stored in a trunk of some kind, though her arm did not fit and was subsequently tossed into the ocean. There is also the possibility that Betty's remains were scattered across Aberdeenshire, perhaps in other waterways or in wooded areas. However, there is no evidence to support this theory, as the remainder of Betty's remains have never been found. For a number of years, Betty's arm was kept in a jar by medical students at Aberdeen Marischal College's Anatomy Museum as a macabre attraction. The arm was eventually thrown out when the college itself relocated. After 75 years, the murder of Betty Hadden remains unsolved. Was she murdered by a sailor? And if so, why? Did she perhaps reject their advances, which then resulted in them lashing out? If so, why did they use such brutality? No evidence from this case has been preserved, meaning that we will most likely never know the identity of Betty's killer. One night in June 1962, 4 men made their break for freedom from possibly the most famous prison in America. 3 of the prisoners successfully escaped from the fort, yet whether they survived the journey to shore is widely discussed. The FBI concluded that they drowned, yet their bodies were never recovered from the depths of San Francisco Bay. A case that never fails to intrigue and leaves the same question on everybody's lips. Did the trio successfully escape from Alcatraz Island? Tonight on Dark Curiosities, the fate of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers. La Isla de los Alcatraces, translated as the Isle of the Gannets, more widely known today as Alcatraz Island, is located 1.25 miles from the shore of San Francisco Bay. The rock has a rich history and became a federal prison in 1934, designed for prisoners who caused problems at other federal prisons. However, some of the first to arrive at Alcatraz were robbers and murderers. Throughout its time as a federal prison, Alcatraz held many notorious criminals, including Al Capone, Machine Gun Kelly, Bumpy Johnson, Alvin Karpis, and Robert Stroud, known as the Birdman of Alcatraz. 36 prisoners made 14 escape attempts, some more than once, over the course of 29 years. During December in 1961, 4 inmates at Alcatraz Federal Prison were allocated adjacent cells. The 4 men, Frank Morris, Alan West, and brothers John and Clarence Anglin, concocted a plot to flee from their incarceration. Frank Lee Morris was born on the 1st of September 1926 in Washington, D.C., and according to the FBI was orphaned at the age of 11 and spent a few years in different foster homes. Throughout his life, he had been imprisoned numerous times. His first conviction came when he was just 13 years old. The crimes he was found guilty of ranged from theft, breaking and entering, possession of narcotics, and even escape attempts from other prisons. He carried out his sentences in Florida, Georgia, and Louisiana. He was serving a 10-year sentence in Louisiana State Penitentiary for bank robbery when he successfully escaped. Authorities managed to recapture him a year later whilst he was participating in another robbery. Despite being traced, Frank reportedly had an IQ of 133, which was within the top 2% of the population. Following his arrest in 1960, he was sent to Alcatraz. Frank Morris was inmate AZ1441. John William Anglin was born on the 2nd of May 1930. His brother Clarence, born just over a year later, on the 11th of May 1931. Both were born in Donaldsonville, Georgia, to George Anglin and Rachel Van Miller Anglin, who were seasonal farm labourers. Together they shared 13 children: Alfred, George, Carson, Rufus, Audrey, Christine, Marie, Patsy, Merle, Mary Nell, Verna, and of course, Clarence and John. In the early 1940s, the Anglin family relocated to Ruskin, Florida, which lies 20 miles south of Tampa. The family found better income from working on truck farms and picking from the tomato fields and cherry trees further north in Michigan. According to several sources, John and Clarence had a very close relationship, being described as inseparable. The pair were noted by their siblings as being exceptionally skilled swimmers, having swam through the icy depths of Lake Michigan during the heart of winter, much to their astonishment. The duo participated in a string of robberies during the 1950s, targeting banks and other businesses after closing time in order to avoid any people getting injured. John and Clarence were taken into custody in 1956 and were handed lengthy sentences, served at 3 different establishments. They both tried to escape from Atlanta Penitentiary numerous times but were never successful. The Anglin brothers were subsequently transported to Alcatraz Island, John in October 1960 and Clarence in January 1961. John Anglin was inmate AZ1476. Clarence Anglin was inmate AZ1485. The final member of the group was Alan Clayton West, who was born on the 25th of March 1929 in New York City. In the mid-1950s, he was convicted of car theft and was sent to Atlanta State Penitentiary, where he supposedly first met Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers. He was moved to Florida State Prison and failed in an escape attempt. Unlike Frank Morris, he was noted as being of little intelligence. At 31 years old, he was thought to have the mindset of a young teenager. After his botched prison break, he was then transferred to Alcatraz in 1957. Alan West was inmate AZ1335. Whilst imprisoned at Alcatraz, Frank Morris became friendly with another prisoner, Clarence Carnes, who had previously been involved in the infamous Battle of Alcatraz in 1946. Carnes told Morris information regarding an access tunnel which lay beneath their cells, and Frank was inspired to develop an escape plan. Frank was at the helm of the operation, and after searching with Alan West, discovered ventilation shafts which allowed access to the roof of the prison. West also noted that the concrete of the building had suffered somewhat due to the sea spray. Over the course of many months, the men worked tirelessly during the night. Using discarded saw blades from the prison grounds, spoons from the facility's commissary, and an improvised drill from the motor of a broken vacuum cleaner, they picked away at their cell walls. The men concealed their work with cardboard and paint, and Frank Morris played his accordion to hide the noise they created. To avoid being detected, the men sculpted dummy heads from a mixture of toothpaste, soap, concrete dust, and toilet paper. To make them appear more realistic, they sculpted the faces, colouring them with paint from the maintenance shop and used hair from the floor of the barber shop. Using their own clothes and towels beneath the sheets and placing the dummy heads on the pillows, it would appear to the prison guards that the men were indeed sleeping in their beds. Once Morris, the Anglins, and West dug through their cell walls, they discovered an unguarded corridor located behind the cell tier. Through this, they could access the roof of their cell block within the building, and the men made the space into a workshop. Having gathered several resources, both stolen and donated from fellow inmates, they managed to create life jackets based on a design they'd seen in the magazine Popular Mechanics. Also, they produced a 6 feet by 14 feet makeshift rubber raft, crafted with over 50 raincoats, the seams stitched together and sealed with heat by using nearby steam pipes. With scrap pieces of wood and stolen screws, they made paddles and used a stolen concertina to improvise as bellows in order to inflate their raft. They were apparently inspired by a copy of Sports Illustrated from the prison library, where the issue described how to enjoy water sports for very little cost. The men climbed up another ventilation shaft which led to a sizable fan and grill on the roof, where they severed the rivets which held both pieces in place. On the night of the 11th of June 1962, the quartet attempted to be the first prisoners to successfully escape from their incarceration on Alcatraz Island. Unfortunately for Alan West, his escape was thwarted. Concrete surrounding the opening of the ventilation grill had been crumbling, and West had used more concrete to fix this. However, at the crucial moment, the concrete had hardened, and the hole he had made had shrunk considerably. Talking with the others out in the corridor, West recalled that one of the Anglin brothers said that the escape was an all-or-none deal, whereas Frank and the other Anglin argued that with Alan's problems, their chances for freedom would be foiled. Despite his best efforts, having eventually removed the grill and widened the hole once more, by the time he reached the roof, the trio had already vanished. He would return to his cell after dawn. Alan West left Alcatraz in 1963 and throughout his life served 20 prison sentences. In January 1969, Alan was sent to Florida State Prison. On the 30th of October 1972, he fatally stabbed a prisoner in an allegedly racially motivated attack. Alan West suffered from severe abdominal pains in winter 1978 and passed away on the 21st of December from acute peritonitis, aged 49. Frank Morris, John Anglin and Clarence Anglin crawled through the holes in their cells, making their way through the utility corridor and climbing up the ventilation shaft towards the roof. When they broke out of the shaft, guards within the prison actually heard what was described as a loud crash. However, the source of the unexpected noise was never investigated any further. The trio, along with their makeshift equipment, slid down a kitchen vent pipe, descending 50 feet to the ground, and then managed to climb up two 12-feet barbed wire perimeter fences. Having carefully planned in advance, the men fled towards the northeast shoreline, close to a power plant, which was actually a blind spot in the prison's system of searchlights and gun towers, where they used the concertina to inflate the raft. Investigators concluded that it was some time after 10 p.m. when Morris and the Anglins departed from the rock, heading towards Angel Island, which lay 2 miles north of the island, murky fog lingering in the night air. Their escape went unnoticed until the morning of the 12th of June 1962, the dummy heads having served their purpose. Over the following 10 days, there was an extensive search of the land, air and sea, carried out by both law enforcement and the military. Some evidence was uncovered, including a deflated life jacket 50 yards from Alcatraz, the remains of the raft which washed up on the beach, and a single paddle floating approximately 200 yards south of Angel Island. A personal packet was also recovered, containing photographs, names and addresses of Anglin relatives and friends. A paddle was reportedly found on Angel Island, leaning against a rock, suggesting that they may have made it. No bodies were ever recovered from San Francisco Bay, and there was no evidence to suggest that the men had drowned, yet authorities concluded that it was likely that this was their fate. The FBI believed it would have been impossible for Frank, John and Clarence to have successfully swam to Angel Island, considering the strong currents of the bay and the freezing temperatures, and it's also disputed that the men were even intending on swimming to Angel Island, perhaps using it as a misdirection to aid in their escape. Alan West exchanged his story under the premise that he would not be prosecuted for his part in the escape. He told his story and said that they had planned on stealing clothes and a car once they had reached shore. However, no claims were ever made to authorities regarding a situation like this. However, a television program later claimed a car had actually been stolen by 3 men in the area at the time. The FBI closed their file on the case in 1979 after a 17-year investigation. They officially concluded that the men drowned whilst attempting to swim to Angel Island. A month after the escape, a Norwegian freighter reported a body wearing clothes similar to that of an Alcatraz inmate floating in the ocean, 15 nautical miles from the Golden Gate Bridge. In 2014, researchers suggested that there was a small window soon after midnight where the state of the tide and the currents would have worked in the trio's favour and possibly made it to shore. Many swimmers have attempted the alleged route the men swam and have done so successfully. The story, however, does not end there. Over the decades, there has been more evidence to suggest that the 3 men survived their escape. Apparently, soon after fleeing the island, a person claiming to be John Anglin called an attorney, and this was even before the escape was made public news. Clarence Carnes, who had given Frank Morris the initial idea to escape, received a postcard which read "Gone Fishing," which was apparently their code word to signal that they were successful in their escape. Various other claims and sightings were made in the years following, and despite the wide belief that all the fugitives perished in San Francisco Bay, they remain until their 100th birthdays on the FBI's wanted list. Relatives of Morris and the Anglins have produced evidence that they did survive. Bud Morris, an elderly man who claimed to be, in 2011, Frank Morris's cousin, said that he had on occasion delivered bribes to guards working at Alcatraz, and also claimed to have met up with Frank in a park in San Diego, his daughter backing up his story, recalling meeting her father's friend, Frank. It has never been confirmed if Bud's story is authentic. In 2012, on the 50th anniversary of their disappearance, 2 sisters of the Anglin brothers, along with their nephews, said that they had received both phone calls and Christmas cards from John and Clarence. The handwriting was analysed and it was concluded that the greeting cards had been written by the brothers, but authorities were unable to confirm when the cards were delivered due to the lack of stamps on the envelopes. John and Clarence's mother had also apparently received a Mother's Day card, merely stating, "Love the two." It was reported 2 mysterious men also attended the funeral of an Anglin relative, and some debate that they could have been the brothers. A friend of John and Clarence claimed he'd met up with them in Brazil in 1975 and had actually taken a photograph of them, living on a farm in Rio de Janeiro. Following analysis by forensic experts, it was concluded that the men in the picture not only resembled the men, but were, most likely, Clarence and John Anglin. Robert Anglin, one of their brothers, stated shortly before his passing that he had been in contact with them until about 1987. In January 2018, the FBI released more information regarding the case. The San Francisco Police Department had received a letter in 2013, allegedly from John Anglin himself. Segments of the letter read as follows. My name is John Anglin. I escaped from Alcatraz in June 1962 with my brother Clarence and Frank Morris. I'm 83 years old and in bad shape. I have cancer. Yes, we all made it that night, but barely. It added, if you announce on TV that, I will be promised to first go to jail for no more than a year and get medical attention. I will write back to let you know exactly where I am. This is no joke. The letter stated that Frank Morris passed away in 2008 and Clarence in 2011. The letter was tested for handwriting, DNA and fingerprints, however the results were inconclusive. There are many fascinating theories regarding the fate of Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers. Their infamous escape from Alcatraz has become the most researched, discussed and complex successes in American criminal history. Many believe that the most likely outcome is that the trio drowned and were washed out into the Pacific Ocean. However, there are those among us who love extraordinary true stories, and if the men did indeed survive, it would be a triumph for the ages. What ultimately became of Frank Morris, John Anglin and Clarence Anglin is unknown, yet the mystery surrounding their break for freedom and what happened that night and beyond keeps interest alive.
"27-year-old Norma Louise Hogland, who was born on February 4th, 1951, was a proud mother of 2 young boys, 8-year-old Richard Ricky Allen and 6-year-old Thomas Tommy James. The trio lived on Sutterville Road in Sacramento, California. By the late 1970s, Norma and her husband had divorced, and he was living in Washington. In the summer of 1978, on or before the 15th of July, Norma, Ricky and Tommy awoke as usual, eating some breakfast before taking on the day, whatever lay ahead. But what truly happened that day is left shrouded in mystery, as the family of 3 strangely vanished, never to be seen or heard from again. After a week, Norma's relatives became increasingly concerned after not hearing from her in recent days, as this was very out of character. As a result, Norma's father went to visit his daughter's apartment, but it stood eerily silent, though nothing appeared to be out of place. Norma's clothes and makeup appeared to be untouched, and both Ricky and Tommy's bikes were still in the apartment. An uncashed welfare check was also present. There were 3 or 4 dishes lying in the kitchen sink, suggesting that the trio may have eaten sandwiches before leaving the apartment. This led investigators to believe that Norma and her sons had every intention to return to their home, but for reasons unknown, they never came back. The only thing that appeared missing from the residence was Norma's car, which was either a blue or gold 1965 Pontiac Le Mans with the California license plate 254SBI. Norma's father, rather oddly, subsequently decided to write a letter to the police regarding his daughter's disappearance, rather than visiting a police station himself. Many thought this was strange, as sending a letter rather than immediately reporting his daughter and grandsons as missing would have hindered the search for them significantly. When people go missing, time is of the essence, and yet, for whatever reason, Norma's father did not see his daughter's disappearance as a matter of such urgency. Something Norma and her sons often did during the summer months, especially in 1978 due to a very hot Sacramento summer, was go for car rides, as the apartment they lived in didn't have air conditioning. They would often go for these road trips to cool off, and the boys loved it. There didn't need to be a specific destination in mind, just driving around was enjoyable enough for young Ricky and Tommy. The car itself didn't have air conditioning, but driving with the windows down helped cool the boys significantly. Many believed that Norma, Ricky and Tommy had perhaps gone for a ride on the day they last made contact with loved ones, but authorities have never been able to verify this. Police questioned family and friends, including Norma's ex-husband and the father of both Ricky and Tommy, as well as others living in the Sacramento area at the time, but unfortunately, nobody could shed any light on the Hoglands' disappearances. Police found no evidence to indicate the trio's whereabouts, and there was nothing to indicate that the family had met some sort of foul play, though it has never been ruled out. The case, as a result of lack in leads, subsequently went cold. Though it appeared that they left of their own volition, what were their plans, and where were they headed? Did they intend on going out just for the afternoon, or was this an unexpected, extended trip? Was it spur of the moment, or was it planned? And did they leave of their own free will? Did Norma have any strained relationships with her family, which led to her leaving Sacramento to start life anew with her sons? Was Norma in some sort of trouble? We know next to nothing about her life, nor anything about her as a person. Did she perhaps have a secret relationship and intended on meeting up with them? Or is the explanation far more simplistic? It is entirely possible that during one of their usual road trips, the family got involved in some sort of road accident. With that being said, however, the vehicle has never been recovered. Did they perhaps fall into a lake or ravine, with the car becoming submerged by the water and the family subsequently drowning as a result? This certainly seems like a more likely scenario, but without any clues to indicate that this was the case, all we have at this point are theories. Norma's family were left heartbroken by her disappearance and by the lack of any clues as to her and her boys' whereabouts. Since they disappeared, both of Norma's parents, one of her sisters, and her ex-husband have all passed away without ever knowing what happened to the trio. Norma's sister, Karen Melina, and their brother are still looking for answers to this day. Melina told KCRA on the 35th anniversary of the family's disappearance in 2013, quote, "I wonder every day what happened to her. I think about her every day." All they want are answers, and most importantly, closure. When the family disappeared in 1978, Norma Louise Hogland was 27 years old, of Caucasian origins with blonde hair and hazel eyes. She stood at 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighed 135 pounds. What she was wearing on the day she disappeared is unknown, though it was common for her to wear turquoise jewellery, mainly rings and bracelets. According to authorities, she may use the surname Briggs. Norma may also have been suffering from depression at the time, according to case files, though authorities have stated that it should not be assumed that this was a factor at all in the family's vanishing. If alive in 2021, Norma would be 70 years old. Her eldest son, Richard Allen Hogland, who was born on August 26, 1969, was 8 years of age, 1 month shy of turning 9 when he vanished, of Caucasian origins with brown hair and brown eyes. He stood at 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighed approximately 50 pounds. If alive today, Ricky would be 51 years old. The youngest member of the family, Thomas James Hogland, who was born on October 21st, 1972, was 6 years old at the time of his disappearance, also of Caucasian descent with brown hair and brown eyes. He stood at 3 feet tall and weighed 45 pounds. If Tommy is still alive, he would be 48 years old. It should be noted that the Hogland family are classed as endangered missing, and authorities are still searching for answers, despite so many details in this case being somewhat scarce. It's been over 43 years since the Hogland family mysteriously vanished, and investigators are no closer to finding out what happened that fateful summer day in 1978. If you have any information regarding the whereabouts of Norma, Ricky, or Tommy Hogland, or you have any information regarding their Pontiac LeMond vehicle, you can contact Sacramento Police Department on 916-808-0560.
Disaster became a regular occurrence for a Norwegian woman who, above all in life, wanted to be rich. Mysterious deaths, unexplained disappearances, and even an inferno all roped together to a fraudulent murderess who became notorious for being perpetually cloaked in tragedy and cold blood. She remains as being one of America's most infamous killers. Tonight on Dark Curiosities, the twisted tale of Belle Gunness. Brynhild Paulsdatter Storseat, later known as Belle Gunness, was born on the 22nd of November 1859 in the Norwegian village of Selbu. She was the daughter of a stonemason, and during her early life, the family suffered enormously from financial problems. As a young woman, Belle became enchanted by the American dream, and driven by hopes of becoming wealthy, she packed her bags and travelled to the United States between 1881 and 1886. Money was always Belle Gunness's motivation. She did not care what it took, and she went to incredible lengths in order to get what she wanted. Originally, Belle settled in Chicago, Illinois, and she went on to marry Mads Sorensen, another Norwegian immigrant, with whom she had several children, Myrtle, Lucy, Caroline, and Axel, plus an adopted daughter, Jenny Olsen. Two of her children, Caroline and Axel, passed away from acute colitis, both infants' deaths providing Gunness with insurance money. What slipped past the coroner, however, was that the symptoms shown by the children were similar to that of a person suffering from strychnine poisoning. One night, the couple's confectionery store and home was mysteriously burned to the ground. They went on to claim the insurance money for both properties. Following this incident, in 1901, Mads suddenly died from apparent heart failure on the day both of his life insurance policies overlapped. Sorensen's family were extremely suspicious about Belle and the convenience this caused her, and wished for authorities to begin an inquiry, but no charges were ever brought. The doctor who examined Mads' body at first determined the cause of death as being strychnine poisoning. However, this was later overruled by another medical professional and changed to heart failure. Once again, Belle escaped with her freedom and today's equivalent of $217,000. In 1901, the widowed Belle, along with her 3 children, purchased a farmhouse on 42 acres of land in LaPorte, Indiana, using the money from her late husband's life insurance payout. It was reported a part of the farm also burned down, and once again, Belle collected her beloved money from the insurance. Belle met Peter Gunness, a widower with 2 daughters. They married fairly quickly in April 1902, and once again, misfortune struck. Mere days after their wedding, Peter Gunness's infant daughter died at 7 months old. Peter knew with his gut instinct that something was awry, and sent his other daughter, Svanhild, away to live with her uncle. Peter Gunness would become his wife's next victim. During the night of the 18th of December 1902, young Jenny Olsen fled to nearby neighbours, urging them to come quickly. Peter was sprawled, lifeless on the kitchen floor, Belle sobbing over him. A doctor discovered a bloody wound on the back of Mr. Gunness's skull. After being questioned by authorities, Belle explained that a meat grinder had fallen from a shelf and hit her husband on the back of his head. Of course, investigators were highly sceptical of Belle's explanation and ordered an inquest following a coroner's report indicating that Peter was indeed poisoned by strychnine. No hard evidence could be recovered, and ultimately, Gunness was still a free woman. 6 months after Peter's death, Belle Gunness gave birth to a son, Philip. Jenny was actually overheard by classmates confiding in friends, stating, "My mama killed my papa. She hit him with a meat cleaver and he died. Don't tell a soul." Still desperate to fill her pockets with coins, despite raking in her second husband's life insurance payout, approximately $81,000 in today's money, Belle Gunness turned to the Lonely Hearts columns in the Norwegian language newspapers of the Midwest. She had high hopes of luring wealthy men onto her farm, and she was successful in doing so many times. She was of an unusual stature for the time, a 6-foot frame and 250 pounds in weight. Although she could do all the necessary chores on the farm, in the fields, hog's pen and dairy barn, she wanted some help, not only to keep the farm ticking over, but to feed her hunger for dollars. In the autumn of 1906, young Jenny Olsen, who was 16 years old, mysteriously vanished. Belle had formed the opinion that Jenny had been a liability since the death of Peter Gunness, so her disappearance did rouse suspicions from locals. She explained to those who were concerned that Jenny had taken up residence at a finishing school in Los Angeles, California. However, Jenny Olsen was never heard from again. Residents nearby did not find it particularly surprising how many suitors Belle attracted. She was considered a beauty, tall and blonde, with a wide white smile. A string of men took it upon themselves to visit what would be known as the Murder Farm, from where they would never leave. A few of these men include John Myuu, Henry Gerholt, Olaf Sven-Herred, Ole B. Budsberg, Olaf Lindblom, and Andrew Heljelin. The latter's brother, Esley Heljelin, became suspicious when he heard nothing from his brother Andrew. He wrote a letter to Gunness, inquiring about his whereabouts. However, Belle told him that she had never seen him before. Despite this reply, Esley set out to travel to LaPorte. However, he would be too late. In July 1907, Belle had hired a new farmhand named Ray Lampier. He was 11 years her junior and fell in love with her, finding himself jealous of her various other suitors. Due to factors surrounding her suitors, Ray and Belle became locked in a constant battle, where Belle accused Ray of harassment, and he insinuated that she had been responsible for claiming the lives of her husbands and daughter. Bankers too found themselves scratching their heads at how often Belle Gunness would cash large sums of money on behalf of the handyman she hired. Joe Maxon was hired in early 1908. On April 27th, he helped Belle unload her groceries and a full can of kerosene, which she had bought in the town. They shared a meal together before Joe retired to bed for the night. At approximately 4 a.m, he woke to the suffocating smell of smoke. It did not take long for Maxon to realise that the house had caught fire, and he instantly escaped from the property. He checked the windows of the children's bedrooms, only to find them empty. By morning, the tale only became more horrifying. Inside the blackened remains of the farmhouse, authorities recovered 4 human bodies, 3 of which were children, presumed to have been those of Lucy, Myrtle, and Philip. Alongside them was a woman's corpse. However, it was headless. At first, it was believed to have been the skeletal remains of Belle Gunness, yet upon closer inspection, it did not match, as this skeleton was much smaller. Nearby, a dental bridge belonging to Belle was found, which the coroner found as sufficient evidence to confirm that the headless corpse was Belle Gunness. During the searching of the farmstead and surrounding land, Esley Heljelin arrived to find his brother. He spoke with the sheriff and insisted that the farm be thoroughly checked. Unconvinced by what he was witnessing, Esley spoke with Joe Maxon, asking if there were any places Belle dug holes for things like cinders. He was led to the Hog's Pen, where a gruesome discovery was made. Around 11 or 12 bodies were recovered in the search effort at the Hog's Pen, and, heartbreakingly, Esley found the remains of his brother, Andrew, who had been dismembered and put into flour sacks. One of the other bodies belonged to Belle's foster daughter, Jenny, who had not been seen since 1906. The fields were also searched, and many other remains were recovered, yet many were left unidentified. Attention quickly turned to Ray Lampier. Following the coroner's report, adamant that it was Belle's body found in the burnt-out farmstead, he was charged and put on trial. Ray was found guilty and convicted with arson, not murder, but later told authorities that he had aided Belle in burying the victims. She had killed about 42 people. She would feed them a meal, poison their coffee, and hit them with the meat chopper, alternating between burying the victims in shallow graves and feeding their remains to the hogs. Many years later, whilst in prison, Ray made a deathbed confession. Days before the Inferno, which took place on the 28th of April 1908, he had travelled to Chicago to collect a new housekeeper hired by Belle Gunness. Little did he know Belle's true intentions. Belle had concocted an evil plot. She murdered the housekeeper and removed her head, which was actually never recovered by police, using the remains as her body double in the fire she had planned to light, in hopes that the authorities would believe it to be her. She drugged her children and left them in the house to perish in the fire. Ray said it was her idea all along to fake her own death, withdrawing money from her bank accounts in her escape, fleeing with what she held closest to her heart: endless riches. Belle Gunness had gotten away with murder. Her death was never confirmed, and recent DNA tests were inconclusive on the headless corpse. Several sightings were reported in the Chicago area, but authorities were unable to track her down. The story does not end here, however. In 1931, a woman named Elizabeth Carlson, also known as Esther, died in Los Angeles whilst awaiting trial for fatally poisoning a man. There was no doubt that Esther looked remarkably similar to Belle Gunness and was of the same age, but perhaps the most incredible evidence is that she had in her possession a photograph of 3 children which strikingly resembled the children of Belle Gunness. A tale full of twists and turns, the famous Norwegian-born serial killer Belle Gunness earned herself more than notoriety. The Black Widow, the Lonely Hearts Killer, Lady Bluebeard, and the devilish Hell's Belle. Despite so much information in this case, the fate of Belle remains unknown. Did she lose her life in the fire? If she indeed faked her own death, where did she go? Was Ray's confession the truth? Were Belle and Esther the same person? What ultimately became of Belle Gunness? The nightmare on Murder Farm, come to an end, yet over a century on, continues to intrigue and terrify.
Daniel Barter, more commonly known as Danny, was born on the 12th of December 1954 in Mobile, Alabama, to Paul and Maxine Barter. The Barters lived on Thrush Drive in Mobile and shared 7 children together, with Danny being the 3rd youngest. Danny was described by his mother as a sweet and pretty young boy. On the 17th of June 1959, 4-year-old Danny, his parents Paul and Maxine, and 3 of his brothers, Steve, Ronald and Bobby, drove about an hour from their residence in Mobile to go camping in Perdido Bay near to Lillian, Alabama. Danny's uncle and 2 of his cousins also joined the Barters on their summer vacation. The remaining Barter children, Teresa and Michael, went to stay with their aunt Vera in Mobile, with their eldest sister Wanda staying with their grandmother. Unbeknownst to Maxine Barter at the time of this particular camping trip, she was around a month pregnant with her 8th child, a son, Tony. Early the following morning, on June 18th, Danny and his mother, not his father as claimed in numerous sources, were sent to a nearby store to buy breakfast, some snacks and some drinks. At this point, 4-year-old Daniel was dressed in only a pair of grey boxer shorts, which he had worn the previous night whilst sleeping in his uncle's car. When the duo returned from the store, Maxine prepared breakfast as Paul played with the children. At around 9:30 a.m, Danny went to play on the sandy banks of Perdido Bay, Maxine and Paul rigging fishing poles, whilst their son played nearby, a bottle of knee-high soda in his hand. Around 10 to 15 minutes later, at around 9:45 a.m, it became apparent that Danny had wandered off. Maxine and Paul asked Danny's 3 brothers if they had seen him, but they hadn't. Maxine subsequently went looking for her son, but became increasingly frantic when she could not locate him. Maxine immediately ran to a nearby house to call the local authorities for help. An extensive search for young Danny Barter ensued over the following days and nights, with police, military, firemen, cadaver dogs, search teams and volunteers scouring the vicinity of Perdido Bay, but despite their best efforts, nothing was found, either on land or in any waterways, not even the soft drink bottle that 4-year-old Danny was carrying when he vanished. Over 2,000 people were involved in the search for 4-year-old Danny, many of whom came from Alabama and even the surrounding states. Divers searched the lake, volunteers scoured through thick brush, and helicopters searched from the skies, but nothing of significance was found. Even water holes and the bay itself were blown up with dynamite in an effort to loosen any potential human remains, but this too yielded no results. The champion bloodhounds that were brought in to help aid in the search did trace Danny's scent to a nearby road, but that was where any leads ended. The search for Danny Barter came to an end around a week after he disappeared. Authorities found no trace of the young boy, no physical evidence that could indicate where he had gone or what had happened to him. No body was recovered from the bay, which led authorities to conclude that Danny most likely had not gone into the water and drowned. This theory was supported by his mother, who claimed that her son was simply terrified of going near the murky waters of Perdido Bay. She was adamant that Danny would not have voluntarily gone into the lake or gone into the nearby woods of his own accord. Also, to bear in mind at this point, Danny was only wearing a pair of shorts and was barefoot when he disappeared. If he had wandered off on his own, he wouldn't have gotten far, and footprints would have been found, but none ever were. It is reported that the bay itself was very swampy and was a hunting ground for alligators and snakes, though there was absolutely no evidence to suggest that Danny had been attacked by either of these animals, or any other creatures for that matter. A number of hunters managed to catch 2 large alligators prowling in the area, slicing open their stomachs to see if Daniel's remains were inside, but to no avail. Absolutely nothing was found during the search. It was as if Danny had simply vanished into thin air. Nobody saw a child matching his description in or around the area. He was simply gone. Something rather disturbing which then came to light was that around a month or so before 4-year-old Danny disappeared, his mother Maxine saw a suspicious vehicle sitting outside the family home whilst hanging up some washing. Maxine then walked towards the car. However, when the male driver saw her, he subsequently covered his face with a newspaper before swiftly driving away. Rather chillingly, this wasn't the only sinister occurrence that happened prior to Danny's disappearance. A neighbour reported to Maxine that a short while after this particular incident, their German Shepherd started barking at a mysterious man who had been peering through the bedroom window belonging to the Barter boys at some point during the night. Danny was fast asleep in the room with his siblings at the time. The neighbour then went after their dog and inspected the area beneath the boys' bedroom window where the man had been lurking and found footprints there, but the man had fled after being scared off by the German Shepherd. Police did manage to get plaster casts made of the footprints and took photographs, but unfortunately it's unknown if this particular piece of evidence still exists. Even more disturbingly, on June 17th, the day prior to Danny's disappearance, Maxine drove to a local store with her two sons, one of them being Danny. Maxine went inside the store to fetch some groceries, whilst leaving her two sons in the car. However, during this short period of time, a strange man drove past the Barter's car, simply staring at the two brothers, without saying a word, before driving away. Danny's brother Ronald informed their mother of this disturbing incident as soon as she returned from the store. Due to these numerous unsettling occurrences, Paul and Maxine believed that the family were being stalked, and as a result, this led to Danny being kidnapped. Unfortunately, many of the files and pieces of evidence have since either been lost or destroyed. In 2008, however, almost 50 years after his disappearance, Danny's case was reopened by the local authorities and the FBI after supposedly hearing a conversation about the case in public. No further information is known about this lead, other than authorities are almost certain that Danny was abducted, but by whom and why remains a mystery. At the time of his disappearance, Danny Barter was 4 years old. He stood at approximately 3 feet tall and weighed around 50 pounds. Danny is described as being of Caucasian origins, with brown hair and big brown eyes, and he also carries a number of distinguishing scars. He has scars on his fingers caused by getting them trapped in a fan as a baby, and on his tongue after he accidentally fell and bit right through it. When he was last seen, Danny was wearing a grey pair of shorts and was barefoot. His DNA is available for comparison. Following their horrendous ordeal, the Barter family moved away from Alabama to Texas. Unfortunately, Danny's father, Paul, passed away in 1965 from a heart attack, and his mother, Maxine, died in 1995. His younger brother, who he never met, Tony, also passed away in 1997 from cancer. Even after 62 years, Danny's remaining siblings are still searching for answers and are hopeful that one day they will find out what happened on that fateful day in June of 1959. On the 18th of June 2009, 50 years after his disappearance, the remaining Barter siblings revisited the campsite where their younger brother vanished to remember him and to rededicate their mission in finding out the truth about what happened to him. The Barter siblings all firmly believe that Danny is out there somewhere and are hoping that one day they will be reunited.
Twins Alessia Vera Shep and Livia Clara Shep were born on the 7th of October 2004 in Saint-Sulpice, Switzerland, to Irina Mamie Lucidi Shep, an Italian-born Swiss lawyer, and Matthias Casper Shep, a Canadian-born Swiss engineer, both of whom worked for the Philip Morris tobacco firm. Irina and Matthias met at a work retreat in 2003 and married 3 months prior to the girls being born, in July of 2004 in Italy. Growing up, both Alessia and Livia were described as lively, bright and confident young girls who loved spending time with one another. It's difficult to explain the full extent of the bond that the twins shared. Alessia and Livia were inseparable. By mid-2010, Irina had grown apart from Matthias. He had become rather controlling, taking charge of almost every aspect of the Shep family's lives. He would monitor what they would watch on television, decide when it was time to go to bed, and he had high expectations at the standard of which chores were to be performed. Irina told Matthias that they needed to separate, and as a result, he moved into an apartment across town so that he could still be close to his children. Matthias got to spend time with Alessia and Livia regularly, the girls going to their father's home every weekend. According to Irina, despite their own issues, Matthias was an attentive father, and she didn't think he was a bad person. It was in January of 2011 when those who knew Matthias noticed a change in his demeanour after returning from a 3-week vacation with Alessia and Livia. Many believed that he was struggling with the separation from Irina, though he did not admit to this. On the 28th of January 2011, 43-year-old Matthias picked up Alessia and Livia from their mother's home for another weekend visit at his own apartment. On Saturday morning, Matthias texted Irina saying, "We are all right, we'll return on Monday." Normally, Matthias would have returned the girls home on Sunday afternoon so that they would be back in time for school on Monday morning. Irina didn't want the girls' routine to change, not to mention she was obviously missing Alessia and Livia, and told her ex that she wanted them back on Sunday regardless. However, by Sunday night, the 30th of January, Matthias had not returned the girls, though they were seen playing with a neighbour's child at around 1 p.m. that afternoon. Concerned, Irina tried calling him, but his phone appeared to be off, so she went across to his apartment, only to find it vacant. Sick with worry, Irina immediately went to the local police to report her 6-year-old daughters as missing. However, they told her not to worry, as Matthias would more than likely return with the girls. However, Alessia and Livia did not turn up for school on Monday. Meanwhile, at approximately 5:04 p.m. on the evening of January the 30th, Matthias Shep's Audi A6 was registered crossing the Swiss border into the Annecy region of France. Cellular data revealed that after leaving Saint-Sulpice, he travelled through Morges and Geneva before reaching France. The following day, January 31st, Matthias was seen on CCTV at 12:30 p.m. withdrawing money from several cash points in Marseille, totalling approximately €7,000. He also purchased a postcard, which he then sent to Irina, the contents of which mainly revolved around the fact that Matthias couldn't bear to live without her. During his travels, Matthias also sent letters to Irina and a total of €4,400, though these letters were received some time later. The remainder of the money, around €2,500, remains unaccounted for. Later that night, Matthias, Alessia and Livia were seen boarding the ferry to Propriano in Corsica. Though the reasons as to why Matthias took the girls there is unclear, he did know Propriano quite well, having spent a lot of holidays and sailing trips there. An eyewitness reported seeing both Alessia and Livia happily playing together on the ferry, recalling one of the girls wearing a striped white, red and pink t-shirt, blue jeans, black boots and a white quilted anorak, whereas the other girl was wearing a purple ski anorak and white and pink shoes. After being told the descriptions of the girls' clothing, Irina confirmed that her daughters did own those particular clothing items. A female witness claimed to have seen Shep talking to a woman with dark blonde or brown hair with the twins alongside them wearing matching pink tracksuits. Once again, Irina confirming that Alessia and Livia possessed these tracksuits. Was the remainder of Matthias's money given to this mysterious woman to possibly take care of the twins? Matthias was seen leaving the ferry when it docked in Propriano at around 6:30 a.m. He was then seen again later that day, the 1st of February, possibly with or without his daughters at around midday by a petrol station attendant on the island of Corsica. Matthias was then seen again boarding the ferry from Bastia to Toulon at around 9 p.m. that night, arriving at its final destination at 7 a.m. on the 2nd of February. At approximately 9:13 a.m, Shep's vehicle was captured on CCTV, once again driving through another tolling station, but in the footage captured, only Matthias appeared to be in the vehicle. Neither Alessia nor Olivia were present. Irina was in possession of the twins' passports, so how did the girls cross borders without them? Did Matthias perhaps hide his daughters in the trunk of his car when crossing? Swiss authorities became extremely concerned about Alessia and Livia's well-being in the days that followed, and this subsequently sparked an international manhunt. They ran checks on Matthias's car, which revealed his road trip across numerous countries. Due to the fact Matthias had abducted his children and had taken them across the border illegally, Swiss police contacted Interpol. Meanwhile, authorities in Corsica and France got involved in the investigation as the search for the ships intensified. Lakes and forests were searched on foot and in the air, and police were given access to Matthias's home and boats to look for clues. Police discovered that, in the days prior to his departure from Saint-Sulpice with his daughters, Matthias had been searching for information online in regards to firearms, suicide and poisons, as well as timetables for the ferry to Propriano. An email containing divorce documentation was also found, received on the 27th of January, the day prior to the weekend visit. A new will and testament, dated the same day, the 27th of January, was also found within Matthias's apartment, which detailed his wish for the apartment to go to Irina and everything else was to be left for Alessia and Livia. However, rather interestingly, the clause stated that if his daughters predeceased him, everything was to go to his brother and sister. In a search of the apartment conducted at the end of February by Irina, she found a few interesting clues. In a bin lay a note written by Matthias reading "Delete Facebook," and she also discovered suitcases were missing and a pair of shoes Matthias never wore were caked in mud by the door. According to Irina, she told authorities, but nothing was done. Shep's boats were eventually searched, but nothing of significance was found. The 3rd of February was when Matthias arrived in Naples, Italy at around noon. Later that night, at approximately 10:47 p.m, Matthias threw himself under a train in Cerignola Campagna in Puglia. The body was quickly identified as Matthias Shep, and his Audi was found abandoned nearby. He had approximately €100 on his person. There was no sign of Alessia or Livia, though following examination of the car, saliva belonging to one of the girls was found in the trunk, but unfortunately the sample was too small to analyse. This again indicated that Matthias possibly had Alessia and Livia in the trunk of his car when crossing borders. No blood or any other evidence was found, indicating that the girls had met foul play. However, following Matthias's suicide, Irina received the numerous letters which she had posted from across France and Italy. Though the letters themselves have never been released to the public, according to CNN, the final letter dated February 3rd contained the following chilling sentence. "The children rest in peace. They have not suffered." The letter also indicated that Matthias was about to take his own life in Cerignola. It is entirely possible that Matthias did kill his daughters, afraid of losing them through a messy divorce, but aside from this letter, there is no proof or evidence to indicate that Alessia and Livia are deceased. With that being said, however, there is also no evidence to indicate that they are alive either. Did their father kill them following a mental breakdown, perhaps throw them overboard one of the ferries, or did he take them to a remote spot where they once had happy memories together, where he ended their lives, or did he give the girls to someone else to be raised in another country under new identities? We simply do not know what happened to Alessia or Livia Shep. Their family appealed numerous times to the media, hoping that anyone with any information would come forward, but unfortunately, despite their efforts, Alessia nor Livia have ever been found. Numerous alleged sightings of the girls were called into police, one being in Italy on February the 5th, where 2 young girls were seen with a dark-haired woman, similar to the one seen talking to Matthias on the ferry in Corsica. However, when police followed this lead, they found nothing. In 2013, a Romani camp was searched following an overheard conversation regarding taking the twins from Corsica, and that they were being held in one of the camps. Once again, however, this lead turned up nothing. Another potential lead came in 2014 when a photographer sent a letter to authorities claiming that he used to work in a shop that created fake passports. He recalled 2 young girls resembling Alessia and Livia in the shop whilst he made 2 passports, one for a girl going to Ottawa, another to Le Chute in Quebec. Did Matthias perhaps use his remaining money to buy forged documentation for his daughters? Whether the girls seen were Alessia or Livia remains a mystery. Authorities believe that they are no longer alive. However, Irina has not given up hope at finding her daughters. She even created a charity for missing children in the hopes to bring comfort to families who have suffered the same way that she has since her daughters disappeared. Both Alessia and Livia were 6 years old at the time of their disappearance in early 2011, with blonde hair and green eyes. They both wore glasses and spoke fluent French and Italian at the time of their disappearances. If they were in some sort of trouble, their family believes that the girls would have asked for help. Alessia and Livia have now been missing for 11 years, meaning that if they are alive today, the girls would be turning 18 years old in October of 2022.
Ronald, Ronnie, and Doreen Jack both grew up on the south side of Burns Lake, Prince George, British Columbia. Not much is known about Ronnie's younger years, however, according to one of Doreen's sisters, Marlene, their family life was far from average. Marlene claimed in an article published on the Vancouver Sun website that she and her sisters had suffered, quote, emotional and sexual abuse when they were children and adults. They attended one of Canada's infamous residential schools, where they were subject to a string of violent abuse and grew to fear authority. Marlene was homeless for a time, though it is unclear whether Doreen was too. Other than this, not much else is known about the pair, nor their other sister, Laureen. Ronnie and Doreen eventually got married and had 2 sons together, Russell Fabian, who was born on February 28, 1980, and Ryan Paul, who was born on July 26, 1985. The family of 4 were of the Chislata Carrier Nation, and by 1989 were living at an address on Strathcona Avenue in the south side of Burns Lake, Prince George. By this time, Ronnie and Doreen were both 26 years old, with their eldest son, Russell, being 9 years old and Ryan being 4. By August of 1989, the Jacks fell on hard times. Ronnie had been out of work for a while due to a back injury, and as a result, the family struggled financially and were living off state welfare. Their struggling finances took a huge toll on the entire family. All they wanted, just like any other family, was to have a stable enough income to care for their 2 boys. On the evening of August 1st, 26-year-old Ronnie visited a neighbourhood pub, the First Litre pub, located a few blocks away from the family home. After having had a couple of drinks, Ronnie struck up a conversation with an unknown male who proposed a job offer to Ronnie. The unknown man was described by 2 witnesses as having a pale complexion, aged somewhere between 35 and 40 years of age, with reddish-brown, side-parted hair, measuring just below his ears, a moustache and a short beard. He was estimated to be between 6 feet to 6 feet 6 inches tall and weighing between 200 and 275 pounds, being described by these witnesses as, quote, hefty, but not fat. Whilst in the pub, the man was wearing a cap, a red checkered shirt, faded blue jeans, a blue waist-length nylon jacket, and a pair of work boots with leather fringes over the toes. This strange man in the pub offered Ronnie and his wife Doreen some work at a logging ranch located 5 or so miles past Bednesty, near to Clucas Lake, situated around 40 kilometres west of the family's home in Prince George. The man offered Ronnie a job bucking logs and offered Doreen a cook's job in the kitchens at the site. The man also allegedly told Ronnie that the camp housed a daycare facility which could be used to care for their 2 sons, 9-year-old Russell and 4-year-old Ryan, whilst both parents worked their respective jobs. Ronnie was tempted by this offer, but he told the mysterious individual that he didn't own a vehicle in which to drive to the camp, but it was at this point that the man offered to drive the Jack family to the logging ranch that very night himself, but on one condition. The man told Ronnie that time was of the essence and that if they didn't leave that night for the ranch, the offer would be off the table. The prospect of 2 stable incomes and daycare for their children seemed almost too good to be true for the struggling Jack family. They were desperate for their finances to improve for the sake of their sons' futures, so Ronnie didn't think twice about accepting the man's offer. Upon returning home with the unidentified man driving him there, Ronnie spoke to his 26-year-old wife Doreen about the man's proposal. Both were excited at the prospect and couldn't believe their luck, that finally their finances were going to improve for the better. The couple decided to pack up their belongings alongside their 2 sons, though they only packed enough to last them a few weeks. It appeared that the family had every intention of returning when the job was complete. According to Ronnie's brother and parents, both of whom he called at around 11:16 p.m. and 1:15 a.m. respectively, whilst packing up the family home, the Jacks were only meant to be out of town for around 10 to 14 days on the logging ranch, as their eldest son, Russell, was due to start a new school year after their return. Little did Ronnie's brother and his mother, Mabel, know that this would be the last time they would ever hear from the Jack family. They locked up their residence under the veil of darkness, got into the mysterious man's dark four-wheel pickup truck and drove away at approximately 1:30 a.m. on August 2nd. The family of four were never seen or heard from again. On August 25th, after the Jacks failed to return home from the logging ranch, their extended family reported them as missing persons. The Jacks hadn't been in any contact with family members since they left their home 3 weeks prior, and this in itself was a huge concern for their loved ones. Ronnie himself was extremely close to his mother, and according to one source, phoned her almost every night. Something was awry. A search for the family was conducted by Prince George RCMP on the ground and in the air, where they scoured a number of properties and land sites in nearby Burns Lake. Hundreds of interviews were carried out by investigators, talking to friends, family, neighbours and local residents, but unfortunately nothing of significance came to light. There were absolutely no clues as to why the family left their home in such a hurry, nor any evidence to indicate where they had gone. Police visited a number of logging camps in the area, though interestingly, none appeared to be hiring at that time, and nobody at these logging camps had seen anyone resembling the Jack family following their bizarre vanishing. The case quickly went cold, with no leads or tips helping investigators trace the Jack family down. That was until they received a phone call in January of 1996. At 8:33 a.m, a man from Stony Creek called the Vanderhoof Police Department, simply stating that the Jack family were buried, quote, at the south end of Gordy's ranch, before quickly hanging up. Authorities tried to track down the male individual who made the call, appealing in newspapers for the man to come forward, but to no avail. The 10-second original call was analysed by professionals at the University of British Columbia 2 months later in March of 1996, and they managed to trace the call back to a residence in Vanderhoof. Allegedly, a house party was being held when the call was made to police. However, it is unclear if the caller was ever identified as a person of interest, or if the call was deemed a hoax of some kind. An anonymous letter was also allegedly sent to a third party, but whether the same individual was involved here remains a mystery. The contents of the letter has not been revealed to the public, as the RCMP don't want their investigation to be compromised in any way. The most likely theory is that the Jack family were murdered by the unidentified man, though if so, why? What was their motive? Were the Jacks lured into some sort of trap? But if so, once again, what for? Were they abducted and somehow ended up in an illegal trade of some kind? Foul play is deemed very likely in this case, though others have speculated that perhaps the foursome wanted to start their lives anew, or were perhaps involved in a tragic car accident. However, because of the very little information known about the pickup truck they were last seen in, tracing the vehicle is almost impossible. The Jacks had no reason to run away from their old life other than their financial troubles. They were reportedly very close-knit with their relatives, and despite their money troubles, seemed to be in a good place. The only theory that seems likely here is that the Jacks somehow met with foul play on the night they disappeared. What happened to them following this, we simply don't know. Police managed to identify a number of potential sites in and around Prince George where the Jack family could have been buried, the latest being in August of 2019. Authorities excavated land by a property on the Sycas First Nation Reserve, located south of Vanderhoof. However, despite investigating several of these sites, nothing of significance has ever been found in relation to the Jack's disappearances. Over the years, investigators have stacked 60 boxes full of documents relating to this baffling case, though as time has progressed, the trail has remained cold. A renewed appeal for information was launched by the Prince George RCMP in September of 2019, in the hopes that anyone with any information would come forward. A sketch of the suspect last seen with the Jack family was composed using 2 witness statements collected in 1989 and 1990 respectively, with authorities hoping that anyone who recognises this male individual will eventually come forward. Some speculate that the suspect resembles David Picton, brother of the infamous pig farmer serial killer Robert Picton, who killed between 6 and 49 women between 1983 and 2002, feeding their remains to the pigs on his farm. David had a previous criminal record of sexual assault and threatened to kill a 55-year-old woman, but there is no evidence to suggest that he was involved in this particular case, other than the resemblance between the suspect sketch and David himself. Another potential suspect was Bobby Jack Fowler. He was a serial killer and rapist who operated in the States as well as Canada between 1969 and 1995, mainly committing his crimes along Highway 16, running between Prince George and Prince Rupert in Canada. This stretch of road is infamously known as the Highway of Tears, as many young women, mainly of Indigenous origins, have disappeared or have been murdered along this highway since 1970, some of which were victims of Fowler. Rather interestingly, Bobby frequented the First Liter pub, where Ronnie Jack met the mysterious man who offered him and his wife a new life in August of 1989. However, Bobby didn't match the description of the suspect, though if Bobby had perhaps been present at the bar that same night, there's every possibility that he may have overheard Ronnie's conversations with the man, and he somehow met them further down the road somewhere, perhaps killing them. But it is unlikely that we will ever know for sure unless the bodies of the Jack family are recovered, or any significant evidence is uncovered in the future. For now, this case leaves us with far more questions than answers. At the time of his disappearance, Ronnie Jack was 26 years of age, standing at 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing around 150 pounds. He had black hair and brown eyes and was of native origins. His wife, Doreen, was also 26 years old at the time of the family's disappearances. She was 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighed approximately 111 pounds, also with black hair and brown eyes. She was also of native origins. The couple's eldest son, Russell, was 9 years old and stood at 4 feet tall, weighing around 90 pounds. His younger brother, Ryan, who was 4 at the time, stood at 3 feet tall and weighed 55 pounds. Both children, like their parents, had black hair and brown eyes. If the Jack family are still out there somewhere, Ronnie and Doreen would both be in their late 50s, their eldest son Russell being 42 years old, and their youngest, Ryan, would be 37. Losing one member of your family is heartbreaking, but losing 4 is beyond all comprehension. All Ronnie and Doreen's remaining relatives want is answers and for justice to be served after over 30 years of agonising suffering. Doreen's sister Marlene has continued to keep the case alive in a bid to pursue the truth, even testifying and speaking about her sister's family at the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in 2017. She told the inquiry that she was, rather shockingly, told not to speak to the media about the Jack case, and that if she did, the police would not give her any more updates regarding the investigation. The Commissioner praised Marlene for coming forward and talking about her difficult childhood and adolescence, and the heartbreaking disappearance of her sister and her family. Marlene doesn't want her sister, brother-in-law, and nephew's case to be put on the back burner and forgotten. Their lives mattered, and Marlene won't stop in trying to find out what happened to them. Ronnie's mother, Mabel Jack, also spent countless hours searching for her son and his family along with her husband, spending all of their savings on looking for the foursome, but unfortunately to no avail. An entire family doesn't just vanish without somebody somewhere knowing what happened to them. Their loved ones are desperate to find out what happened on that fateful night in August of 1989, and whatever the outcome, want Ronnie, Doreen, Russell and Ryan to come home to them so that they can finally be laid to rest. After 33 years, this tragic and mysterious case remains unsolved. In 1979, 11-year-old Billy Senna was a 6th grader at Truman Middle School in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and lived with his mother Frances and younger half-sister, 8-year-old Sarah. His cousin and closest friend, Mary Lou Senna, was a 4th grader at Longfellow Elementary School, and also lived in Albuquerque with her mother, Phyllis, and 2 elder brothers, Billy, who was 12, and Johnny, who was 15. Both fathers of Billy and Mary Lou did not live with them. On Saturday, the 22nd of September 1979, Billy spent the day at his cousin Mary Lou's house on 323 Mountain Road Northeast. Billy had begged his mother Frances the previous day to stay over at his cousin's house, and she gladly obliged. Frances was more than happy for her son to stay with Mary Lou, especially since she had work the following day. She did, however, promise her son that she would take him to the state fair that night upon her return from work as a birthday present, since Billy was due to turn 12 in 5 days on September 27th. Billy and Mary Lou were taking advantage of the warm weather that Saturday in Martinez Town and spent the morning outside playing before being sent to a nearby grocery store by Mary Lou's mother, Phyllis. Around midday, Billy went into the house for a glass of water before returning outside to play with his cousin. The cousins then asked Phyllis if they could go to the nearby post office to play on the lawn, a lawn being a rarity in the deserts of Albuquerque. Phyllis told Billy and Mary Lou that they could go and play on the lawn, but that they should be back before dark. The duo agreed, left, and walked down Mountain Road towards the main post office on 1135 Broadway Northeast, a busy street situated next to a railway line, just a block away from the Senna residence. However, the pair were never seen or heard from again. After Billy and Mary Lou failed to return from the post office at approximately 6 p.m, a concerned Phyllis went to her sister Frances's home to see if the pair were there, but they weren't. The mothers scoured the neighbourhood of Martinez Town, but found no trace of their missing children. At this point, Frances suspected that her son may have taken a bus to the state fair with Mary Lou, despite being warned never to take the bus on his own. As Frances went to the fairground to search for the children, Phyllis stayed at home, in case Billy and Mary Lou returned. Frances arrived at the fairground at around 8 p.m. and searched for the children for around 2 or so hours, but to no avail. Her 8-year-old daughter Sarah was actually already at the fair with her father, who was not Billy's father. Sarah's father had actually offered to take Billy to the fair that night as well, but Frances told him that she wanted to take her son to the fair herself since it was for his birthday. It was at this point that Frances notified police regarding the disappearance of her son and niece. However, Albuquerque police told the concerned mothers not to worry. They were sure that Billy and Mary Lou were possibly at a friend's house and had simply lost track of time. Their mothers, however, begged to differ. Frances and Phyllis's children never stayed out so late, nor did they go somewhere without telling them where they were going, so for this to happen was extremely uncharacteristic of both children. Their mothers scoured the neighbourhood until around 2 a.m. the following morning, but still no sign or trace of the pair could be found. It wasn't until the following morning that police started to take the vanishings seriously, something which could have hindered the investigation significantly. The first few hours of a missing persons case are crucial. Time is of the essence, but authorities didn't believe that the Sena children were in any danger. Therefore, they didn't search for them straight away. During their subsequent inquiries, authorities questioned a number of neighbours and managed to determine through witness testimonies that the children were last seen in the vicinity of Edith Road, on the 300 block of Mountain Road at approximately 10 a.m. But what happened to them following this remains unknown. Authorities investigated the possibility that Billy and Mary Lou may have boarded a railroad boxcar whilst playing at the post office nearby, and perhaps accidentally locked themselves inside. Authorities managed to trace down the freight train travelling from Albuquerque to Denver. However, despite an extensive search of the train by Santa Fe security officers, no trace of the children was found. Searches for Billy and Mary Lou continued, but unfortunately authorities found nothing which could help them locate them, nor found anything to indicate what fate befell them. A woman from Gallup, New Mexico, who was known to both Sena children, was initially considered to be a suspect in their mysterious disappearances, but she claimed to know nothing about the incidents. Police were still very suspicious of this individual and subsequently went to the Navajo reservation to conduct inquiries and question residents, but unfortunately their inquiries unearthed nothing of significance. There was a reported sighting of 2 young children resembling the Sena cousins hitchhiking south towards El Paso, but unfortunately the female witness couldn't verify exact descriptions of the children, nor could she recall exactly when she saw them. Police subsequently distributed photographs of Billy and Mary Lou up and down the state, but unfortunately, once again, nobody came forward with any information regarding their whereabouts. The case seemingly went cold until another suspect in the case came to light in 2011, a man named Michael Cordova, who was, incidentally, Billy's mother's live-in boyfriend. According to Billy's sister Sarah, Michael was a drug dealer and grew marijuana in the backyard of their home. Before Billy and Mary Lou vanished, one of Michael's marijuana plants disappeared, and as a result, he accused Billy of stealing it. Michael subsequently inflicted acts of physical violence on the schoolboy. Authorities have thus far failed to locate Michael Cordova, as well as a woman named Liza Ramirez, who also lived at the Sena residence at the time. It is not known whether police are simply wishing to question Liza Ramirez or whether they consider her a suspect in this case. What truly happened to the cousins that September day remains a mystery. It's not clear whether they were abducted, whether they ran into some sort of accident, or even possibly ran away together. However, some more sinister theories are also being considered, such as trafficking or even the possibility of murder. There were rumours in the area that the children had been murdered and buried in a basement. However, there was no evidence to support this theory. It is reported that Mary Lou's mother, Phyllis, actually received a strange phone call several months after the children vanished. Despite the caller claiming that they had the wrong number, Phyllis believed that the person on the other line was her missing daughter, Mary Lou. Despite extensive inquiries by police and private investigators alike, neither Billy or Mary Lou have ever been found. At the time of his disappearance, Billy Sena was 11 years old, just days shy of turning 12. He stood between 4 feet 8 and 5 feet 1 inches tall and weighed between 65 and 100 pounds. Billy is of Hispanic origins with brown hair and brown eyes and carries 2 distinctive birthmarks, one on his left shoulder blade and a strawberry-coloured birthmark on the right side of his back, just underneath his ribcage. He was believed to have been wearing a t-shirt and black trousers on the day in question. His cousin, Mary Lou Sena, was 9 years old at the time of her disappearance, standing between 4 feet 5 and 5 feet 3 inches tall, and weighing between 50 and 100 pounds. Like her cousin, Mary Lou is of Hispanic descent with black hair and brown eyes. She was believed to have been wearing a red-coloured halter neck top when she disappeared alongside her cousin. If alive today, Billy Sena would be 54 and Mary Lou Sena would be 52 years old. Their mysterious and unexplained vanishing remains unsolved. Many of their family members are no longer alive. However, their remaining relatives are still holding out hope that someday Billy and Mary Lou will be found. Christina Kaleka was born in 1986 to parents Maria Kaleka and Elizabeth Rutledge. The pair separated a year after Christina was born. She grew up in Cabbagetown with her mother and 15-year-old brother, Michael. Christina was described as being a very responsible young woman and was extremely close to her large Filipino family. Many described her as being selfless, always putting others before herself. Christina was an extremely hard-working and faithful young woman who worked at St. Bernadette's Daycare in Toronto. She managed to achieve an early childhood education certificate at George Brown Community College the previous year, and although the hours were long and the pay wasn't great, Christina loved her job. She was so passionate about caring for children and always put her heart and soul into her work. She would even come into work on her days off to help out where she could. Up until this point, Christina's mother, Elizabeth, had worked a number of odd jobs to make ends meet, and she ran her own financial advisor business from home. However, upon Christina getting her job at the daycare centre, Elizabeth quit her jobs to focus solely on her business, with Christina reportedly giving her mother half of every paycheck to help pay the mortgage. Christina also paid for her brother Michael's music and self-defense lessons. Christina simply adored her family and would do anything to help them out. Aside from working alongside children, Christina enjoyed playing volleyball and spent a lot of her spare time volunteering at a church group named Youth for Christ, where she was a group leader. This role meant that Christina had a lot of responsibilities, including organising events and attending conferences. By August of 2007, Christina had been working non-stop, both at work and volunteering, and following her mother's birthday in late July, which she had also organised, the 20-year-old decided that it was time for a well-earned break. On Saturday, the 4th of August 2007, at around 10 a.m, Christina Kaleka, her 20-year-old cousin Faith Castillo, and two of Christina's friends from a Filipino church group, Eddie Meeg, 20, and JB Reyes, 19, left their homes in Toronto to make the 14-hour drive to Rainbow Falls Provincial Park, located 7 kilometres west of Schreiber and about 120 miles away from Thunder Bay, Ontario. The park, which spans over 575 hectares of forest, is known for its many hiking trails and handful of beaches, as well as the falls themselves. The park is situated on the north shores of Lake Superior, with thousands upon thousands of tourists visiting the park every year. The four friends arrived at the park the following day on August 5th at approximately midday. Their journey to the park was mainly uneventful, though they did run out of gas at one stage, though they quickly got going again after a driver of a passing vehicle stopped to help them on their way. Initially, the foursome had intended to travel to Montreuil, as Christina had planned to attend a youth conference there, but the hotels were either too expensive or fully booked, so they decided to go camping further north instead, in a spur-of-the-moment decision. Christina didn't inform her mother or any of her family about the sudden change of plans. The four friends went on trips frequently, but had only ever ventured within an hour's distance of Toronto when going on trips together, so travelling so far north to Rainbow Falls was new territory for all of them. Upon arriving at the park, the foursome checked in to campsite 72. However, after realising that it was near to the road, they decided to switch to a more private area of the park. They pitched their tent at campsite 88 of the White Sand Lake area of the park, then ate some food and relaxed. At approximately 6:30 p.m. that night, the group decided to take a half-hour nap. However, they were all so tired from their travels that they didn't set any alarms, and as a result, woke up at around 10:30 p.m. As the night sky blanketed overhead, the foursome sat outside of their tent, talking and laughing together, whilst drinking a few beers around the bonfire. At around 3 a.m. on August 6th, Eddie decided to go for a shower at the comfort station, located nearby, as his campmates retired to bed for the night. Eddie returned to the camp at around 3:30, sitting closely to the fire to dry his hair. Christina was still awake at this time and joked with Eddie that they should go swimming. Shortly afterwards, however, the two called it a night and went to bed at around 4. At 6:30 a.m., around 2.5 hours later, Christina and Eddie awoke, their two other friends still fast asleep in their sleeping bags. Both Christina and Eddie were wide awake and full of energy, but weren't quite sure what their plans for the day were yet. Christina went to the comfort station to use the facilities, but asked Eddie to accompany her. Whilst returning to their tent, the pair decided to go for an early morning jog to let off some steam. However, the two couldn't agree on which route to take. Eddie wanted to run along Highway 17, specifically along the Trans-Canada section of the highway, but Christina wanted to run within the park itself. The two then decided to take their separate routes respectively, with Eddie heading towards the highway and Christina running along a trail leading towards the falls. This was the very last time that 20-year-old Christina Colleca was seen alive. Eddie returned back to the camp after running for about an hour, but both Faith and JB were still asleep, and Christina hadn't yet returned from her run. Eddie sat in a chair by the fire and drifted off back to sleep. Faith and JB woke up at around 9:30 a.m, however Christina still hadn't returned. The friends weren't initially concerned about Christina's whereabouts, as she often spent a lot of time off on her own. After taking a shower himself, JB checked a nearby beach for Christina, but she wasn't there either. The trio decided to eat some breakfast before going out to look for Christina at around 11 a.m, after she still hadn't returned to camp. The friends were frantic and fearful that something had happened to her. Eddie and JB took it upon themselves to drive up the trail that Christina had gone along until they reached the Falls car park, leaving Christina's cousin Faith back at camp in case she showed up. JB and Eddie then went along two separate trails, the Lake Superior Trail and the Rainbow Falls Trail, in an effort to find their friend, but unfortunately to no avail. The trio then regrouped and all decided to drive to nearby Rossport, thinking that Christina may have made it to the end of the trail and was waiting for them there, but again, there was no sign of her. Prior to leaving their camp, the friends left a note in case Christina returned. When the trio reached the park gates to inquire about trail maps, they told the on-duty attendant that Christina had been missing for over 7 hours, and the attendant voiced their own concerns. They subsequently contacted the Ontario Provincial Police for assistance. At this point, preliminary searches were made for 20-year-old Colleca, with park personnel checking the numerous trails and beaches. The OPP emergency response team arrived shortly afterwards to conduct their own searches and to question Eddie, JB and Faith about the events leading up to Christina's disappearance. All three were interviewed numerous times by police and were reportedly cooperative with the authorities. Several other campers visiting the park were also questioned, but nobody had any information. Shortly afterwards, Christina's mother was informed of the situation and immediately flew out to Rainbow Falls. As you can imagine, Elizabeth was extremely distraught with the news that her daughter was missing. Family members flooded in to support her, and even a priest was called in. A full-scale search was launched by the Ontario Provincial Police, where they brought in search and rescue teams, canine units, and various aircraft to aid in the search for Christina. Due to the amount of experience needed in conducting such a vast search of the park, Christina's family and local volunteers were forbidden from taking part in the initial search operations. They needed to be conducted professionally and executed and conducted by those who really knew what they were doing. They needed to be experienced in searching efficiently through rugged terrain. As a result, all Christina's loved ones could do was wait. Cadaver dogs, along with their handlers, scoured the area where Eddie had last seen Christina, running along the Rainbow Falls Trail, but unfortunately, this is where the trace ended. Over the following days, police and trained searchers scoured the dense brush, the many park trails, rivers, and the falls themselves, in the hopes that they would find something to indicate where Christina was or what had happened to her. But again, these searches yielded no significant results. It is alleged that a pair of socks were found near the bottom of the falls, but it's unknown if they belonged to Christina or somebody else. A footprint was also found, but once again, authorities couldn't link it to the missing woman. A grid search was also conducted a few days later on August 11th, and aerial teams even used the likes of infrared cameras to trace any signs of life in the early hours, but all they found were bears and moose. The police were also informed of a number of areas in the park where the number of birds, more specifically ravens and vultures, were higher at certain coordinates. This would indicate that perhaps a deceased being was present there, either animal or human. However, upon investigating each of these leads, nothing of significance was found. Over the course of the search, over 100 police officers and experienced civilians were involved. They used all of the technical tools that they could to find Christina, including GPS mapping software, the infrared cameras, and even an underwater side-scanning radar. But despite pulling together all of the resources that they could, and staying hopeful that the daycare worker would be found alive, Christina was never found. The search was called off after 17 days on August 23rd. Her family were understandably devastated, especially Elizabeth, her mother. Despite her pain, she thanked each and every person who helped search for her daughter. Authorities didn't find a shred of evidence within the boundaries of the park to indicate where Christina was or what had happened to her. If she was still out in the brush somewhere by the time the search ended, chances were that she would have succumbed to the elements, although there was still a small chance that she was alive somewhere. If Christina had gotten lost in dense foliage, a theory which is deemed most likely due to the fact that she had very little experience in the wilderness, police would have found evidence of some kind to indicate that she had been there, but they simply found nothing. Some speculate that it is very unlikely that Christina would have gone off the trail and gotten lost, especially after having had a similar experience just a short while prior to her disappearance. The foursome had gotten lost on another trail in Ontario, and it was reported that Christina was very shaken up by the experience. She definitely wouldn't have risked the same thing happening again, and her family insist that she wouldn't have ventured away from the trails. Also, the trails were well signposted. If Christina had reached a point which seemed unfamiliar to her, there were plenty of signs to help guide her back in the right direction. It is also theorised that Christina may have fallen into the river and subsequently swept away, perhaps after losing her footing on a rock ledge, but there is no evidence to back this up. Search and rescue teams scaled the cliff sides but didn't find anything. Authorities did also explore the possibility that Christina had perhaps run into an animal predator, more specifically a bear, as black bears were very common in the area. However, this theory was quashed. No human bones, blood, drag marks, or remnants of clothing were found, so it was unlikely that Christina was attacked by a bear, though it's not completely impossible. Wolves also roamed the area, and again it is possible that Christina may have encountered a lone wolf or even a pack, but once again there's no evidence to prove an attack occurred. Wolf attacks in themselves are extremely uncommon, even more so than bear attacks. Wolves are extremely misunderstood creatures who tend to steer clear of humans. The truth of the matter is, wolves fear humans and will tend to walk away if they encounter one. They will only ever attack if they feel threatened in some way, such as being hunted or a human ventures too near to their pups. And it would seem extremely unlikely that Christina would have gotten into that sort of situation. There is also the rather sinister possibility that Christina may have been abducted or murdered. She was a very trusting young woman, even of those she barely knew. She gave everyone she met the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps someone stopped her along a trail and asked her for help, and without hesitation, she obliged. The yearly drag fest, which occurred in nearby Terrace Bay, had just concluded, and a lot of out-of-towners were still in the area, many of which seemed to be trouble, according to the locals. Though abduction and murder, for that matter, seem rather out there, both situations are, unfortunately, entirely possible. According to her family and friends, Christina wasn't acting out of the ordinary at the time she disappeared, although family did think it odd for Christina to go on a run. She didn't enjoy it, and she also had an inflamed callus on her foot, which would have made walking painful at times, let alone running. Christina also didn't appear to have any reason to run away or leave of her own volition. She had future plans to visit the Philippines to carry out missionary work, attend teachers' college, and she was excited about an upcoming family trip to Panama. For Christina to disappear off the face of the earth without telling a soul was extremely out of character. Her family and friends insist that she wouldn't have severed ties with those she loved. She just wasn't the kind of person to do that. Christina's friends, Eddie, JB, and her cousin Faith, are not considered suspects in this case. Authorities believe that the trio weren't involved in her disappearance. No signs indicated that Christina had been a victim of foul play. Therefore, her case is still being treated as a missing persons case. Some family members are skeptical of this, however, and believe that Christina met with foul play on the day she vanished. Elizabeth, despite holding out hope that her daughter will be found one day, believes that Christina was either murdered in the park or abducted. But ultimately, what fate befell the 20-year-old that summer's day in August of 2007 remains a mystery to this day. When she disappeared, Christina Kaleka was 20 years old, standing at 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing approximately 126 pounds. She is described as being of Asian origins, more specifically of Filipino descent, with a dark complexion, black wavy hair, and brown eyes. When she was last seen on the 6th of August 2007, Christina was wearing a blue hooded sweatshirt, a maroon and purple striped shirt, a pair of black trousers, and a pair of white running shoes. Following her disappearance, Christina's family set up the Find Christina Kaleka Foundation. Following the official searches, the family themselves, as well as donations made to the foundation by the public, helped finance at least 6 private searches for Christina, but unfortunately, once again, nothing was found. Due to the extreme expenses of these searches, Elizabeth had to move out of her house and into an apartment. She used every single cent she had to search for her lost daughter. The government of the province of Ontario is currently offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the whereabouts of Christina Kaleka. Despite the years that have passed, Christina's family have not given up hope that she will one day be found. John and Maren Huntvedt migrated from Norway in 1868 to the Isles of Shoals, a cluster of 9 small islands off the coasts of both Maine and New Hampshire, to live the so-called American dream. One of the isles, Smuttynose Island, was named by a group of local fishermen who saw the island from afar and noticed how the seaweed at one end looked like the smutty nose of a massive sea creature. The remote island captured the Huntvedts' imaginations, and they decided to move there into a big red house, the couple being the sole residents of the tiny island. John Christian Huntvedt was born in February 1842 in Stokke, Norway, and was the only child born to Christian Hergensen and Karen Marie Christophersdatter. His wife, Maren, was born Maren Sabile Christensen and was born in November 1835 to parents Christian Gundersen and Idel Heinrichsdatter in Hedrum, Norway. She was their only child, though she had 2 younger half-brothers through her father, Gunder and Ivan, also known as Ivan. The couple soon adapted to their newfound life on the remote island, with a new daily routine in place. John would take his schooner sailing vessel, the Clarabella, to the local fishing ground before taking his catch to Portsmouth to sell at market, leaving his wife, Maren, and their dog, Ringa, back on Smuttynose. Following this, John, who was noted as being a persevering and industrious man who had a lot of respect amongst his Shoal Isle peers, would stock up on bait and then sail home to Smuttynose Island sometime in the late afternoon. This routine became somewhat ritualistic for him. John's business prospered, and as a result he and Maren lived a comfortable and peaceful life, though naturally they missed their loved ones back in Norway. In May of 1871, Maren's sister, Karen Christensen, visited the island from Norway, following the tragic loss of her partner. Maren helped support her sister through her grief, and in doing so, Christensen decided to join her sister on the Isles, eventually gaining employment as a maid for a family on one of the other Shoal Isles, Appledore, and later being offered a seamstress position in Boston. During the following year, John's business continued to prosper, and in 1872 he hired a young, muscular Prussian man named Louis Wagner. Louis was also a fisherman by trade, and over the years became friendly with the Huntvedts, despite having a mysterious and lone wolf-like persona. According to those who knew him, though not very well, Louis very much kept himself to himself and rarely spoke about himself or his past. Many viewed Louis as a bit of a lurker, hiding around corners and listening to people's conversations. Despite this, however, Louis developed a friendship with John and Maren and became very close to the couple. After being hired by John to help out with his fishing endeavours, Louis was given room and board at the Huntwitz home in exchange for his efforts, but by October, John realised he didn't need as much help as he had initially thought. His brother Matthew and Marin's brother Ivan and his wife Annie decided to visit from their homeland of Norway. Ivan and Matthew very much helped make John's business a family one by assisting him whenever he needed it. Meanwhile, Annie helped Marin look after the house and the family dog, who tended to have free roam of the island. Following the arrivals of Matthew, Ivan and Annie, 28-year-old Louis Wagner continued to board at the Huntwitz home for another 5 weeks, before deciding to leave the Isles for good, boarding the Addison Gilbert schooner in November, but things didn't quite go as planned. Louis's boat wrecked, and with very little money to his name, was forced to work a poorly paid job along Portsmouth Pier. Unable to afford his own abode, Louis stayed with a family by the name of Jonsson, though he ended up being in arrears with his rent. Following a harsh and brutal winter season, spring was finally upon the residents of the Shoal Isles, and on March 6, 1873, John, Matthew and Ivan set sail on the Clarabella trawler, which was normally docked in the cove, under the bright sunshine, planning to catch some fish, sell it at market, and collect some fresh bait as usual, which was to arrive on an early train from Boston, should all things go to plan. Normally, one of the men would be taken back to Smuttynose before heading on to the mainland, but due to the calm weather conditions, they decided to continue on. During their voyage, the 3 men ran into a neighbour and asked them to return to the island to inform Marin, Karen and Annie that the trio would return later that night and not to worry. The neighbour informed the 3 women later that afternoon, who at this time had already prepared some supper, though they decided to keep it warm and wait for the men to return before eating. When the Clarabella docked in Portsmouth in early evening, Louis was at the pier and helped use mooring ropes to secure the boats to the dock. He asked John, Matthew and Ivan if they would be returning home that evening, following which John explained that they would return to the island if the bait arrived on time, but if for whatever reason it was late, the trio would stay at port and return home the following morning. John then asked his old friend Louis to help bait the fishing lines, to which Louis agreed, though he did already have plans in place that night. Baiting the lines would have taken many hours, though it was reported that Louis was seen around 7:30 p.m. in Portsmouth itself. Through street whispers, Louis learned that the train carrying the fish bait did not arrive on time, and knowing John was saving money for a new boat, he decided to seize the opportunity to burgle the Huntwitz home, whilst the 3 men stayed at port. Meanwhile, at approximately 10 p.m, Marin, Karen and Annie decided to eat their dinner without the men, before changing for bed and turning in for the night. Marin made a bed for her sister in the kitchen near the stove, before she and Annie went to the bedroom adjacent, so that they could all keep warm nearer the fireplace. It was a bitterly cold night, where a sprinkling of snow had powdered the island. Meanwhile, Louis scoured the Piscataqua River, where he stole a small rowing boat from Pickering Wharf before sailing 12 miles to the Isles of Shoals. It was a long and tiresome trip, under a veil of snow-drizzled darkness, but Louis's determination to carry out the robbery helped drive him to reach shore. He avoided the cove where the Clarabella normally docked and rowed towards the far end of Smuttynose Island, where he abandoned the boat on the rocky shore. He subsequently hid in amongst thickets of wild rose and bayberries and watched the Huntfit's cottage for hours before the candlelight in the windows eventually dwindled. Now believing that the women were asleep, Louis crept up to the house and opened the door, with ease, the latch being unbolted, presumably for when the men came home. Louis quietly closed the door behind him before placing a small piece of kindling into the latch of the bedroom door, where Maren and Anathay slept. Just at this moment, the family dog, Ringa, woke up and began to bark, trying to ward off the intruder. As a result, Karen awoke and saw Louis's dark figure standing by the window, though she assumed it was John, back from the mainland. Maren then awoke to see what was going on, before her sister replied that John had scared her, still being half asleep at this time, having not realised it was not, in fact, her brother-in-law. Panicked, Louis grabbed a nearby chair and struck Karen across the head, Maren hearing the commotion and trying to exit her bedroom, only to realise the door was jammed shut. Louis continued to attack Karen, but in doing so he threw her against the bedroom door and unlatched it, falling at her sister's feet. In a rage, Louis hit both women, though Maren tried to protect her sister from him and slammed the door shut with all her might. Anathay was watching the horrific events unfold from the corner of the bedroom before Maren demanded she escape. Anathay climbed out of the bedroom window before landing barefoot in the snow. She was terrified and didn't know what to do. Maren continued to yell at her to run, but it was too late. By this point, Louis had left the cottage and approached Anathay with an axe, which had been leaning by the front door to chop ice. He then struck her with the hatchet, Anathay suddenly falling to the ground, dead. Maren looked on, completely shocked. She couldn't fathom how a man she once considered to be a friend could be such a monster. Anathay's body lay lifeless as Louis continued to batter her, Maren continuing to watch on, frozen in terror, but she knew she had to protect herself and her sister. She told Karen to run, but she was too terrified and appeared somewhat faint. Louis then re-entered the house and walked towards the bedroom door with the bloody axe in his hand. Maren then jumped out of the window with her dog in tow, running barefoot in the snow towards the cove to look for Louis's boat to escape on, but it was not there. She ran towards the far end of the island before hiding between two large rocks near to the water's edge, holding her breath in the hopes that Louis wouldn't find her. Meanwhile, back at the Huntfit's cottage, Karen was trying to escape through the bedroom window when Louis managed to burst into the room, swinging his axe violently at her, but he missed, breaking the wooden axe handle in the process. Following his failed attempts to strike her, Louis removed his handkerchief from his pocket and twisted it around Karen's throat, strangling her to death. For the remainder of the night, Louis searched the island for Maren, determined to silence her. But as the morning began to approach, Louis decided to abandon his hunt for her, in order to escape before the sun rose up. He returned to the ransacked cottage, ate some food he brought with him, and drank some tea, before taking a mere $15 worth of goods from the cottage before fleeing the scene. It was approximately 8 a.m. the following morning when Maren decided it was safe for her to come out of hiding, waving down some children playing nearby for assistance. After the children alerted a neighbour, a man by the name of Jorge Engebretsen, who was from the nearby island of Appledore, rode to Smuttynose to rescue Maren, before bringing her back to his home to be comforted by his wife. Meanwhile, Engebretsen gathered local men to hunt for Louis Wagner on Smuttynose Island, and it was only then they discovered the horrific deeds he had carried out. Later that day, the Clarabella began its sail home until John, Matthew, and Ivan noticed a signal from the shore of Appledore. Matthew and Ivan rode to the island where they visited the Engebretsen home, where they found a very shaken Maren, who recounted the horrors she faced the night prior. As Ivan and Matthew returned to Smuttynose to search for Anathay, John arrived home, where he discovered Karen and Anathay's mutilated bodies. Ivan and Matthew arrived on the island soon after, with Ivan collapsing in the snow after seeing his wife lying in a pool of dried blood. Devastated and traumatised, not to mention baffled by the motive behind this sickening crime, the trio reported their findings to the New Hampshire police, where a description of Louis Wagner was telegraphed to various police detachments across the state and printed in numerous newspapers in the hopes that they would catch him. As a result, news of the murders spread like wildfire, the locals in utter disbelief that such a horrendous crime would be committed so close to home. As a result of their investigations, police questioned two men, both of whom knew Louis, who informed authorities that they had seen him in Newcastle at approximately 6 a.m. that morning. The rowing boat that Louis had stolen was also found by the quay. Investigations determined that Louis had caught the 9 a.m. train to Boston, and that evening Boston police apprehended the fugitive, who did not resist arrest. Wagner was then transferred by train from Newcastle to Portsmouth Jail, during which time he was met with furious citizens holding fire torches and chucking stones, who wanted him dead for what he had done. According to some sources, thousands of people lined the streets just to catch a glimpse of the murderer. Louis Wagner was put on trial on June 9, 1873, where after 9 days of testimonies, he was found guilty and charged with the murders of Karen Christensen and her sister-in-law, Anathay Christensen. His story was jumbled, and he couldn't recall an accurate timeline of his movements on the night of the murders. He claimed to be baiting trawls for a fishing boat, though he could not remember the name of the boat, the captain, or where the vessel was docked. He also claimed to have fallen asleep outside a saloon after drinking some beer, but once again he could not recall the name of the tavern or where it was located. The evidence against him, however, was strong. He had hidden a bloody shirt at the boarding house he had been staying at. Some cash was found in his pockets upon his arrest, which had been stolen from the Huntfits' home, and a button was found in amongst the coins, which belonged to Maren. Maren's own witness testimony recounted Anathay's heart-wrenching final words, seemingly confirming the identity of her killer. Louis, Louis, Louis. Within a few days of his conviction, Louis managed to escape from Alfred Prison in the middle of the night after picking the cell lock with a wooden toothbrush before stuffing his bed with various items to make it appear as if he was asleep under the sheets. Following his escape, Louis bought new clothes, cut his hair and shaved his beard, but he was still recognised and subsequently recaptured in New Hampshire. He was then transferred to a prison in Maine due to Smuttynose Island and the Northern Isles of the Shoals being in Maine's jurisdiction, rather than the Southern Islands which were in New Hampshire's. On June 25th, 1875, Louis faced the gallows and was hanged at the state prison in Thomaston, Maine, though he proclaimed his innocence until his final breath. Following the tragic deaths of Karen and Anathy, John and Maren Huntvedt moved away from Smuttynose to Portsmouth, where John continued his fishing business. They had a daughter, Clara, who was born 4 years after the murders, and they eventually moved back to Norway. However, John and Clara later returned to the US, where John remarried and had another child, a son, John Christian, in 1891. Neither the Huntvedts nor Ivan Christensen could bear to live at the cottage where they had so many happy memories with 40-year-old Karen and 30-year-old Anathy, memories which were destroyed following the murders. Ivan worked as a carpenter on the Isle of Appledore for the remainder of the summer before returning to his native Norway. Tragically, rumour has it that Ivan Christensen was never seen or heard from again. Marcia Ann Ryan was born on the 19th of July 1963 to parents John and Joanna Ryan in Victoria, Australia. The couple had 5 children together, including Marcia, Anthony, Mark, Diane, and Paul. In September of 1980, when Marcia was just 17 years old, tragedy struck the Ryan family when her elder sister, Diane, who was 3 years her senior, died in a road traffic accident. Even more heart-wrenchingly, Marcia witnessed the horrors of the accident from the car behind. She was never quite the same after her sister's tragic death. At 23, Marcia started working at her uncle's transport company, W. Thompson and Son, based in Huntingdale. Marcia loved her job. She rarely ever took a day off during the 10 years that she worked at the company. Marcia was described as being strong, positive, and an extremely hard-working young woman who adored motorcycles. And she even owned a 500cc Ducati. In her spare time, she enjoyed playing the flute, swimming, and scuba diving, but most of all, she adored spending time with her black and white Heeler Collie Cross, Ziggy. According to those who knew Marcia best, she and 10-year-old Ziggy were almost inseparable, and they went pretty much everywhere together. The pair shared a very special bond, with Marcia trusting her canine companion with all her being. Ziggy was very obedient, and due to this, he almost never wore a leash. By 1996, 33-year-old Marcia and Ziggy lived at an address on Laurel Crescent in Seaford, Victoria, a 3-bedroom house which Marcia had just finished renovating with the help of her parents, John and Joe. It is reported by some sources that Marcia felt quite lonely living on her own, so in July or August of 1996, she began looking for new tenants. According to another source, Marcia had apparently had plans to go overseas, so was looking for some students to let the property out to whilst she was gone. On the 15th of August, a male individual moved into the Laurel Crescent address, but within 24 hours, Marcia evicted him. It is not known exactly what the man did, but Marcia did inform family members that he had scared her in some way, one source stating that she was rather disturbed by how little the man actually spoke. Marcia's brother Mark helped her remove the tenant from the property without any incident. 3 days later, on the 19th of August, Marcia went to work as usual. However, at approximately 12:30 p.m, she informed her manager that she was feeling a bit under the weather, and as a result, she went home. As previously mentioned, Marcia rarely ever took a day off work, and in the 10 years whilst working at her uncle's company, she had only ever taken one sick day for a surgical procedure to remove her thyroid. After spending the day at home, Marcia called her parents at approximately 10:45 p.m. and informed them that she was going to visit them in Queensland, where John and Joe spent their yearly 3-month vacation. Marcia subsequently packed up her cream-coloured Mitsubishi Sigma sedan, registration DUP002, and left for Queensland alongside Ziggy, a journey which would have lasted approximately 24 hours. At one point, she withdrew approximately $50 from a cash machine and also exchanged a phone call with her father, although where the call was actually placed is unknown. All that is known is that the call was not made from Marcia's residence. Marcia told her father that she was visiting her parents simply because she needed a break, but the 33-year-old didn't elaborate any further. This was the very last time that Marcia made contact with her loved ones, as sometime during the night, she and Ziggy vanished into thin air. In the early hours of the following morning, at approximately 2:48 a.m, Marcia's sedan vehicle was found by patrolling police abandoned along the eastbound lane of the Princes Highway near to Newborough and Myuu, with the vehicle actually having been parked near a ledge, low on fuel. There was a 24-hour service station close by, Guns Gully, so if petrol was running low, Marcia would have likely visited the service station to refill her gas tank. However, for whatever reason, she didn't. Around 12 miles back along the road at Darnham, Marcia's wallet was also found by a motorist, discarded on one of the road's median strips. It is unknown how the wallet came to be at that exact location, but it is widely speculated that it was most likely thrown from a moving vehicle from the driver's side. No money or cards had been taken from the wallet. However, ID and a BP fuel card confirmed the wallet to have belonged to missing Marcia Ryan. Marcia's parents became increasingly concerned when they heard nothing more from their daughter during the night or the following morning. She failed to arrive at her parents' residence in Queensland, and following the discovery of Marcia's car and wallet, an official search was launched. Police, along with canine and horse units, as well as local volunteers, scoured the area extensively for any clues as to Marcia and Ziggy's whereabouts, but unfortunately no trace of the duo was found. Nothing appeared to be out of place or missing from Marcia's vehicle, according to her brother, who actually had to break into the vehicle days later after police initially proved unhelpful. And when checking out Marcia's residence, he found 15 voice messages on his sister's answering machine, something which was extremely out of character, not to mention concerning. Some of the messages were from concerned family members, including her brother Anthony himself, after he called his sister following the discovery of her wallet. There was also a message on the machine from a company who had taken her car after they believed it had been stolen, asking Marcia to collect it, otherwise the vehicle would be impounded. None of these messages had been heard by Marcia. Rather interestingly, following a media appeal to the public, a truck driver came forward and told authorities that he had seen Marcia on the night she vanished at approximately 11:40 p.m. The trucker witnessed the 33-year-old walking along the Prince's Highway towards Montreuil, around a mile or so away from where her abandoned vehicle was later found. The truck driver pulled over to the side of the highway and asked Marcia if she wanted a lift, but she refused. Marcia may have felt that it was far too dangerous to go with this individual, even if he had good intentions. After recounting this significant information to authorities, the driver couldn't confirm whether Ziggy was in Marcia's company or not at the time. However, the Safeway truck driver did say that Marcia appeared to be somewhat, quote, distressed, before continuing walking along the highway. Upon investigating and questioning Marcia's family, friends, and her co-workers, she appeared to have been acting completely normally prior to her disappearance. Nothing seemed awry. However, when she disappeared, it was around the anniversary of Diane's tragic death. It is possible that Marcia was in an emotionally fragile state and therefore needed time alone and left of her own volition, but this, along with other theories, do have their own flaws. If Marcia did decide to go off on her own, why? To start a new life? Where did she go? What happened after she abandoned her vehicle? Was she abducted? And what about Ziggy? What happened to him? Did Marcia perhaps run into car troubles and hitchhiked with another stranger after realizing she had no other option? She had hitchhiked in the past, according to her family. Perhaps an unknown individual offered to drive her to her parents' residence or somewhere else, possibly a train or a bus station, or even somewhere just to get away from it all. But at some point along the way, Marcia met with foul play. Although there is no evidence to suggest that foul play occurred in this particular case, it is still seen as a possibility. Was the male tenant who Marcia evicted involved? It is once again certainly a possibility. However, at this point, it's purely speculation, as there's no evidence to back this theory up. The tenant, as previously mentioned, didn't cause a scene when he was evicted and left without any complaints. The man was allegedly questioned extensively in regards to Marcia's disappearance, but unfortunately nothing of significance came to light. Suicide has also been suggested as a possibility. However, the Ryan family highly doubt that this is what happened to Marcia. Not to mention, she never would have intentionally put Ziggy in any sort of danger or stressful situations. In the following weeks and months, tips came into authorities regarding sightings of a dog matching Ziggy's description in the area, but unfortunately, none of these sightings could be verified. Police were also alerted of reported sightings of Marcia in Queensland, Victoria, and Tasmania, but once again, these sightings could not be confirmed. At one stage, investigators actually dug up the foundations of a highway overpass near Warragul after presumably receiving a tip that Marcia's body may have been buried there, but unfortunately no human remains were found. The coroner eventually concluded that despite no remains ever being recovered, Marcia died on or around the night she disappeared, a conclusion which was heartbreaking for the Ryan family and very difficult for them to accept. Losing one daughter was hard enough, but to lose two was unfathomable. The mysterious disappearance of Marcia and Ziggy remains unsolved to this day. Authorities are no closer to finding out the truth about what happened on the night the duo vanished. Did Marcia disappear of her own accord? Or did something far more sinister occur? This is just one of the many questions regarding this case which remains unanswered. At the time of her disappearance, Marcia Ryan was 33 years of age and is described as being Caucasian, of Irish-Dutch origins, with brown hair and brown eyes. She is noted as being approximately 160 centimetres tall and is of a medium build. It is possible that she may have a scar on her neck where her thyroid was removed. What Marcia was wearing at the time of her disappearance is unfortunately unknown. Ziggy was described as a black and white heeler collie cross who was 10 years old. He had a typical black and white collie face with pointed heeler ears, with a black coat down his back and tail, and white fur speckled with dark spots over his chest, abdomen, and legs. Both of Marcia's parents, John and Joanna, have sadly since passed away without knowing what happened to their beloved daughter and her loyal companion. However, her remaining family are still searching for the truth and are holding on to the hope that someday Marcia will be found. John Reginald Halliday Christie was born on April 8, 1899, in Northerham, the West Riding of Yorkshire, England, to parents Ernest John Christie, a carpet designer, and his wife Mary Hannah Halliday Christie, the daughter of a local businessman and Liberal councillor. The Christies had 7 children between them, with John, more commonly known as Reg, being the second youngest. Reg didn't have a good relationship with his father growing up. Ernest was very involved in helping the local community, but was extremely strict and abusive towards his children behind closed doors, getting them into trouble for minor incidents. Reg's relationship with his mother and sisters was also somewhat strained. They bullied him a lot, and although this was a common occurrence, Reg claimed that he adored his mother regardless, and it was clear to his other siblings that Reg was her favourite child. Reg grew up in Halifax before moving to West Riding. He was an extremely intelligent child with an IQ of around 128 at just age 11. As a result, he was given a scholarship to Halifax Secondary School, where he performed excellently, especially in woodwork, history, and mathematics. Despite being very clever, Reg was not a very sociable child. He was very quiet and kept himself to himself, described by his peers as, quote, a queer lad. Outside of school, Reg was involved in the Boy Scouts, the church choir, and a local drama group. He left school in 1913, where he became an assistant cinema projectionist at Commodore Cinema in Hammersmith. One of the significant events in Reg Christie's young life, which contributed to the shaping of his murderous future, was when his maternal grandfather David passed away in March of 1911 at the Christie residence on Chester Road, Croydon. It was at this point that 11-year-old Reg saw the dead body of his grandfather in an open coffin in the funeral parlour, and this visit made a lasting impression on him. He became fascinated by the corpse lying in front of him and claimed to feel a sense of power and well-being looking at it. Reg also, rather disturbingly, began to play in the graveyard and was fascinated with the broken vault that housed the children's coffins. He claimed to have enjoyed looking through the cracks of the vault. He was, by all accounts, a morbidly curious young boy. By 1917, Reg had enlisted in the army and was called up a few weeks prior to his 18th birthday, becoming an infantryman on the 52nd Nottingham and Derbyshire Regiment. In June of 1918, Christie was serving in the Duke of Wellington Regiment as a signalman in France, but he was injured in a gas attack. As a result, Reg was sent to a hospital in Calais, where he remained for around a month for treatment before returning to his duties. At this point, Christie claimed to have lost his voice and sight for around 3 years following the attack, which resulted in his voice becoming somewhat of a whisper for the remainder of his lifetime. Rather interestingly, his alleged blindness was never on any hospital records, and interestingly enough, according to Scottish journalist Lodovick Kennedy, if Reg had become mute, he wouldn't have been declared fit to return to the army. Reg was known by many to exaggerate due to an underlying personality disorder as a way to get attention, something which he craved, having had such an isolated and lonely childhood. Whenever he was in an uncomfortable situation, he would always exaggerate illness, especially after he was hit by a vehicle shortly after moving to London in 1934. It was well known that Reg visited the doctor an excessive number of times. A year after he was demobilised from the army, Reg married a woman from Sheffield named Ethel Simpson Waddington, and the two moved to the Sheffield area. Unfortunately, Ethel suffered a miscarriage not long after the pair were married, and something which significantly strained their relationship was the fact that sex was something Reg struggled with in his adolescence and for the remainder of his life. He suffered from erectile dysfunction. He was teased relentlessly about this by his peers and was given a number of cruel nicknames. He was never able to perform unless he was with prostitutes, as he had full control over them. After 4 years, Reg and Ethel separated, and by this point, Reg went to live in London, whilst Ethel remained in her hometown of Sheffield, where she gained employment as a typist. Over the next decade or so, this was when Reg Christie started having run-ins with the law, resulting in a number of short prison sentences. Most of the offences committed were petty crimes. However, one crime against a prostitute was labelled a, quote, murderous attack. In April of 1921, Reg was given 3 months in jail for stealing postal orders whilst he worked as a postman. In September 1924, he was given a 9-month sentence at Uxbridge Jail for theft. In May 1929, a further 6 months of hard labour for striking a prostitute named Maud Cole on the head with a cricket bat whilst living in Battersea, where Christie was working as a lorry driver. And in 1933, he was given another 3-month jail term for stealing a car from a priest. Reg was released in January of 1934, and it was at this point that he reconciled with his wife, Ethel. Following their reunion, and despite the fact that Reg still regularly visited prostitutes, the couple moved into a top-floor flat at 10 Rillington Place, a 3-storey brick-end terrace located in Notting Hill, London, alongside their 2 pets, a cat and a dog. They moved into the property in 1937, but moved downstairs to the ground floor flat in December of 1938. Each flat at the property had a bedroom, kitchen and a living room, but the tenants had to share an outside bathroom as there were none in the building. It was built in the 1870s. 10 Rillington Place was located very near to the Metropolitan Railway line, so the constant noise of trains would have been extremely loud for those who lived in the building. By this point, World War II had begun, and having left his job as a foreman at the Commodore Cinema in Hammersmith, Christie joined the War Reserve Police, a job he adored due to the fact he had authority over people, especially women. Authorities actually failed to do a background check on Christie, not looking at his previous criminal record and convictions, so they accepted him into the force without batting an eye. Christie was sent to work at Harrow Road Police Station. It was here he met a woman named Gladys Jones, with whom he began having a 5-year affair with. Gladys's partner had actually been serving in the army for the duration of the Second World War, and upon his return he discovered the affair. This resulted in him going to Gladys's house where Reg Christie was, and subsequently assaulted him. After this incident, Christie only ever invited women to his home. He never went to theirs. During his time with the police, Reg used his position of authority very much to his advantage. He commonly followed women and kept notes about them. He even watched his neighbours regularly through a peephole in his kitchen. By 1943, Reg Christie committed his first killing, a murder spree which would span over a decade, resulting in at least 8 people dead. Christie's modus operandi in these murders was gassing the victim before strangling them to death. Sometimes he would then carry out acts of necrophilia on the victims' corpses. The first murder occurred on the 24th of August 1943, when Christie's wife Ethel was out of town. The first victim was an Austrian refugee named Ruth Marguerite Christine Fürst, a 21-year-old waitress and munitions worker. Despite working 2 jobs, the pay wasn't great, so Ruth partook in prostitution on the side to make ends meet. She did have a child by a Cypriot, however she gave up the child for adoption. Christie and Fürst met at a snack bar in the locality. This was where Fürst met some of her clients. Christie invited Fürst back to his apartment to have sexual relations, and following this, he impulsively strangled her in the bed with some rope, asphyxiating her and eventually killing her. After Ruth died, Reg hid her remains underneath the living room floorboards, but after one night, he then decided to move her body and subsequently buried her in the back garden. Not long after the murder, Reg left his post at the police station and found a job as a clerk at a radio factory. It was there that he met 32-year-old Muriel Amelia Eady, his second victim. In October of 1944, Christie took Eady back to Rillington Place, having told her that he had made a, quote, special mixture that could help cure her chronic bronchitis. Christie told Muriel that she had to inhale the mixture from a jar with a tube inserted into the top. The mixture was actually something called Friar's Balsam, also known as a tincture of benzoin, which Christie used to disguise the smell of domestic coal gas. At this point in the 1940s, coal gas was 15% carbon monoxide. Muriel sat on the chair and inhaled the special mixture. However, when her back was turned, Reg put another tube into the jar, which was actually connected to a gas tap. So Edie was breathing in the gas and, as a result, soon fell unconscious. Reg subsequently choked her, carried out acts of necrophilia on her dead body, and buried her in the back garden, next to where he had buried Ruth first. Husband and wife of a year, 24-year-old Timothy Evans from South Wales and 19-year-old Beryl Thorley moved into the top floor flat at Rillington Place in April of 1948, the flat Reg was previously occupier for. In October of that same year, the couple welcomed their first child, a daughter named Geraldine. In November the following year, Beryl fell pregnant again, but she was extremely concerned about it because the pair really struggled to support one child, let alone two. Timothy couldn't read and only had a job as a van driver, which didn't pay well. This put a strain on their marriage. As a result, Reg told Beryl that he could carry out an abortion for her, even though it was illegal at the time and her husband Tim was completely against the idea. The two got into a physical confrontation regarding the matter. The following day, November 8th, Beryl visited her downstairs neighbour for the procedure to be carried out. However, Reg Christie gassed her, strangled her, and proceeded to rape her post-mortem. He then hid her body. When Timothy returned from work later that night, Reg told him that Beryl had died during the procedure and that they had to hide her body to cover their tracks so that they couldn't be charged with manslaughter. Christie actually managed to convince Timothy to visit relatives in Wales and to leave his young daughter with Reg to give to a couple desperate for a child, in order to divert suspicion by telling relatives that Beryl and Geraldine were away on holiday. However, whenever Timothy came by to ask about his daughter, Reg refused to tell him how she was doing. As a matter of fact, Christie had hidden both Beryl and Geraldine's bodies in an upstairs flat, which was vacant, due to construction work being carried out on the building at the time. On December 2nd, 1949, the bodies of Beryl Evans, Geraldine Evans, and a 16-week male fetus were found behind a sink and under wood by the door in the wash house, located outside in the back garden. Christie moved their remains after the carpenters finished their work. Both Beryl and Geraldine had been strangled, Beryl with a rope and Geraldine with a tie, and Beryl was assaulted prior to her death about 3 weeks prior, and yet no reports of any unusual odours caused by decomposition was reported by workmen or residents of 10 Rillington Place. Not even the Christie's dog acted out of sorts. Interestingly, the pathologist couldn't find any evidence a pill was taken to abort the child. Beryl did, however, have vaginal bruising. However, the medical examiner refused to take a semen sample for reasons unknown. What should be noted here is that none of Christie's previous victims were found at this point. Authorities overlooked the fact that there could have been more bodies buried in the back garden. They only ever examined the garden, albeit not very well. A human femur bone was propped up against a fence and it was missed, and even the Christie's dog dug up Muriel Edie's skull, which once again police missed. Christie actually threw the skull into a nearby house which had been recently bombed. It was later found. If they had been more competent during their searches, perhaps police would have caught Reg Christie sooner. If they had, more than 5 innocent lives could have been spared, including that of Timothy Evans. On the 30th of November, days before the bodies were found, Timothy Evans went to police, riddled with guilt, and told them that his wife was dead. He claimed to have given Beryl a bottle of something, he didn't know what it was, that a stranger, later named as Reg Christie, had given him to help abort their unborn child. However, the process went wrong and he disposed of her body in the outside drain. He later changed his statement and told police that Reg Christie helped move the body upstairs to the vacant flat, but that Reg had thrown Beryl's body into the sewer drain. But no body was found, and the manhole cover needed at least 3 people to open it. Timothy clearly didn't actually know where his wife's body was, which suggested that his confession was fabricated by police, as there was a number of loopholes in his supposed story. Timothy then told authorities that he had given baby Geraldine to Reg Christie to care for her, and subsequently left for Wales. Timothy's confession didn't seem to be genuine. Much of it didn't sound like it came from the man himself, several words and expressions throughout being out of place. Timothy wasn't a very intelligent man. He had an IQ of around 70, so many of the expressions in this statement were far too advanced for him to know. Also, Timothy's flat was searched, and what was found was confusing. There was a stolen briefcase and papers scattered everywhere, including a newspaper clipping regarding the Torso murder. Apparently, authorities forgot that Timothy could not read. It appeared as if the so-called evidence had been planted there. Also, in Evans' confession, several other details didn't match up. He claimed to have locked the washhouse, which simply had not been the case, as workmen were coming in and out at all hours of the day. He claimed to have left Geraldine alone for 2 days following the murder. However, no cries of a child were reportedly heard. Apparently, Timothy did not know his 18-month-old daughter was dead until police at Notting Hill Police Station asked him about her clothes. He then broke down and was subsequently tricked into giving a false confession whilst in an emotionally fragile state. Timothy actually withdrew his confession shortly after he was charged and continued to blame Reg Christie for the murders of his wife and daughter, as Christie was the very last person to see them both alive. Police seriously mishandled their investigation into Timothy Evans. They apparently showed him the clothes belonging to Beryl and Geraldine and told him that they were found in the washhouse. When conducting murder investigations, it's important for the killer to admit where the bodies are hidden to confirm that this individual did indeed commit the crime, but the police blatantly told Timothy where the bodies already were. When Timothy was initially brought in for questioning, he thought that it was in regard to the stolen briefcase in his apartment, not the murders of his wife and daughter. On the 11th of January 1950, Timothy Evans went to trial for the murder of his daughter Geraldine. However, the prosecution did not pursue a second murder charge for Beryl's death. He was charged in relation to both deaths at this point, however. Geraldine's case seemed to be the most important to go forward with due to lack of any motive. Evans, of course, denied murdering his daughter. The defence severely let Tim Evans down. They didn't even investigate his version of events, seemingly having already made their minds up that he was guilty. They failed to question any witnesses. Reg Christie was surprisingly a principal witness for the Crown at the 2-day trial, even though Timothy told authorities that Christie was involved in Beryl's death. It is believed that the Crown saw the reserve policeman as one of their own, and genuinely treated his testimonies as gospel. Christie denied the accusations against him and told the court about numerous arguments Timothy and Beryl had in the months leading up to her death. He even claimed that the tie found around Geraldine's neck belonged to Evans, something which was later disproven. It belonged to a Mr. Kitchener, the occupier of the vacant flat upstairs, who at the time of the Evans murders was in hospital for 5 weeks. Reg had clearly taken it and used it to kill Geraldine. Despite the fact that Reg's criminal record came to light, resulting in his termination at the post office where he worked, the jury found Timothy Evans guilty after only 40 minutes of deliberations. Timothy was far from perfect. He did have a bad temper and a number of fights with his wife. He was also known to be a fantasist, making up extraordinary lies such as his father being an Italian count, and he drank heavily, all of which were used against him at his trial. But he never had any previous criminal convictions. An appeal was launched in an effort to prove his innocence. However, Timothy Evans was taken to the gallows at Pentonville Prison on the 9th of March 1950, where he was hanged as an innocent man. Reg Christie spent the next 3 years laying low, but managed to find work as a clerk with the British Road Services. At the same time, new tenants arrived at Rillington Place, including West Indies immigrants. The Christies didn't like them, and at one point it was reported that Ethel was assaulted by one of their new neighbours. However, Reg managed to keep the back garden of the property to himself. Reg and Ethel's relationship hit a rocky patch once again when she suggested that the couple move. She was annoyed about sharing an outhouse with the immigrants and continued to ridicule her husband about his impotence. Reg became annoyed with Ethel's constant nagging, and to make matters worse, he quit his job and told them that he had found a better one, but he had nothing lined up. He was staying at home. On December 14th, 1952, Reg Christie struck again, but even closer to home. That morning, he strangled his wife Ethel in bed and buried her remains under the parlour floorboards. Christie explained her noted absence to a number of friends and family. However, his story regarding Ethel's whereabouts were all different. He told one that she was in Manchester, another Sheffield, and seemed in fine fettle in the few days prior to her disappearance. Shortly beforehand, Reg had quit his job and went on unemployment benefits. As a result of little money to his name, he sold much of Ethel's jewellery, including her wedding ring, watch, and even some furniture. Something extremely telling was the fact that on January 26, 1953, Christie forged Ethel's signature and managed to withdraw all of the money from her bank account. Come Christmas, Reg even continued to send cards from Ethel and Reg, making it appear as if Ethel was still alive and well. However, Ethel's murder wasn't Christie's last. In early 1953, 3 more women became victims to Reg Christie. In February, a prostitute named Kathleen Maloney. On January 19th, Rita Nelson, a pregnant woman visiting from Belfast. And on March 6th, Hectorina McLennan, a Scottish woman who was living in London at the time with her boyfriend. Christie lured Maloney, Nelson and McLennan back to 10 Rillington Place as he had done with his previous victims, and gassed them in a similar fashion to Muriel Eady. All 3 succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning, were strangled with rope, and then sexually assaulted as they died. After wrapping the victims in blankets, Reg hid their bodies in a small alcove behind the back kitchen wall, which he managed to hide through wallpapering the area. According to one source in regards to Maloney's death, Christie got up the morning after he killed her and made a cup of tea, with her corpse still sitting in the chair where he took her life, before placing her body into the kitchen alcove. On the 20th of March, Christie moved out of 10 Rillington Place after fraudulently subletting his flat to a Mr. and Mrs. Riley. He initially met Mrs. Riley and brought her back to the flat. However, unexpectedly, her husband showed up, which caught Christie off guard. After evicting the new tenants the same night they moved in, the landlord allowed the top floor tenant, Beresford Brown, to use Christie's kitchen. 4 days later, Brown started cleaning the kitchen due to a bad smell. He then decided to put a shelf up in the kitchen for his wireless radio. However, it was at this point that he discovered a hollow in the wall. Presuming that there was a cupboard behind the wallpaper, Brown peeled it back, only to reveal the secret alcove. He opened the door and shone a torch into the confined space, and he jerked back in fright. He was unsure at first what he had seen, but upon closer inspection, Brown realised that he had found a dead woman, her back facing him. Brown had stumbled upon the perfectly preserved bodies of 26-year-old Maloney, 25-year-old Nelson, and 26-year-old McLennan. The police were immediately informed, and they then went looking for Reg Christie. The police searched through 10 Rillington Place. A man's suit was found under some floorboards of the common hall area, and a man's tie, tied into a reef knot, was found in the kitchen cupboard, tied in a similar fashion to the tie found around baby Geraldine's neck. Potassium cyanide was also found in the flat. The backyard was searched extensively, and several bones, including skulls, were found in several flower beds, under a bush and in a dustbin. Pieces of a burnt dress were also found in this bin, as well as hair and teeth. It was only at this point that the femur bone, found propped up against the fence in the back garden, was noticed. Authorities had found the remains of Fürst and Edie, and shortly afterwards discovered Ethel's remains under the living room floorboards. It came to light that Christie had actually a macabre collection of pubic hair belonging to each of his victims in a small tobacco box, but after comparisons, some of the hair was left unaccounted for. Some believe that this means Christie had more victims, possibly during his policing career, but authorities haven't looked into this any further. Others argue that it is unlikely that Christie carried out his crimes anywhere other than 10 Rillington Place, but that still leaves the question as to who the remaining hair belonged to. It is possible that they belonged to Edie or Fürst, or perhaps prostitutes that Christie photographed, but it is unlikely that we will ever know. Christie stayed at Roton House in the King's Cross area of London during this time, where he booked a room for 7 nights under his real name and address. On March 24th, Christie left the hotel after he heard news regarding the bodies found at Rillington Place, and seeing his picture across the front pages of newspapers. He bought a new coat and other clothing items in an attempt to disguise himself. However, authorities eventually caught up with him on March 31st, and he was arrested near Putney Bridge. Quite interestingly, in his possession was a number of coins and a newspaper clipping about Timothy Evans being in custody. Upon his arrest, Christie admitted to killing Maloney, Nelson and McLennan, as well as his wife Ethel, but not Ruth Fürst, Muriel Edie, Beryl Evans or Geraldine Evans. He later admitted to killing Ruth, Muriel and Beryl, burying their bodies in the back garden. However, he never admitted to Geraldine's murder. It is widely believed that he lied about this so that he wasn't treated badly by other prisoners. Ethel's body was later found under the floorboards in the front room, and Ruth and Muriel's skeletal remains were found in the back garden where Christie had buried them. As a result of Christie's confessions, Timothy Evans was given a posthumous pardon by the High Court, and his living relatives were given compensation for his wrongful execution and miscarriage of justice. Capital punishment cases, including Evans's wrongful death sentence, led towards the 1965 abolishment of capital punishment for murder in the United Kingdom. Shockingly, Reg Christie was only ever put to trial in regards to the murder of his wife, Ethel, in June of 1953 at the Old Bailey. However, he pleaded not guilty by means of insanity. According to fellow inmates, Christie compared himself to the acid bath killer John George Haig, who murdered a number of women. However, it is reported that Christie wanted his murder total to be more than Haig. The doctor who evaluated Christie testified, however, that Reg had a, quote, hysterical personality but was not insane, as he managed to come up with elaborate stories to hide the truth, and only someone of a sound mind would be able to do this. As a result, the jury rejected Christie's plea of not guilty by means of insanity. After 85 minutes of deliberations, Reg Christie was found guilty of murdering his wife, Ethel. On July 15th, 1953, Reg Christie was hanged at Pentonville Prison by the same executioner as Timothy Evans, a man named Albert Pierrepoint. Justice had finally been served for Ruth, Muriel, Ethel, Beryl's unborn son, Geraldine, Kathleen, Rita, Hectorina, and, of course, Timothy. Rillington Place itself no longer exists. It was renamed a year after Reg Christie was hanged to Ruston Close. However, the entire street was eventually demolished. Bartle Road, London, is now where Rillington Place once stood, but the horrors of what happened there still haunts many to this day. May all the victims of this evil monster rest in peace. Colorado's Big South Trail is an 11-mile hiking trail situated in the Comanche Peak Wilderness in the Arapaho and Roosevelt National Forest, surrounded by over 700,000 acres of vast trees, rivers, and mountains. The trail is known to be moderately tough, even for the more experienced hiker, with lots of steep inclines. In places, the trail is very rocky and treacherous underfoot, though overall, many find the Big South Trail a leisurely one, with the reward of stunning views along the way. The area is home to several species of wild animal, including elks, bobcats, moose, mountain goats, black bears, and even mountain lions. The forest is a popular tourist destination for camping enthusiasts, backpackers, animal lovers, bird watchers, and hiking groups alike, with thousands upon thousands taking on the trails every year. By 1999, 3-year-old Jared John Atadero, along with his father Alan and 6-year-old sister Jocelyn, lived at Poudre River Resort, situated in Poudre Canyon in Bellevue, Colorado. Alan owned the resort alongside his twin brother Arlen and ran a small store there. It was an ideal situation. Alan could run the business and keep a close eye on his children. His youngest, Jared, was described as a typical 3-year-old boy who was adventurous, energetic, and funny. He loved the movie Godzilla, American football, supporting the Oakland Raiders, and he enjoyed playing with his Star Wars toys and army soldiers. His bright personality and cheeky smile would always light up a room. In October of 1999, a Christian singles network group were staying at the Poudre River Lodge, a group which Alan was actually a part of, as he was divorced from Jared's mother Stacey by this time. In exchange for their food and board, the group helped Alan prepare for the tough winter ahead, completing all sorts of odd jobs in and around the lodge itself. On October 2nd, the group of 11 decided that they wanted to visit a nearby fish hatchery, approximately 2 miles away from the resort. Both Atadero children expressed their interest in joining the trip, but despite his own reservations, especially about his young son joining, Alan eventually allowed both Jocelyn and Jared to tag along, as he knew that the other members of the group would take care of his children. The group left the resort at around 10 a.m. and visited the trout hatchery before deciding to take a spur-of-the-moment trip up to the Big South Trail for a mid-morning hike. The group parked at the trailhead before beginning their journey along the track. The group kept a distance between one another, with the slower members of the network lagging behind. At the front of the group was Jocelyn and Jared, alongside one of the adults. Both children were enjoying their excursion, fascinated by the views and wildlife around them. They were having a good time playing and running about. At around 11:30 a.m, having walked around 1.5 miles, Jared abruptly ran ahead of either the front or back group, this particular detail is unclear, before running into 2 fishermen. He spoke with them, asking if there were any bears around, before heading off along the adjacent trail to the second campground. According to the fishermen, a group of people were around 50 to 80 feet down the trail at this time, and they believed that Jared was with this particular group, therefore didn't think it was unusual that he was alone. This was, tragically, the very last time that Jared Atadero was seen alive. At around 12:15, several members of the hiking group and 6-year-old Jocelyn heard a scream, which Jocelyn described as, quote, like somebody getting attacked or somebody playing with someone. It was at this time that the party realised that 3-year-old Jared was missing. The female adult, whose name is not publicly known, lost track of Jared's movements after about 10 or 20 minutes when they suddenly realised he was gone. The group searched the vicinity for around an hour or so, whilst some members returned to the lodge to inform Alan that his son had disappeared. He was understandably confused and shocked that the group had taken his children along the trail without his permission, especially considering they were only 3 and 6 years old at the time. Alan and the group searched the trail for hours before he contacted authorities at around 4 p.m. He also informed his wife that their son was missing. In turn, she immediately flew from San Diego to Colorado to help look for him. By 6:30 p.m, a 65-strong team of search and rescue members arrived at the lower trailhead and joined the search for Jared, later meeting with other members searching the upper trailhead between campsites 7 and 8, but neither team had found any trace of the missing toddler. The search operation expanded, with dive teams searching the Big South River and a helicopter being deployed at dawn the following morning. To add insult to injury, however, the helicopter suffered with a heavy fuel load and experienced difficulties in the rugged mountain terrain. As a result, the helicopter stalled whilst in the air at around 3:30 p.m. and fell approximately 100 feet before crashing along the trail. Miraculously, all 5 crew members on board survived, but 2 suffered horrific injuries, one being a search and rescue member who was knocked unconscious. He suffered a fractured eye socket, a gash which exposed his femur bone, 3 broken vertebrae, a broken shoulder, and concussion. This incident added further stress to an already delicate and desperate situation. Pressure was mounting, but time and resources were not on their side. The media began to swarm onto the scene as the search for Jared Atadero continued, psychics giving their 2 pence on what may have happened, and even an American Indian performed a ritual asking the mountain to give Jared back to his family. The situation shocked many across Colorado, many of whom were still captivated by the infamous case of John Benet Ramsey. Though the media seemed invasive, Alan Atadero bravely faced the cameras and appealed to the public for assistance. All he wanted was for his little boy to come home. Meanwhile, the search for Jared continued in the following days and nights, with another helicopter being deployed to aid in the search alongside Larimer County search and rescue teams, canine units, trackers, and a dive team. But as the days went by, hope that Jared was still alive began to dwindle. On October 8th, the search for the 3-year-old was suspended due to lack of any clues. Nothing was found which could help indicate where Jared was or what fate befell him. Many theories were possible. Did Jared get lost, fall between rocks, and succumb to the elements? Did he perhaps fall into the river and drown, or fall down a ledge and perish? Or was he attacked by a wild animal, such as a mountain lion? Many believed that this was a very probable theory, but no evidence of a mountain lion attack was found along the trail or in the areas searched. Mountain lion tracks were found, but nothing suggested that a recent attack had occurred. Several attacks had occurred near Idaho Springs in 1991, and a 10-year-old boy was killed by one in the Rocky Mountains National Park in 1997, the Rockies neighbouring the Comanche Peak Wilderness. But these attacks are notably extremely rare, with only 14 fatal mountain lion attacks having been recorded in the United States and Canada since 1915. Though the attacks were rare, they did still happen. The screams heard by the group and young Jocelyn certainly suggested that Jared was either frightened or startled in some way. Was he perhaps approached by a predator, possibly animal, or even human? Despite the unlikelihood of kidnapping in the wilderness, abduction was deemed a possibility. Members of the Christian Singles group, as well as the 2 fishermen who were likely the last people to see Jared alive, were questioned, as were Jared's family members, but nothing seemed awry. In the book titled Missing When the Sun Sets, the Jared Atadero story, written by Alan and Arlen Atadero, Jared's father describes the heartache he felt following his son's vanishing. Quote, "His disappearance was like a nuclear bomb. The original impact made me want to die, and although the fallout has blown away, the radiation from the bomb entered my system, and I feel as if I'm slowly wasting away." He also told the Coloradoan newspaper, quote, "It became a tornado, hurricane, biggest storm in all of our lives." With the search for Jared now at a tragic end, his family were left heartbroken. Over the years that followed, the case sat silently, many assuming that little Jared had gotten lost and perished as a result. A simple yet tragic conclusion. But all of this changed when a shocking discovery was made a few years later, and the case was completely turned on its head. On June 4th of 2003, two men named Gary Watts and Rob Osborne were hiking off the Big South Trail when they fell upon what appeared to be a child's shoe, around 500 vertical feet above the main trail path. The pair, who were businessmen in Fort Collins, then stumbled upon a second shoe, both of which were barely weathered, as well as a brown fleece jacket dotted with what appeared to be puncture marks and a pair of tattered blue trousers, which were turned inside out, one of the legs mostly ripped away. Oddly enough, Gary and Rob walked along the trail not a week earlier and discussed the possible outcomes in the Jared Atadero case. They knew when they found the clothing items what they had stumbled upon: little Jared's clothes. The location where the clothing was found was near to Campsite 2, where Jared was last seen. The pair reported their findings to authorities, who in turn sent pictures of the clothing to Alan Atadero, who then confirmed the clothing found did indeed belong to his missing son. Searchers arrived at the area following this heartbreaking discovery and scoured for further clues. During their search, they found a child's molar tooth and a skull on an elevated area over 9,000 feet further up. Tragically, an area which was due to be searched by the helicopter which crashed. According to Gary and Rob, who found Jared's clothing, where it was found was difficult for them to get to, and they believed that no child could tackle such rugged terrain. Someone or something took Jared there. Though authorities and Alan himself knew the skull and tooth belonged to Jared, it wasn't officially confirmed until a decade later, when DNA tests confirmed their worst fears. Many believed this to be an open and shut case despite this new evidence, a clear-cut mountain lion attack, but several details seemed to quash this theory. According to Alan, several tests were carried out on the clothes, which revealed no mountain lion hairs, no blood, and no DNA. The clothing was then sent to the CBI, and their results reached the same conclusion. This baffled many, as did the fact that if a mountain lion had attacked Jared, there would have been some sort of evidence left behind, whether it be hair or blood. But there was absolutely none on Jared's clothes. Unfortunately, his skull didn't offer authorities any new clues as to how the boy died. According to mountain lion experts, naturally, if an attack had occurred, they would have gone for the stomach area, an area of which Jared's clothing was still fully intact. His clothing would have been in shreds if a mountain lion had attacked him, and this simply appeared not to be the case. Jared's trouser leg was torn, but it was concluded that this was due to rodents and birds taking the materials for their nests, not as a result of a predatory attack from a mountain lion. Many were also left scratching their heads at the fact that Jared's shoes were in near perfect condition. Some believed it would have been impossible for them not to have been in worse condition after over 3 years exposed to the elements. If Jared had been possibly dragged up the mountain by the lion, or if he tried to put up a fight even, surely there would have been marks or scuffs on his shoes. But there was nothing. Some theories suggest that perhaps Jared's clothing had been removed prior to his death, hence the lack of DNA and blood, but this too leaves some loopholes. Why were they found 500 feet up the mountainside? If Jared's clothes were removed, by who and why? Is the fact that his trousers were inside out significant or not? According to the medical examiner, it was determined that Jared's cause of death was undetermined, possible mountain lion attack, but what truly happened, we simply don't know. The theories, ranging from a mountain lion attack to abduction, all seem plausible in one way or another, but as previously mentioned, each does present their own unique problems. If an animal attacked, Jared's clothing showed no evidence of this. We don't know how his clothing and remains reached 500 feet above the mountain trail. Yes, an animal could have dragged him there, but again, no evidence suggests this occurred. The lack of animal hairs, blood, and DNA evidence is truly what baffles many, though some dispute the harsh conditions of the wilderness could have washed blood and hair away, but not even microscopic specks of anything was found, which in itself is very mysterious. Looking at abduction, it seems unlikely, but it still cannot be ignored. Perhaps whoever abducted Jared accidentally killed him, as he put up a fight, before fleeing the scene, but it's difficult to explain how Jared's trousers in particular were inside out, not to mention how his clothing was so far up the mountain. But again, no DNA was found on the clothes, nor any traces of blood or hairs. We simply do not know how Jared Atadero spent his final moments, nor how he ultimately met his demise. Jared's loved ones have struggled to come to terms with what happened on that fateful October morning in 1999, though knowing at least some of his remains were found has brought some comfort, especially to his father. Though many find it hard to understand why Alan keeps his son's skull in a cardboard box in his home, he told the Coloradoan, quote, "I know it seems weird, and some people might not understand, but this is all I have of him. It's sad, kind of surreal to think that this is my son." On January 2nd every year, Jared's family still remember him on his birthday. His sister Jocelyn is now married, and the family even left a seat for Jared at the reception, alongside his Raiders cap. Even Alan made the heartbreaking hike up to the spot where Jared's remains were found, and left him an invitation to the nuptials. Despite the years that have gone by, Jared has never been forgotten by those who adored him the most. Pink Floyd's "Wish You Were Here" was Alan and Jared's favourite song, and whenever it plays, it reminds him of his beloved son. Alan's Christian faith has helped him through the heartbreaking ordeal of losing his son, and he believes that one day he will reunite with him. He has not let what happened consume him, and has finally found some peace. Though it seems likely that we will never know the truth about what happened to 3-year-old Jared Atadero, his memory will live on in the hearts and minds of all who cherished him. Damian Peter McKenzie was born on May 28, 1964 in Timboon, Australia, to Peter Murdoch McKenzie, a bus driver and motor mechanic, and his wife Marcia. The couple shared 5 children between them, including 10-year-old Damian. The McKenzie family lived in the Cobden countryside, a town located in the southwest of Victoria, Australia. The McKenzies were loving, caring, and very hard-working, a typical Australian family. According to those who knew him best, Damian was a kind-natured boy who was well-behaved, friendly, and extremely responsible for his age. Like most boys around about his age, Damian had a strong sense of adventure and adored the outdoors. He also enjoyed participating in athletics and was even a school's champion in the sport. Damian was part of the YAL, the Young Australian League, an enterprise created to encourage positive growth in youngsters, and the group were given the opportunity in September of 1974 to go on a camping trip to the Marysville area, which was to occur over a 5-day period from the 2nd to the 6th of September. Over 40 young people were confirmed to be partaking in the excursion, including Damian McKenzie. The camp was primarily based at Acheron River in Tagerty. However, during the trip, the children would travel to various places by bus where they would carry out all sorts of outdoor activities, including hiking. On Wednesday, the 4th of September 1974, 10-year-old Damian, alongside his fellow campmates and adult supervisors, decided to hike up to Stevenson Falls, located near to the Stevenson River in Victoria. The campers had actually travelled up to the falls on the night of the 2nd of September in the hopes that the troop would see the waterfall under floodlights. However, that night the lights were faulty, so the visit had to be rescheduled. Damian spent much of his time with his 2 closest friends, who also came from his hometown of Cobden, and at this point the trio were all thoroughly enjoying their camping excursion. It is stated that in one source there may have been a side trip on the same day as the visit to Stevenson Falls, dividing the group by sexes. It's suggested that the boys went to the falls whilst the girls were participating in another activity, though other sources report that some girls were present on the hiking trip to the falls. At approximately 11:30 a.m, whilst hiking along the trail leading to the top of Stevenson Falls on the right side of the Stevenson River, Damian abruptly ran ahead of the group in excitement, the 10-year-old disappearing into thick brush as he headed towards the peak of the falls. There are a number of conflicting reports as to whether Damian took off alone, with members of the troop, or even with 2 older boys who weren't a part of the trip. Regardless, after Damian disappeared into the brush, he was never seen again. After a short time, Damian's 2 friends noticed that he was missing, and it was then that they informed the camp leaders, who conducted an initial search of the area, but without success. It was at this point that authorities were contacted, and an official search and rescue operation was launched. Over 300 people, including Damian's parents, Victoria and Alexandra police officers, search and rescue teams and volunteers searched the Stevenson Falls and surrounding areas over the following days and nights, but the rough and rugged terrain and heavy rainfall, even on one occasion snowfall, hindered the search significantly. A helicopter was brought in to aid in the search, but poor visibility and heavy clouds made it almost impossible to see anything on the ground. Due to the challenging weather conditions and the lack of experience of many of the volunteers, some areas were scoured more than once, whereas others weren't searched at all. By the second day of searching, the weather was extremely cold and wet, and there was an extremely high possibility that if Damian was still out in the mountains, he would have suffered from hypothermia. Searchers did find something rather interesting, however. Footprints along the right side of the river where Damian was last seen. However, what struck investigators as odd was that the footprints simply ceased. There was no sign of any struggle, and no other footprints were present nearby. It was almost as if Damian had vanished on the spot. Strange markings resembling letters were also found in some dirt, and a balloon was found in the search area too. However, police dismissed them as being unrelated to Damian's disappearance. Police brought out sniffer dogs in order to trace Damian's scent, but unfortunately they found nothing. Nobody suspicious was seen in the area at the time either, which makes this case all the more baffling. 3 days into the search, Damian's father, Peter, collapsed. He was extremely distressed by the disappearance of his son, and the mental and physical strain of looking for him was taking an enormous toll on him and the rest of his family. All of the Mackenzies were extremely fearful and anxiety-ridden. All they wanted was for Damian to be found safe and well. After 6 harrowing days of searching through 12 square miles of scrub and overgrowth, the search was called off after authorities failed to find any clues in regards to the whereabouts of the 10-year-old schoolboy, tragically concluding that there was very little chance by this point that Damian was still alive. The search for Damian was one of the largest scale searches in Victoria's history, but despite authorities' best efforts to locate him, Damian was never found. Police believe that Damian succumbed to the elements after he disappeared, simply getting lost in the mountains after separating from the other campers. But if this was the case, his body has never been recovered. It should be noted that if Damian did die in the brush, his remains would have decomposed at a rapid rate and would have likely have been victim to animal scavenging, potentially leaving no trace of him at all. There are a number of other theories which are possible in regards to what happened to the 10-year-old boy, such as falling into the river, being swept downstream and ultimately drowning. Again, it is recorded that the river was running unusually high and very fast on the day Damian vanished, due to the rainy weather, but also snow melting higher up in the mountains. Being swept away is a possibility, but divers and search teams who scoured the river, the falls, and the weirs extensively found no trace of Damian. Abduction is also considered a possibility in this case, despite it sounding unlikely. There was a very dangerous child predator in Victoria at the time who abducted and murdered a young boy just 8 days after Damian disappeared. The perpetrator was known to travel significant distances to cover his tracks, but unfortunately there is no significant evidence to suggest that he was involved in this particular disappearance. The perpetrator was known to prey on young boys who were in rural areas, but not necessarily in the Australian bush. The man in question passed away in 1975 whilst in prison, so it's unlikely we will ever know whether he was involved in Damian's vanishing. Another potential suspect in regards to abduction was investigated by police, a man who was imprisoned for abducting and murdering 2 young boys in Tasmania. This individual's whereabouts between 1971 and 1975 is unknown. It is entirely possible that Damian could have been victim of a sex offender. As the years have gone by, many incidents of child sex offences have come to light, especially from the 1970s. Many of these individuals were trusted members of their communities, just like the camp leaders were on the specific excursion to Stevenson Falls, but these individuals used that trust to exploit children in unimaginable ways. Another theory which is discussed in regards to this case is that Damian could have been victim to animal predators in the bush. The area itself was known to be home to a number of wild dogs and some wild cats. Considering he was only a 10-year-old boy, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself if these predators attacked him. Another theory suggests that Damian could have fallen down an abandoned mine shaft. Maryville and its surrounding areas were subject to the famous gold rush, and there are still hundreds of mines which remain in the area to this day, either filled or simply abandoned. Regardless of the numerous theories, what happened to Damian remains a mystery to this day. Unfortunately, this incident wasn't the first time Stevenson Falls had been subject to tragedy. In January of 1968, 6 years prior to Damian's disappearance, a group of 7 teenagers went hiking towards the top of the falls. Bruce Fidge, Jay Hutty, Peter Simmons, Dorothy McNally, Janine Clark, Danella Kahn, and Margaret Weichalt. The group, who had gotten to know each other through meeting at the guest house they were staying in, had split into 2 smaller groups, with 4 of the friends, Jay, Peter, Dorothy and Janine, ahead of the 3 others, Bruce, Margaret and Donella, who were lagging behind. The 7 then stopped during the hike for a break. However, it was at this point that tragedy struck. A dead tree fell on top of the 4 friends at the front of the group. And as a result, Peter, Jay, Dorothy, and Janine all perished. The 3 others escaped with minor injuries, but the trauma of what they witnessed that day never left them. A retired Victorian police detective, Senior Sergeant Valentine Smith, started reinvestigating the case when he went for lunch with one of Damian's brothers, Stephen, who worked as a detective sergeant in the police. The 2 eventually started discussing Damian's case, and with the blessing of the McKenzie family, were able to reopen the investigation, which is now being re-examined by professional volunteers. Investigators on Valentine's team are trying to trace a woman named Shirley O'Brien, who was one of the adult supervisors during the hiking trip, but so far they have only reached dead ends. The investigative team want to put the pieces of the puzzle together in regards to exactly the timeline of events of that day. And they believe Shirley may be able to help them in their investigation. Valentine is also appealing for any information from the children who attended the camp that week in September 1974. Even the smallest piece of information could be crucial to solving this cold case. Something which Valentine is wanting to do is increase outdoor education for youngsters in Australia, teaching children survival skills for if they ever get lost in the bush. Learning such skills could be life-saving. If Damian had known more about surviving in the wilderness, his life too could have been saved. A memorial bench for Damian was placed by Stevenson Falls by his family as a constant reminder that he hasn't been forgotten. There is also a memorial at the falls for the 4 teenagers who perished in 1968. Even after almost 50 years, Damian's family still haven't given up hope that someday they will find answers, and their agonising suffering of not knowing what happened to the 10-year-old can finally be put to rest. In August 2017, two kayakers travelling down the Red River would make a chilling discovery. They'd noticed a suspicious object caught on a log in the water, and upon further investigation, they would find it was the body of a young woman. This discovery was, unfortunately, only the latest instalment of a gruesome story that would shake North Dakota to its core. Savannah LaFontaine Greywind had much to look forward to in 2017. She had just gotten a job as a nursing assistant, where she was hoping to later go on to specialise in elder care, but was moving in with her boyfriend of 7 years, and they were expecting their first child. But for the moment, she was living with her family, her parents and her brother, in their basement apartment in Fargo, North Dakota. This might have been a difficult time for some people, but not for Savannah. She loved her family, she loved spending time with them, and she would keep in constant contact with them throughout her day, through calls and text messages, even though they all lived under the same roof. That was also why her family knew where she had gone on August 17th, 2017. They had been a bit surprised to find out that Savannah had agreed to help their upstairs neighbour, Brooke Cruz, but not because of Savannah. Savannah was a kind and caring person who often went out of her way to help others, but the family were a little concerned over who she was going to help this time. Brooke Cruz, who was 38 at the time, and Savannah was only 22, had lived above Savannah and her family for a long time, but the family only really knew her in passing. If they had known about her past, they would have known that she already had 7 children, all of them with different partners, and none of them or the children actually lived with her. But it was her relationship with her current partner that would shape so much of Brooke's reputation. William Hohen and Brooke were getting into explosive and violent fights. Altercations that were so bad, Savannah and her family could hear them through the ceiling, which would actually shake from all the noise. But it was after one particularly bad fight that things would get serious. William was arrested for assault when he admitted to throwing Brooke into the bathtub, and he would be issued a no-contact order by the court. Just 6 months later, William would be in trouble with the law again when the police, responding to a disturbance report, found him in the apartment again, and he was charged with violating that same order. And this would not be the first time that either of them had been in trouble with the law, or even the court, for that matter. Both Brooke and William had lengthy track records with the justice system, and Brooke would be taken to court several times to be sued for not paying her child support. But Savannah had wanted to help Brooke. She'd refused to go upstairs with her a few weeks before that day on August 19th, when Brooke asked if she'd wanted to go upstairs and smoke some weed. But this time, Brooke was asking if Savannah would be a model for a dress Brooke was making, and Savannah said yes. Savannah was home alone during the day. By this time, she was 8 months pregnant and was finding it difficult to go to work in the heat and with her swollen feet and the other joys of pregnancy. But she was in constant contact with her family. She had even ordered a pizza for them to enjoy together for lunch, but it hadn't arrived in time for her to have any before she had to go upstairs and meet Brooke for their appointment. When Savannah's family came home, they would find that the pizza was still untouched on the countertop, Savannah's car outside, and her purse and her keys inside the apartment. Her family were already a little concerned. Savannah hadn't replied to any of their other messages throughout the day, and they hadn't heard back from her since she'd sent them texts to say she was on her way to Brooke's. Another thing was that Savannah was supposed to drive her brother to work that day, something that she wouldn't have missed or would have at least let them know if she wasn't feeling up for it, so he could figure out another way to get there on time. But nobody had heard anything from her. Savannah had left for Brooke's apartment at around 1:20 that afternoon, and by 4 o'clock her mother, Norberta, was really worried. She went upstairs and knocked on Brooke's door, but Brooke told Norberta that Savannah had left around 2:45, and she had no idea where she was. Norberta knew that her daughter wouldn't have just wandered off, not without telling them, and not without taking her car, as she couldn't walk very far because of her swollen feet. And Norberta was starting to get suspicious. Brooke was the last person who had any contact with Savannah, and now no one could reach her. Almost immediately after talking with Brooke, Norberta called the police to report her daughter missing, and officers arrived at the apartment building just after 5 p.m. Police would search Brooke's apartment twice that day and once the day after, but they found nothing of significance. A deputy chief at the department later coming out and saying there was nothing to suggest any criminal activity in Savannah's disappearance. But Savannah's case was already in the media, and a reporter investigating Savannah and the apartment building she lived in would receive an anonymous tip that said that a sex offender was living in the same apartment that Brooke was. He would go over to the apartment to investigate the tip, but when he approached the door, all he heard was the sound of a machine. He said that it sounded almost like a vacuum cleaner, but it was too loud to be a normal domestic one, but it was instead maybe something from a construction site or something industrial. The tip would prove false, but what he heard that night would later tie in with so much of Savannah's story. Brooke and William were the only suspects in Savannah's case, but police didn't make a breakthrough until they spoke with some of William's colleagues. William worked at a roofing company, and his colleagues reported him talking about the newborn baby that he had at home. This was disturbing to investigators, as they had not seen or found any signs of a baby while searching the home, and it was enough for them to get another search warrant for the property. This time, when they went into the apartment, they found a healthy baby girl lying on the bed, and they arrested Brooke and William. Brooke would only speak once with the police, telling them that when Savannah had come over to her apartment that afternoon, Brooke had shown her how to intentionally break her water, and Savannah had actually delivered her baby there in Brooke's apartment. She then went on to say that Savannah had given the baby to her afterwards, and that was why Brooke had her. But this story, and the DNA tests that proved that the little baby girl was Savannah's, would only open more questions. How could Brooke and William have the baby but not know where Savannah was? And where had she been all this time? All would become clear when the two kayakers found Savannah's body in the Red River on August 27th, 2017. Her body had been wrapped in plastic and duct tape. She had strangulation marks around her neck, and her womb had been sliced open. Shortly after arriving at Brooke's apartment that day, the two women had gotten into an altercation, an argument that led to Brooke pushing Savannah whilst they were in the bathroom, and Savannah had fallen and hit her head. Brooke then raced to the kitchen, where she grabbed a knife and cut Savannah's unborn baby out of her stomach. Brooke didn't know if Savannah could feel anything at this point. She was drifting in and out of consciousness, maybe from the head wound, maybe from blood loss. But she did not know if Savannah was alive when William returned home and found them in the bathroom. Brooke then turned to him and held up the baby, saying the words, quote, "This is our baby, and this is our family." Brooke had done this because earlier that year she'd told William that she was pregnant in an attempt to get him to stay in the relationship. When William had found out that she had been lying, he'd told her to, quote, "come up with a baby or else." And Savannah had been Brooke's solution. When William walked in on Savannah and Brooke, he'd jumped into action, and not in the way I think any of us would have hoped. He asked her if Savannah was dead, and when Brooke couldn't give him an answer, he ran for a rope, tying it around her neck and pulling it. Eventually, he said that if she hadn't been dead before, then she was now. The two would quickly clean up the scene, stuffing Savannah's body into a closet in their bathroom where it would remain throughout all three of the police searches and was never found. William had laid in bed, keeping the newborn with him under the covers while the police searched the apartment, and eventually they came up with a plan to dispose of Savannah's body. They hollowed out a dresser, put her body inside it, and then dumped it in the Red River, where it was discovered just 6 days later. Brooke would later testify that William hadn't known about her plan to kill Savannah and had only helped her afterwards. She also testified that William had strangled Savannah, but this was later disputed when one of Brooke's fellow inmates came forward to testify that Brooke had admitted to her that she had been the one to strangle Savannah. Whether this was true or not, Brooke was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and William pled guilty to conspiracy to commit kidnapping and lying to the police, and was eventually sentenced to 20 years in prison. Savannah's boyfriend, Ashton, gained custody of their daughter, naming her what the couple had decided to name her before Savannah's murder, Hazley Jo. She'll turn 5 years old in August of 2022, and Ashton has made great efforts to keep her involved and raise her within the Spirit Lake tribe, to which he and Savannah belonged. And her death was a spark that would go on to create a change in how Indigenous cases are handled. A bill named after Savannah Greywind was passed in 2021 that will allow Native Americans and tribal communities better access to federal crime information, as well as creating a standardised protocol for how the police and other investigative forces should handle missing and murdered Native American women and their cases, in an effort to prevent this from happening again, and to help crack down on the high number of missing Indigenous women cases across the nation. Annie Borjesson was an athletic, talented Swedish woman living in Scotland in late 2005. She spoke 5 different languages, played in a band, was passionate about rugby and loved Scotland. A love her family would insist she still had when her body was discovered on a beach one early December morning by a man walking his dog. At that point, she had only been in the country again for a few months, and she was trying to find a job that would allow her to stay permanently, but she still had a very active social life. She was a regular at her local rugby club. She was also physically active, taking long hikes to see historical sites and local scenery, and working out by swimming at the local swimming hall. And she had just made a phone call to her best friend the night before she was found to talk about how much she was looking forward to a party she would be going to that evening. So why did police immediately rule her death a suicide? When they arrived on the scene that morning in December 2005, the police did not call for a forensic team. No post-mortem was conducted, and the police paid no attention to her missing belongings, and yet they were confident that Annie had taken her own life. Their confidence would only become more confusing when Annie's family began investigating on their own, and they dug up some pretty troubling clues. Annie complained about a man she had met only a few times in total, but she'd met him in that week leading up to her death. This man was Martin Leslie, a rugby player from New Zealand, and she met him whilst at her local rugby club. Annie would tell friends and family that she did not like him, that he was pushy and kept trying to get her to drink, and that in her mind he was nothing but a sexual predator, and she had made the decision that she was going to try and avoid him. We don't know how well that worked out for her, though. We know that they bumped into each other again when Annie went swimming in her local swimming hall, and there were implications that Martin was stalking her, but this lead would only end up bringing more confusion to the investigation. A few days after Annie's body was found, it was discovered that the real Martin Leslie had not even been in Scotland during the dates that Annie said that she'd met him, but family and friends were convinced that Annie had said she did. He had given her so many details about his career, about his family, and other parts of his life that had led Annie to believe that she was talking to the real Martin Leslie. This discovery only continued to muddle the waters. The family were getting no help from the Scottish police, and so they took matters even further into their own hands. They started collecting as much information as they could on Annie's whereabouts and actions during her last week alive, but what they found would only lead to more questions. When trying to collect Annie's phone records, her friends and family found that any contact they had made with Annie had been deleted from her phone records, and even their own. This made no sense. Both her friends and family knew that they had made phone calls back and forth to each other during that time, but now the records showed nothing. In fact, the Scottish police would insist that Annie had not made or received any phone calls during the final 3 days she was alive. Hoping that she would find more answers, Annie's mother signed into Annie's email account to see if she could find anything there. But once again, strangely, all of Annie's emails had been deleted. This could have been it for Annie's family, but then Annie's friend, Maria, stumbled upon something that would only make this case more confusing. There was an investigative journalist based in America who wrote several critical articles about the CIA and American policies. One of her latest articles was about a US policy that actually dates back to the Reagan years, but one that became hugely important during the War on Terror under George Bush. This policy allowed the administration to fly terror suspects or criminals abroad so that security forces could circumvent America's laws on torture and torturing prisoners to extract information. An incredibly important part, and perhaps the most chilling part of this policy, and the most relevant for this case, was that the British government allowed flights with these suspects and criminals on board to refuel and resupply in Britain, more importantly at Prestwick Airport in Scotland. This airport was only a mile away from where Annie was found, but what really ties this policy with Annie is the name of the journalist who wrote those articles. The journalist's name was Christina Borjesson, a coincidence that becomes even harder to ignore when you know the fact that Annie's full name was Annie Christina Borjesson. With this new information in mind, Annie's friends and family began to pressure the Scottish police even more, but the police doubled down on their theory and began to collect testimonies to prove that Annie had been struggling with her mental health. An employee at the apartments that Annie lived in reportedly said that Annie had seemed depressed in her final days, and that she had told the employee that there was something she had to do, and that this decision might just change her life. But that doesn't explain why Annie had already made an appointment for that Monday with her hairdresser back in Sweden, and it didn't explain why Annie had been spotted at Prestwick Airport on Saturday, the day before she was found dead on the beach. Just before she arrived at the airport, Annie made 2 attempts to withdraw money, but the transactions didn't go through because she didn't have enough money in her account. Investigators would speculate that she was trying to withdraw money so that she could buy her ticket back to Sweden, a speculation that would be supported by the fact that she had 2 books in her luggage that she needed to return to a library back in Sweden. But after making these 2 failed attempts to withdraw money, Annie would still go to the airport. She stayed there for less than 5 minutes before she was spotted by CCTV cameras leaving the airport through the short stay car park, which didn't make much sense as she had arrived there with public transportation and she was heading back on foot. In the footage, Annie looks angry or maybe a little frustrated, perhaps because she hadn't been able to withdraw money and go home, perhaps because she had been looking to chase up a lead and her plans had fallen through. Reenactors would actually try to replicate the footage we have of Annie, both from inside the airport to where she was filmed leaving through the car park, but they could only get from one place to another in the time that was written on the tapes by running. We also know that Annie wasn't running in the footage, which doesn't make any sense unless the footage was altered to show a different timestamp. According to these cameras, Annie left the airport around 3:15 p.m, but cameras spotted a figure on Station Road that the police believe to be Annie at 4:05 p.m. It is possible that this figure was Annie, but the police would form this idea based only on the backpack seen in the footage, and not by actually seeing her face. Just 25 minutes later, 2 men spotted a figure standing on the beach. The men say that they could not see if this figure was a man or a woman, but that the person was just standing eerily still on the beach, and it made them nervous. Not knowing what to do, the men continued their walk, but they circled back a little while later, and the figure was still standing there by the water and not moving. The police would use this statement to validate their identification of Annie Borjesson from the footage. It was the same beach that Annie was found on the next day, and they said that her behaviour would be consistent with someone contemplating taking their own life. But in order to firmly believe that this figure, both in the footage and the one spotted on the beach, were in fact Annie, both we and the police would have to ignore a second report that said that Annie was seen talking to two men that day between 4:30 and 5 p.m. Other witnesses would say that they definitely saw her, that there was no way she would have been able to be both on the beach and talking to these men, but the police went with their version of her being on the beach that afternoon. When she was found the next day, her folder that she kept her money, all of her contact information, and her notes in was not found with her. An autopsy reported an unexplained depression in her skin and slight bruising and abrasions on her body, and that part would be consistent with drowning in the sea. But the Swedish undertaker that prepared her body for burial said that one of her sides was covered in deep, dark bruising that did not match the autopsy report. Not knowing where else to go, Annie's family reached out to the Swedish police for help, but they were told that the police would not and could not do their own investigation without jeopardising Sweden's relationship with a foreign country. So Annie's family and friends are still left without answers. They're still campaigning for justice for Annie, but whether they'll ever find out what really happened to her remains a mystery. A plaque was later erected on the beach that Annie was found, and it reads, Annie Borjesson, born February 7th, 1975, found dead December 4th, 2005. Her loved ones never found out how or why. A blot on Scotland's reputation for fairness. Aisha Jaquilla Degree was born on the 5th of August 1990 in Shelby, Cleveland County, North Carolina, and was the second born child of Harold and Aquilla Degree, who were already parents to a 1-year-old named O'Brien. Harold and Aquilla married on Valentine's Day in 1988 and raised both their son and daughter at a residence on Oak Crest Drive, Falston, a rural area located north of Shelby. The Degree family were very close-knit, with some of their extended family living further down the street where they lived in Falston. The family's lives centred mainly around their Christian faith, and they attended Macedonia Missionary Baptist Church on a regular basis. Harold and Aquilla made sure to keep both of their children sheltered from outside influences, focusing mainly on church and their children's schooling. Aisha reportedly loved attending church and her Bible study classes. Harold and Aquila were very protective of their children and limited the likes of television hours. They also did not have a computer due to Harold and Aquila's concerns regarding online predators. In 2000, 9-year-old Aisha was a 4th grader at Falston Elementary School, and she was reportedly an outstanding pupil. She had an almost perfect attendance record and performed excellently in science and maths. She also expressed a passion for reading and writing, as well as sports, and played basketball for the girls' team at her school, her brother O'Brien also sharing his sister's passion for basketball by playing for the boys' team. Aisha had ambitions to become a writer and an illustrator after graduating school. Both Harold and Aquila worked regular jobs, which tended to run over the time in which both O'Brien and Aisha would return home from school, so both children had keys to the house to let themselves in, to finish whatever homework they had, or to carry out some chores whilst they waited for their parents to return home. Both Aisha and O'Brien were reported to be very responsible for their ages, and the two were very close. Aisha was described as a cautious, timid, and shy girl who tended to obey all of the rules her parents set out. Aisha didn't go out much apart from for church or school-related activities, though it was known that Aisha was fearful of dogs, strangers, and the dark. On February 11th, 2000, all of the Cleveland County schools were closed for a long weekend to celebrate President's Day. Both Harold and Aquila still had to go to work, so as a result, Aisha and O'Brien stayed at their aunt's home, located further down the street. Despite the holiday, both Aisha and her brother attended basketball practice at their school grounds. The following day, Saturday 12th, Aisha attended her first basketball game of the season at their opponent's school, but unfortunately luck wasn't on their side. Aisha, who played as a star point guard, fouled out, and the team ended up losing the match by just 1 point. Aisha was angry and upset with herself for fouling, feeling that she had let her team down. Following the match, Aisha and her teammates cried together, disappointed about the loss, especially by just a mere single point. Fortunately, Aisha seemed to recuperate rather quickly and seemed completely back to her normal self by the time her brother played his match shortly after the girls' game had ended. That night, Aisha stayed at her cousin's home for a sleepover, staying up much later than she normally would. The following day, Sunday the 13th of February, the Degrees picked Aisha up from her cousin's home before attending church as usual, before heading back to the aunt's house in the afternoon. At approximately 8 p.m. that night, after returning from their cousins, 9-year-old Aisha and 10-year-old Bryant retired to their shared bedroom. Aisha, in particular, was very tired from the previous night's sleepover antics, and both children had school the following morning, so they wanted to make sure that they had a good night's rest. As night fell upon the residents of Shelby, a heavy thunderstorm raged through the skies, strong winds also causing chaos across the neighbourhood. At around 9 p.m, Aisha awoke because of the loud rumbling of thunder and bright flashes of lightning. She was also terrified of such storms. Aisha got up and went into the living room to watch some television with her parents and her brother as the storm continued to rage on. A short time later, the Falston neighbourhood suffered a power outage after a car crashed into a nearby electricity pole. At the time, Aquila was running a bath for her children, but due to the power cut, she decided to send her children to bed for the night instead. The power was out for about 3.5 hours, eventually coming back on at approximately 12:30 a.m. Harold Degree, the patriarch of the family, was out working that night. He was a dock loader and tended to work all sorts of hours, and he returned shortly after the power lines had been restored. Before returning home, however, he went to a local store to buy some Valentine's candy for his anniversary the following day. After he returned home at approximately 12:30 a.m, Harold opened the door leading into his children's bedroom and saw both Aisha and O'Brien fast asleep in their beds. Harold, still awake, stayed up for a few more hours before checking on his children again in the wee hours of February 14th at approximately 2:30 a.m, both children still sound asleep in their beds. Shortly afterwards, Harold too retired to bed for the night. A short while later, 10-year-old O'Brien heard his sister's bed squeak, assuming that Aisha was either tossing and turning in her bed or had gotten up to use the bathroom. He thought nothing of it and fell back asleep. Their mother, Aquila, awoke around 5:45 a.m. on February 14th, not just being Valentine's Day, but also the Degrees' wedding anniversary. At the same time, Aquila began to run a bath for Aisha and O'Brien, as they didn't have one the night before due to the thunderstorm and subsequent power outage. She wanted to make sure that her children were feeling fresh before going to school that day. Aquila was due to leave for work shortly afterwards and, as usual, expected both of her children to get dressed, eat their own breakfast and catch the school bus. At approximately 6:30 a.m, Aquila went into the children's bedroom to wake them up for school. O'Brien was still sleeping soundly under his covers, however Aisha was nowhere to be seen. Her bed was empty. Aquila searched through the house for her 9-year-old daughter, also checking outside the residence and in both family cars, but she couldn't find her anywhere. Aquila woke her husband and told him that she couldn't find their daughter, and as a result, Harold suggested that they called his mother, who lived down the street, to see if Aisha had perhaps stopped by, but she hadn't. Aquila then called her mother in a panic, unsure of what to do, but her mother told her to contact the police as soon as possible. For Aisha to disappear into thin air was completely out of character. Police arrived at the Degree residence approximately 10 minutes later at 6:40 a.m. to investigate, bringing police dogs too in an effort to trace Aisha's scent, but unfortunately the 9-year-old's scent could not be picked up. It's likely that the thunderstorm hindered this process significantly. By 7 a.m, most of the neighbourhood were awake and aiding in the search for Aisha, many of which cancelled their plans to go looking for the schoolgirl. The Degree family, alongside police, neighbours and members of the church, spent the entire day scouring the area for any sign of Aisha, and even a helicopter was brought in to search from the skies using infrared heat detection. But despite their combined efforts, no trace of Aisha was found. During this initial search, all that was found was a winter mitten, which Aisha's mother confirmed did not belong to her missing daughter. Following the desperate search for Aisha, local news reported on the schoolgirl's disappearance across various news outlets, and as a result, 2 truck drivers came forward with some rather interesting yet puzzling information. The 2 drivers, along with another witness, told authorities that they had seen a young girl matching Aisha's description walking along North Carolina's Highway 18 between 3:45 and 4:15 a.m, a short distance away from the Degree home, around about a mile or so. The thunderstorm was still raging overhead at this time, and one of the drivers, a 25-year-old who worked for the Sundrop Bottling Company, was very concerned about witnessing a child walking alone along the highway at such an hour, also in such harrowing weather conditions. According to this witness, who was taking his lunch break at the time, the girl wasn't wearing any sort of warm clothing to protect her from the storm, and as a result, the driver attempted to approach Aisha to offer a helping hand. However, she scarpered, disappearing into the nearby woods. This was reportedly the very last time that 9-year-old Aisha Degree was seen alive. The following day, on February 15th, authorities investigated the wooded area where Aisha was reportedly last seen, near to the intersection of Highway 180, in the hopes to find any clues which could indicate where she was or what had happened to her. And 3 days later, on February 17th, whilst looking in the doorway of a tool shed at Turner's Upholstery, located along the highway, not far from the woods where Aisha was last seen, police found a number of candy wrappers, a pencil, a marker pen, and a Mickey Mouse hairbow, all of which Harold and Aquila Degree confirmed to have belonged to their daughter. It is presumed that Aisha sheltered from the storm in this shed. Very interestingly, according to one source, a small passport-sized photograph of a young African-American girl who appeared to be around about the same age as Aisha was found inside the shed. But the girl in the image was not Aisha, nor was she anyone from Falston Elementary School. It's unclear where the photograph came from, and it is also unknown if the girl was ever identified. On some of the many sources that we looked at in regards to this case, this photograph of the girl was very rarely mentioned, which seems quite odd. Surely authorities would want to know who the girl in the picture was. For all we know, she could also be a missing person. Some theorise that Aisha could have been catfished by someone, pretending to be the young girl in the photograph, whereas others believe the girl may have been a victim of a child predator, just as Aisha could have been herself. Upon returning to their Oakcrest Drive residence following another day of searching on February 16th, the Degrees searched through Aisha's belongings in order to see if anything was missing, and some items of significance were gone. Aisha's black book bag, which contained her house keys, was missing, as was her Tweety Bird purse and a number of her favourite clothes: a pair of blue jeans with a red stripe, a pair of black shoes, a long-sleeved white shirt with purple lettering, a rest vest top with a black trim, a pair of black overalls with Tweety Bird printed on them, and a long-sleeved black and white shirt. Because of the lack of necessities she appeared to have packed, it was clear to authorities that Aisha had been the one who had packed her belongings away, nobody else. The squeak heard by O'Brien that he presumed to be Aisha turning in bed could have been her getting out of bed and leaving the room. Authorities believe that Aisha had been planning her departure from home for at least a few days prior to her disappearance. Quite interestingly, all of the windows and doors in the Degree residence were locked on the night Aisha vanished. There were no signs of forced entry, meaning that Aisha didn't exit the property by force. She had her own key, so she probably could have locked the front door herself if this was indeed her point of exit. This ruled out the possibility of an unknown person entering the home and abducting the 9-year-old. However, she could have been abducted following her departure from the Degree home, or she could have been lured away. Police concluded without a doubt that Aisha had left the home of her own accord in the early hours of February 14th, though her reasons for leaving still leave investigators baffled. This was a girl who was afraid of the dark and adverse weather, and yet she left her home in the middle of the night in the midst of a raging thunderstorm. Interestingly to note, Aisha's class at her school had just finished reading The Whipping Boy by Sid Fleischman around the time of her disappearance, the book's plot centering around two children running away from home in the middle of the night, but eventually returning. It's possible that the plot may have influenced Aisha's decision to run away, but whether this was indeed the catalyst for Aisha's disappearance is unknown. The search for Aisha was extensive, and within just 7 days, over 9,000 man-hours had been invested in the search. Flyers and missing posters were put up across the area as news outlets continued to report on Aisha's disappearance. As a result, a number of potential sightings and tips came into police, but unfortunately nothing of significance came from these tips. No other clues were found during the initial search, and as a result, the search was called off on February 20th. Despite this, local media were urged by authorities to continue appealing to the public for any information which could lead to Aisha's whereabouts, with the Degree family offering a $5,000 reward. The Degrees even appeared on a number of daytime television shows to spread awareness about Aisha's disappearance. They did everything possible to get her name, her picture, and her story out there. Aisha's friends at her school were also questioned by police, and according to a number of sources, Aisha showed her classmates some banknotes in her wallet, but nobody knew where she got the money from. It's unknown if Aisha took the money with her when she disappeared. On February 22nd, a press conference was held in which it was revealed by North Carolina's SBI, State Bureau of Investigation, and the FBI were now involved in this case alongside investigators at the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office. Both entered Aisha's details into their respective missing persons databases and carried out a number of extensive inquiries and investigations. They continued to struggle in establishing a valid reason as to why Aisha had run away from home. She was very quiet and shy, as previously mentioned, so she wouldn't have run away from home with someone she didn't know. It wasn't in Aisha's nature to do something like that. Her home life was very happy, if not a little sheltered, but nothing appeared to be bothering Aisha around the time she vanished. The basketball game loss was upsetting for her, but would this be reason enough to run away? She seemed back to her normal self within a few hours, but maybe something else was on her mind. If so, what? What plans had she made? Where was she heading? Did she make these plans alone or with somebody else? Or did she perhaps meet with someone along the way? The Degree family all took polygraph tests in regards to Aisha's disappearance, and all of them passed. They were always cooperative with authorities during their inquiries and let them search their home without any qualms. No evidence whatsoever suggested that the Degrees had anything to do with Aisha's disappearance. The most likely scenario was that Aisha was abducted following her departure from the Degree home. However, the following year, in August of 2001, 18 months after Aisha's disappearance, a chilling discovery would lead authorities to believe that young Aisha met with foul play following her bizarre vanishing. On the 3rd of August 2001, a contractor who was digging an access road near Morganton, Burke County, unearthed a backpack wrapped in 2 black trash bags by Laurel Creek, located just off North Carolina's Highway 18, approximately 26 miles north from the Degree home in Shelby, and in the opposite direction from where Aisha was last seen walking. The bag was confirmed to be Aisha Degree's book bag, as it had her name and telephone number written on the inside. Just to note at this point, a pair of men's khaki trousers and some animal bones were also found nearby. Aisha's book bag underwent lab testing by the FBI, however the results of these tests were never released to the public. It is not known the entirety of the contents found within the bag, however some unconfirmed reports state that there was a piece of paper inside with Aisha's name written on it, and there was a number of clothing items and a pencil case also found inside. The key which Aisha had used for the family home was reportedly missing from the book bag. Almost 20 years after Aisha's disappearance in 2018, the FBI, who had started reinvestigating this case in February of 2015, released 2 images of a book and a nightdress found inside Aisha's book bag. The book was Dr. Seuss's McLeod's Pool, and a red and white t-shirt which read New Kids on the Block, featuring the band of the same name. The book had been checked out of Aisha's school library around the time, but it's unknown who to. Neither the book or the t-shirt belonged to Aisha, however, but according to investigators, these items are paramount to solving this case. They're still looking for anyone who may recognise these items from around the early 2000s. The book bag and its contents were the last pieces of evidence belonging to Aisha to have been found in this case, and because of the nature in which the book was found buried, police believe that Aisha more than likely met with foul play on the night she vanished. At the same time of this new lead in the case, it was also announced by authorities that there was a new reward of approximately $25,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons responsible for Aisha Degree's disappearance. An additional $20,000 reward was put on top of the initial reward by the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office and a local community group. There is the possibility that Aisha, who was nicknamed as Shelby's sweetheart following her disappearance, was seen getting into a distinctive dark green early 1970s model car on the night in question, according to a police statement released in 2016 citing a new lead in the case. The vehicle could possibly have been either a Lincoln Continental Mark IV or a Ford Thunderbird. The vehicle reportedly had rust around the wheel wells. In September 2017, the CO.AG team, the Child Abduction Rapid Department of the FBI, travelled to Cleveland County to help investigators working for the Sheriff's Office, as well as agents with the SBI and the Charlotte FBI in the Aisha Degree case. The team worked with them for approximately 10 days and regularly meet to this day to go over the latest developments in the investigation. According to a number of sources, investigators and agents have held over 300 interviews since 2017 alone and continue to go through Aisha's case with a fine comb in an effort to crack the case once and for all. They believe that the truth lies within Cleveland County itself. Someone must know what happened to Aisha on that fateful night in February of 2000. Unfortunately, many leads in this case have only led to dead ends. Suspects came and went without any significant progress being made, some of which had previous records for child abduction, rape, and murder. Unfortunately, no evidence could link any of the suspects to Aisha's disappearance. As a result, the trail has gone cold. As the years have passed, the Degree family have done everything in their power to keep their daughter's memory alive, keeping their faith that Aisha is out there alive somewhere. They established a scholarship in Aisha's name at her school and even host an annual walk every February to raise awareness about Aisha's case and to raise money for their continuous search for her. The walking route is from the Degree home on Oak Crest Drive to Aisha's billboard located along Highway 18, near to where she was last seen alive. The extremely bizarre circumstances in this case make it extremely unique. There is no other case quite as strange as the disappearance of Aisha Degree. What truly happened to the 9-year-old that stormy night remains a mystery to this day. Why did Aisha leave the comfort of her own home to walk along the highway in a treacherous thunderstorm? She was petrified of the dark and of wild weather. Where was she going and what was her plan? Why did she leave her family and friends behind? Was she intending to return home? Was Aisha abducted or lured away? And if so, by who and why? Aisha didn't talk to strangers, which makes the theory that she met up with someone she didn't know all the more confusing, unless either foul play was involved or she did know who the person or persons she was intending to meet. What happened to Aisha after she ran into the woods? Where is she now? These are just some of the many questions about this puzzling case which still remain unanswered. What fate befell young Aisha Degree that stormy night in February of 2000? At the time of her disappearance, Aisha Degree was 9 years old. She is described as being of African American origins, standing at approximately 4 feet 6 inches tall and weighing 60 pounds. Aisha has black hair and brown eyes, and notably has a chickenpox scar on the centre of her forehead, and both of her ears are pierced. On the night she vanished, it is believed that Aisha was wearing a white nightshirt with a teddy bear on it, a pair of acid-washed jeans, and a size 3 pair of white Nike basketball or tennis shoes. Aisha may have also been carrying a Tweety Bird purse and a black backpack. A number of age progression images of Aisha have been released over the years, and on February 14th, 2020, exactly 20 years after she vanished, the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children released another updated age progression image depicting Aisha Degree as a 29-year-old woman. The Degrees did everything in their power to protect their children from the dark side of the world, but this case shows that even the most sheltered children can't always be protected from that darkness. It could be your child, your family member, your friend, your partner who goes missing. Count your lucky stars and appreciate those who surround you with love. Within an instant, they could be gone. Harold, Aquila, and O'Brien still struggle to come to terms with Aisha's disappearance, but have kept their faith and believe that whatever the case, Aisha was safe in God's hands. Hope has not yet dwindled for the Degrees, despite the time that has passed. O'Brien is in his 30s now and has a daughter of his own, who, according to various sources, strongly resembles young Aisha. O'Brien continues to keep his sister's memory alive, and both he and his parents haven't given up hope that one day Aisha will return home to them, back where she belongs. Freda Knowshisgun was 34 years old when she suddenly disappeared without a trace. She was a member of the Crow tribe and lived with her family between Crow Agency and Billings in Montana. She was known to be brave and kind, and not afraid to stick up for herself and others. She was known for her intelligence, for her quick wit, and for being a good student who was working hard to finish college and better her education for herself and for her family. And she was a part of a large, tightly knit family with 3 children of her own, Lyrical, Trinity, and Mason, and she loved her children more than anything. She had their names tattooed on her back, and she had just promised them that she would make it home at the end of the month to take them trick-or-treating for Halloween. This was a big deal for her children, and I'm sure for Freda as well, but her family were perhaps a little cautious over this promise. At some point in 2015, they had noticed a pretty big shift in Freda's behaviour. She would start dropping in and out of the family home, disappearing for sometimes days at a time, and her new friends were more than a little troubling. The family grew concerned, but that concern would only continue to grow when Freda began abusing drugs and disappearing more often until she would finally officially move out of the family home and to Billings, Montana, with some of her new acquaintances. But when she reached out to a friend in October of 2016, she was actually trying to make her way back from Kennewick, Washington, over 740 miles away from her family's home in Crow Agency. She told her friend that she needed money so that she could afford to make the trip back home and keep her promise to her children, and her friend agreed to help her. They set up an online money transfer, and Freda was waiting for the money to come through at a customer service desk at a Walmart, but the money didn't go through. There was a mix-up with Freda's last name, Knowshisgun, and it's a pretty common mix-up that happens when translating names from Crow to English. On Freda's birth certificate, she's registered as Knowshisgun, but in English, Crow family names use a his in the middle, meaning that Freda would also go by the name Knowshisgun. Freda, like many other members of the Crow tribe, would have documentation using the name, and would use both versions of her name herself, and that was what had held up the money transfer that day. Freda remained in contact with her friend while this confusion was sorted out, and she hung up when it was clear that the money was eventually going to come through. But just 15 minutes after this last phone call with her friend, Freda's phone would stop working. Freda's friend would try to reach her several times, wanting to know if she had received the money or if there were any other problems, but she never got through to her, and perhaps more disturbingly, the money was never collected. The family tried to remain calm, knowing that Freda was having a difficult time, but they trusted that she would eventually come back around because she loved her children and she wanted to be with them. They stayed calm again when Freda didn't show up and keep her promise to take her children out trick-or-treating, just 14 days after the last phone call with her friend. But when she missed her aunt's funeral in November, they knew something was awry. Freda had been very close to her aunt, and funerals are an incredibly important ceremony for Native Americans, and they knew that Freda would not have just missed it. They filed a missing persons report with the police, hoping that they would be able to find her, but the police were more than a little cagey. They first told the family that there was little they could do to track Freda down because she was an adult and there was no evidence that she had left her family or missed the funeral unwillingly. Then they told them that there was even less they could do because Freda had a history of drug abuse. That being said, they did conduct interviews with Freda's friends and family, but Freda's new friends were less than helpful with the police, giving them no leads and no information to work with. And then things got even worse. Some of Freda's new friends would confront her family, telling them not to give their names to the police before eventually skipping town and moving state. By this point, Freda's family had gotten desperate. They filed another missing persons report in December, changing her last name from Knowshisgun to Knowshisgun, but if they were hoping that this would rekindle the investigation, they were sadly mistaken. Another 2 years would go by before they would hear anything new about Freda's case, and when they did, it was less than heartwarming. The FBI sat down with the family, asking them if they knew anything about the drug hotshot. Hotshot is also sometimes referred to as the Great Death. It's a mixture of heroin and other highly toxic and powerful opioids. Someone with a tolerance or a history of heroin abuse may have a higher tolerance for this mixture of drugs as well, but it's an incredibly easy drug to become addicted to and incredibly easy to overdose on. When the FBI were trying to imply that that's what they believed happened to Freda is uncertain, but they told the family that, quote, "Once you take that stuff, you forget who you are." Perhaps that was their way of telling the family that there was no hope of finding Freda, perhaps that they had more information, but not enough evidence to do anything with, and they wanted to bring the family some sort of closure, but whether Freda is still alive or not remains to be seen, as she has never been found. Her family and friends are still trying to come to terms with their loss and are still trying to accept that they may never get any more answers. Her eldest son, Lyrical, who's almost an adult now, makes frequent trips out to the Crow Reservation, trying to reconnect with Freda's past, with her family and friends, and trying to learn all he can about his mother and the life that she lived. Freda's mother is still holding on to hope that she is alive and just needs to be found and brought back to her family. Her cousin will often speak about her in missing and murdered Indigenous women's events, including the one that is held on May 5th every year. She is trying to keep awareness about Freda's case alive and in people's minds, and she's still searching for answers to this day. Her cousin says that she keeps a picture of Freda in her desk drawer at work, and she says she often opens it during the day just to look at her or to tell her what's going on with her children and their lives. She says she tells her when they've started high school or gotten braces, and often just ends up telling her that it's time to come home now. Her sister can't bring herself to participate in those missing and murdered Indigenous women's events, and she can't celebrate Freda's birthday. She says it's like cutting open a wound again, but every time it cuts a little deeper. She would also give a heartbreaking interview with the newspaper The Independent Record, talking about what life has been like without Freda, and the experience her friends and family have had whilst trying to find her. She said, quote, "There never goes a day, an hour, a minute, a second without thinking about her. I'm still in denial. I tell myself she's out there somewhere. I often catch myself talking to her, praying her spirit hears my spirit, asking the Creator to protect her, watch over her, let her please come home to the realization that we all miss her a lot, and our family is not the same without her, and that her children need her." Freda would now be 40 years old, but at the time of her disappearance 6 years ago, she had waist-length brown hair, which she always wore in a bun or a ponytail. She has brown eyes, a long scar on her right elbow, and a few tattoos across her body in areas that are not particularly easy to spot. There are the tattoos of her children's names on her back. On her right calf, she has a tattoo of Mickey Mouse holding a basketball. On her right shoulder, she has a few initials and a flower. And on her right upper arm, she has 2 masks and a banner that reads Knowshisgun. Those with any information regarding this case are urged to come forward with any information, no matter how significant or not that information may seem. Freda's 3 children are hoping for answers, and all they want is for their mother, Freda, to return home to them. July 29th, 1965 was a day that would go down in Swedish history, a day that is still in the record books today. And for the sleepy Nordic town of Gothenburg, it is a day that shows that sometimes life is truly stranger than fiction. Jan Olof Dalsøy is the one who would give his name to this case, and he was just 21 years old when he would go on to make this history. He was living with his mother and his 2 younger brothers at the time, and worked at the local docks. He was in a steady relationship, and his best friend was Guy Carlson. Guy was just a year older than Jan, but Jan was considered the more cool-headed and mature of the 2. Actually, all 3 of the young men involved had a brief and not too deep brush with petty crime, but Guy Carlson was definitely the one more involved with a life of crime. He was known to be more gullible than the others, and often found himself in trouble with the law, sometimes influenced and swayed by the heavy drinking circles he was known to be a part of. And it was after one of these nights with these drinking circles that Guy would be in trouble once again. Just 2 months before July 29th, Guy would crash his car whilst driving under the influence, and this was perhaps an even more serious offence because he was driving without a licence. But this was a different time and a different life. Sweden, like most Nordic countries, has always had a relatively low crime rate, even with the current spike it's experiencing right now. And though Gothenburg was the port and international trade city of Sweden at the time, Guy Carlson would not get into any real trouble for the car crash. He was still considered a pretty good character regardless, and the police chose to forgive and forget rather than press charges against him. If they had pressed him with something, they maybe could have stopped the spree of burglaries Guy and his friends would be a part of that July when they were on holiday in Värmland. But this story would take a different path, and Guy and Jan would meet up with a 3rd friend on July 29th, 1965. CO.AG Johansson was the youngest of the group by far. He was only 16 when he met up with the other two that day, but even so, he was the father of a newborn child and was getting ready to move in with the mother of his child after his oldest brother had kicked him out of his apartment when CO.AG was arrested for the second time. He worked alongside the two others on the docks, and all three men would leave behind loved ones, girlfriends, and families by the end of the day. On July 28th, the day prior, Jan Olof Dalsoy would head to work like he usually did, but he would not come home that night, not sending word to his mother to tell her that he would not be coming home, or even his reasons why. During the day of the 29th, a truck driver would stop by a local smoking spot and ask Guy Carlson to help him with a job. Guy had actually been around that smoking spot and left with the driver, coming back later that day, apparently very happy and excited about the job opportunity. They would then meet up with CO.AG Johansson, and the trio would leave a local cafe at around 3 p.m, getting into Jan's car, and then they would simply disappear. Jan had previously told his mother that he might go on a camping trip to Ossa, but it was raining that day, and CO.AG had actually told his mother that he was heading to work, even though he never showed up. All three of the men would actually be reported as missing at different times by their families, and so it took the police months to realise that they had actually gone missing together. They then came up with a theory that the three men had driven into the mountains and crashed their car into one of the rivers or bodies of water up there, but the men nor the car was ever found. This would have been the only case of a mass disappearance in Swedish history on its own, but they weren't actually the only ones to go missing that day. An 18-year-old art student from Torekov also went missing that day. His name was Hubner Lundqvist, or Hume, and he was travelling from Torekov to Lysekil, a trip which would have taken him through Gothenburg. In fact, he would actually make it to Gothenburg that day, even sending his family a postcard to tell them that all was well and not to worry, but he would never be heard from again. Theories would come out that Hume had hitched a ride with the three other men that day, and that whatever happened to them must have happened to Hume as well, but the police couldn't find any connection between the cases. Either way, with the addition of Hume, Sweden now had its first and only mass disappearance in recorded history. However, Hume's parents speculated that he headed for the seas, a theory which would partially be confirmed when two Swedish sailors remembered meeting another Swedish sailor in Singapore and then in Australia that matched Hume's description, but that didn't explain the others. Guy Carlson's sister would later go to his apartment, hoping to find her brother, but when she got there, a man she did not recognise opened the door and told her that she should go looking for Guy in the local bars. Guy's sister found the man odd and said that he seemed stressed to see her, and the tension between them would only grow when she realised that this man was wearing a sweater that she had knitted for Guy. But she would go looking for Guy in the local bars, but she went back to the apartment when she couldn't find him, and by that time the man was gone. It wouldn't be until 2009 that she would recognise the man when new high-quality images of the three men were released, and it was then that Guy's sister would tell the police that the man she'd seen that day had actually been CO.AG Johansson. But how could CO.AG be alive if they had crashed their car into a river and died? There would actually be several sightings of all three men throughout the following decades, and this would give rise to theories of what they had actually been up to that fateful day. You see, July 29th, 1965 experienced an unusual spike in crime rates, not just for the disappearance of 4 young men, but because of a very unusual bank robbery. 2 bank robbers held up a local bank, one of them dressed like a woman, complete with a wig and fake breasts, and they were only thwarted by a brave customer at the bank. He was actually a former wrestler, and he threw himself at the robber dressed like a man, catching him in the back of the neck before wrestling him on the ground. After that, accounts differ on how it exactly happened, but the bank robber shot both the wrestler and himself in the leg, and the bank robbers bolted. They were chased down the streets by bank employees and customers who followed them all the way to the river, where they began to throw rocks at the robbers and only stopped when the robbers began to shoot back at them. Then the robbers stripped, revealing that they had been wearing scuba diving gear all along, and they jumped into the water to make their getaway. The robber, who had been dressed as a woman, swam away under the water, taking the loot with him, but the man who had been shot couldn't get very far because of his injury. He actually stayed where he was, hiding for hours under the water before sniffer dogs and the police would find him, and he was arrested. The man who had been dressed as a woman and the driver of their getaway boat were also later arrested, but it did get people asking questions. Were the robbery and the disappearances somehow connected? Had the 3 men been a part of the plot, or deeper involved in the criminal underworld than the police had originally suspected? Travel restrictions had also been lifted, which made it much easier to travel between the borders of all the Nordic countries. It would have been easy enough for them to make a getaway if they had been involved in a scheme which had gone wrong. In fact, Jan Olaf Dalsoy was later reportedly sighted in Rotterdam, suggesting that he had somehow made his way to Holland after that day. So who knows what really happened? Maybe all 3 cases are connected somehow. Maybe they have nothing to do with each other at all, but coincidentally happened on the same day, making July 29th, 1965 one of the strangest days in Swedish history. Who can say, but almost 60 years later, we're still hoping that someday we'll find out the truth. On the morning of June 9th, 2000, Francesca Martinez was perhaps a bit more excited than usual. The very next day was her birthday, when she and her twin sister, Michela, would be turning 13 years old, officially becoming teenagers. Francesca was up and about quite early that day, and was already outside in the garden at 10 a.m. that morning. At around 10:30, her sister Michela remembered talking to her through the kitchen window, and Francesca told her that she was heading to the shop to pick up a few things. Michela watched her sister go, and just a few minutes later, their stepfather, Hippolito Miguel Corneille, arrived at the shop that Francesca had told Michela that she was heading to, but no one had seen the girl that day. This was unusual behaviour for Francesca. Family and friends described her as a well-behaved and happy child who was always very friendly and was doing well in school. But just hours later, Myuu would receive a phone call that would only make the events of that day even more confusing. At around 1:30 p.m, Francesca called the home phone and her sister Myuu answered. Francesca told her that she was actually with friends at the Great Falls on the Pacific River, but asked her not to tell anyone because she didn't want to get into trouble or have to come back home just yet. Myuu did keep this to herself for the time being, but when her sister failed to return home that night, she told her family about the phone call, and a search party was launched that would bring even more information to light. Friends claimed that Francesca had secretly been dating a 22-year-old man that she had been keeping a secret from her family. This man, however, was never publicly identified, but finding this out did cause Francesca's family to tell the police that Francesca had recently got into an altercation with a man outside a local pharmacy. The two got into a verbal confrontation before the man reportedly told Francesca, quote, "Don't worry, you'll see what's going to happen to you," and subsequently left. The police continued to question friends and family, looking for her and trying to identify this male individual, and the girl's father, Jose Martinez, would actually fly in from Puerto Rico to help with the search, but another clue would be found just a few days later that would muddle the waters again. A white plastic grocery bag was found in the driveway leading to their mother's house, just days after Francesca's mysterious disappearance. Inside the bag were the clothes that Francesca had been seen wearing on the day she disappeared: a pair of blue denim shorts, a pink floral tube top, and a pair of white cotton underwear. Rather surprisingly, her shoes were not present in the bag, and this was a fact that supported a lot of the earlier claims made about her by her friends, that due to the fact her shoes were missing, this could point to Francesca actually being alive when the clothes were left behind, and could support the theory of her dating someone that her family didn't know about. It is possible that Francesca had lied about where she was going that day, had changed into different clothes, perhaps to make herself look older or more appealing when meeting up with her secret boyfriend, and then the pair had left together, maybe going to Great Falls, maybe going somewhere else entirely. In fact, she had told her friends that she wanted to go to the Puerto Rican Day parade in Manhattan. That was only a couple of days later after she'd disappeared, and not too far from the family home in Paterson, New Jersey. Friends would claim that they never saw her there, but a young neighborhood boy would come forward to say that he had actually seen her there that day. He said that Francesca had been sitting in a Honda with an older male, and when the boy had shouted to try to get Francesca's attention, she had actually ducked and hid inside the car so that she wouldn't be seen. The police believed his testimony, doubling down on the idea that Francesca was a runaway, but then something even stranger happened. Just 6 weeks after Francesca had disappeared, her twin sister, Myuu, now 13, disappeared as well. This time the police weren't so eager to open another investigation, saying that it was more than likely that the two girls had been in contact with each other and had run away together. In fact, they wouldn't open a separate investigation into Myuu's disappearance, only registering her as a runaway, and slowly the look for the girls lost steam. But the main reason behind this theory that she was actually a runaway was a note that Myuu left behind when she disappeared. The note claimed that Francesca and Myuu were both unhappy at home and accused their mother of not loving their stepfather Hippolito enough and having an affair. The note cited this as one of the reasons why the girls were unhappy and one of the reasons why they had chose to run away together, but their mother wasn't convinced. She told the police that the girls were actually happy at home and explained that she wasn't having an affair with anyone, but the police took the note to heart and the girls remained registered as runaways rather than endangered missing persons. Just a few months later, their stepfather, Hippolito Miguel Corneille, would be on police radars again, and this time it wouldn't be for missing girls. On September 8th in the year 2000, Hippolito went out drinking in a local bar. He would come home around 11 p.m, but he wasn't alone, and he wasn't with his wife. He had an 18-year-old woman named Nellie Mercado with him when he came back to his basement room in a boarding house in Paterson, New Jersey. Nellie Mercado was a local sex worker who often had to live on the streets and work late into the night to support her 2-year-old daughter, and that night she was with Hippolito Miguel Corneille. Witnesses heard screaming and shouting around 4 a.m, but what they were actually hearing was a physical altercation between Hippolito and Nellie. Nellie had reportedly struck him, and after she'd hit him again and insulted him, Hippolito tried to restrain her and stop the fight from going any further. But during this fight, Hippolito strangled Nellie before taking her naked body back upstairs and leaving it on his front porch. He then fled the scene, and her body was discovered by neighbours around 6 a.m. that morning, only a couple of hours after witnesses had heard the fight. But by this time, Hippolito was long gone. He did come back to Paterson for reasons he never really explained, but he was thankfully arrested when he did, and he was charged with Nellie's murder. At first, the case went to trial where Hippolito pled not guilty to first-degree murder, but after taking a deal with the prosecution, he did eventually plead guilty to aggravated manslaughter, and he was sentenced to 17 years in prison. He was released in 2017, but his arrest and the murder of Nellie Mercado shone a light on him in the disappearances of Francesca and Michela Martinez. Their brother would then come forward and claim that the relationship between Hippolito and Francesca was not a normal one. He said that Hippolito gave Francesca a lot of attention and would often take her on shopping trips that would last the whole day, and that when she would return with more and more clothes each time. He then went on to claim that Francesca was pregnant with Hippolito's child, but that claim couldn't either be proved or disproved since no one has been able to talk or examine Francesca since the day she disappeared. Some claim that the girl's disappearance and the murder of Nellie Mercado gave weight to this theory. Clearly, Hippolito is someone who is capable of killing, as he did just months after the girls disappeared, and maybe he did just that when Francesca went missing, in an attempt to hide the paternity of her child. Some theories claim that Michela knew, or at least figured out, what had happened to her sister, so Hippolito killed her as well to cover his tracks. But that doesn't account for the sightings witnesses reported of Francesca just 2 days after her disappearance, and it doesn't account for the mysterious 22-year-old man that she had told her friends that she was dating. It also doesn't discredit the possible theory of the girls falling victim to human trafficking, which could have been a result of Francesca being roped in by her much older boyfriend and then convincing her sister to come along before they even realised what was happening. Maybe there wasn't ever a 22-year-old man hanging around with Francesca. He was never identified, and their mother still claims that Francesca was a well-behaved child who would come straight home after school and wouldn't stay out late when she did go out with friends. Maybe we'll never know for sure what happened to the Martinez sisters, who may or may not have run away on their own, and maybe unwillingly fell victims to a fate far worse. Their case remains open, and they remain registered as runaways, with investigators releasing various age progression images of the girls and what they would look like up to the ages of 31, which were released in 2019. Many internet sleuths and armchair detectives have identified possible matches for both girls with pictures of known hostesses and other kinds of sex workers, but no confirmed identifications have ever been made. It is, however, very unlikely that two 13-year-old girls would have been able to disappear of their own free will without any outside assistance, especially without leaving a trail behind for investigators to follow. And there was that bag of Francesca's clothing, discovered that was just missing her shoes, at least giving the impression that she was still alive on June 9th of 2000. Who knows if that was what was left behind when she quickly changed her clothes to meet up with someone she wasn't supposed to. It certainly wouldn't be unheard of that a teenage girl would change into her clothes in secret like that, but who knows if it was left behind by someone covering their tracks and hoping to leave the impression of a young girl running away from home. What fate truly befell the Martinez sisters remains unknown to this day. Did they disappear of their own free will in order to protect one another, or did something more sinister occur? Either way, the case of Francesca and Michela remains unsolved.
In 1946, in the town of Texarkana, which sits nestled between Texas and Arkansas, a young couple were enjoying their night. They had just been to watch a movie together, and then they had taken the drive to what was locally known as Lover's Lane, and were sitting in the car and enjoying each other's company. Jimmy Hollis was sitting in the driver's side seat, and it was dark out, but this little lane was only about 91 metres from the last row of houses, so it wasn't too secluded for him to be getting nervous as the night went on. But at around 11:45 p.m, there was a knock on his driver's side window. He was blinded for a moment and had a hard time seeing who it was because the man outside was holding a flashlight and pointing it inside the car. But when Jimmy could see clearly again, it didn't really help. Whoever it was, the man who was standing outside Jimmy's car, was wearing what looked like a pillowcase with two round holes cut out around the eyes and another one around his mouth. But Jimmy was not scared. He thought that this was a case of mistaken identity, and that this man was out here to pull a prank on someone, so he just shook his head and told him that he had the wrong guy. But that idea didn't last for long. The man told Jimmy to do what he said because he didn't want to have to kill him, and both Jimmy and his girlfriend, Mary Jean Leary, who was only 19 at the time, both got out of the car while the man held them up at gunpoint. The man then ordered Jimmy to, quote, take off his goddamn breeches. But after Jimmy had listened to him, the man whipped his gun up and hit Jimmy twice in the head. The sound of him hitting Jimmy was so loud that Mary Jean thought that Jimmy had been shot, but what she had actually heard was the sound of Jimmy's skull fracturing, and when Jimmy hit the ground, she tried to do everything she could to make sure that this man didn't kill them both. She reached for Jimmy's wallet and opened it up, showing the man who was still pointing a gun at her that they didn't have any money, and she hoped that he would just leave them alone after that, and she could get Jimmy some help. But the man hit her with something, and she went down too. But the man wasn't through with her yet. He ordered her back up and told her to start running. She tried to make it to a nearby ditch, but he shouted after her and told her to start running down the road. She didn't know what else to do, so she turned and started running on the road, and then she saw another car parked, and she started racing towards it, thinking that there would be someone in there and she could ask for help. But her heart dropped when she realised that the car was empty, and the time it had taken her to stop up and check on it had let the man catch back up with her, and this time he didn't let her get away. He asked her why she'd started running and called her a liar when she told him that she was only doing what he'd wanted her to do, and then he tackled her to the ground and assaulted her with the barrel of his gun. When he was done, Maria Jean got back up and started running again, only in all the commotion she realised that up until then she'd actually been running away from the last row of houses, and now they were about 800 metres away. But she kept running towards them, hoping that this time she could keep ahead of him, and she threw herself at that first house, banging on the door and waking up the people inside and begging them to call the police. It took the local police half an hour to get there, and by the time they did, the man in the pillowcase was long gone. They did find Jimmy, and both he and Mary Jean were taken to the hospital and were able to give their statements. Both of them could agree that the man who'd attacked them was around 6 feet or 1.8 metres tall, but that was about all they could agree on in terms of his appearance. Mary Jean said that during her assault she'd been able to see under the pillowcase, and the man had been a light-skinned African American, but Jimmy said that what he had been able to see when the man had approached him from his driver's side window was a tanned white man in his 30s. The difference in statements was enough for the police to start doubting Mary Jean's description of the perpetrator, and they actually began pushing both Mary Jean and Jimmy for more information because they believed that they'd known the identity of the man and were keeping it from the police. Whether this was true or not, the police had no suspects, 2 conflicting witness statements, and nothing much else to work with, so it's not perhaps too surprising to know that the man from that night struck again. On the 24th of March 1946, just a month after that first attack, the bodies of Richard L. Griffiths, aged 29, and his girlfriend of just 6 weeks, 17-year-old Polly Ann Moore, were found dead inside Richard's car. A passing motorist had spotted the car on Lover's Lane and had seen the two inside, but from the way they were lying inside the car, the motorist had at first thought that they were sleeping. Richard was sitting on the floor in front of the front seats with his head resting on his arms, which were on the seats, and Polly was lying face down in the back seat, so it took the motorist a moment to realise that there was something else going on. But when he did, he called the police, and the police searched the area. Both Richard and Polly had been shot in the back of the head, and a patch of blood outside the car proved that they had been killed out there before being placed back inside and left to look like they were sleeping. They were both fully clothed, but that didn't stop rumours of another sexual assault from circulating at the time, but these rumours would be disapproved by later investigations. Only a few weeks later, on April 14th, the bodies of Paul Martin, aged 17, and Betty Jo Booker, who was only 15, were discovered. Paul was found around 6 in the morning, and it would take investigators until around 11:30 to find Betty's, over 2 miles or 3.2 kilometres away from Paul's and hidden under a tree. Both had been shot with the same caliber of gun used in the second attack, and the police would release a statement saying that the two of them had clearly put up a fight. Paul had been shot through the nose, in the back where the bullet went in through his ribs, in his right hand, and then in the back of the neck. And Betty had been shot twice, once in the face and then once in the chest. Investigators couldn't say which one of them had died first, and they didn't know why Paul was found 1.5 miles, or 2.5 kilometres, or Betty 3 miles, 4.8 kilometres, away from Paul's car. On the 3rd of May, the final attack took place on a farm 10 miles away from Texarkana. Whether this attack was committed by the same perpetrator is debated, but it is generally considered to be linked to the others. It was also different because it was the only attack that took place in someone's home, and not when the couple were outside in a vehicle. But this time, Virgil Starks was sitting at home reading a newspaper by the window. He was shot twice in the back of the head from that window, and the sound of the glass shattering made his wife, Katie Starks, come running from upstairs. She watched Virgil stand up, but then he slumped back down, and she realised that he was dead. She ran to the phone on the wall and tried to call the police, but she was shot in the face from that same window and ended up losing her footing. She staggered towards one of the other rooms in their house where she knew they had a pistol, but she couldn't actually see because of all the blood from the wound on her face, and then she heard her husband's killer going around to the back of the house. She picked herself up and ran across the street to a neighbour's house where she just said, "Virgil's dead," before she collapsed. Her neighbour realised that Katie had been shot and figured that whoever had done it was still around, so he grabbed his rifle and shot in the air as a warning and to get the attention of one of their other neighbours on the street. This second neighbour then got his car and the two of them got Katie to a hospital, and Katie had to sit there in the operating room while they were working on the wound on her face and giving her statement. By this point, the town of Texarkana was in a state of panic. Shops had run out of guns and ammunition, people were afraid to go out after dark, and some people, especially teenagers, started setting up traps to try and catch the Phantom Killer. But these teenagers weren't the only ones setting up traps and hoping to bait the Phantom Killer into getting caught. Some policemen used these teenagers themselves, asking them to park their cars and wait to see if the killer would approach them, while hidden policemen waited nearby. Some policemen waited in their cars themselves, sometimes with their wives or girlfriends, sometimes with just a mannequin, but all of this just ended with more chaos. When approaching people's houses, the police would have to turn on their sirens and wait in people's driveways to avoid getting shot themselves. Vigilante teenagers almost shot a patrolling Arkansas state trooper when he approached their parked car on the side of the road to ask them what they were doing. Another time, they had to shoot the tyres of a car that had been following a bus, but inside was only a high school student who said that he'd been tailing the bus because he was suspicious of a passenger who'd gotten on from a private car. But with all of the panic and all of the town's and investigators' efforts, the Phantom Killer remained just that, a phantom. Some investigators believed that a local car thief, U.L. Swinney, was the killer. He was arrested in July of that year, and after a lengthy talk with Ewell's wife, she admitted that he was the Phantom Killer. She was able to go into great detail about the murders, but her statement kept changing, and eventually she recanted her entire confession. The police had actually been able to verify some of the details in her statement, including when she had given them information on where Ewell had allegedly discarded the personal belongings of some of the victims. But without her confession, the police had mainly circumstantial evidence against him. They charged him for his other crimes of car theft and counterfeiting, and no other suspects came close to being taken to trial for the assaults and murders. Many still believe that he was the Phantom Killer, and that his wife had recanted her confession because she was afraid of what he would do to her if she had to testify against him. But we may never know for sure if Ewell Swinney was the Phantom Killer, or if there even was just one.
Ursula Herrmann was born on the 24th of November 1970 in Bavaria, Germany, and lived in Eching am Ammersee in Bavaria with her parents and 3 siblings, 2 older brothers, Michael and Hans, and an older sister. Ursula was described by her family and friends as intelligent and energetic, who loved the arts, more specifically singing and painting, and gymnastics, a sport she adored and attended classes for. On the 15th of September 1981, 10-year-old Ursula spent the day at high school in Landsberg. It was the first day of term and her first day of secondary school, a huge step for many of us growing up. Little did she know that her first day there would also be her last. After finishing school that day, Ursula returned home to practice piano with her 18-year-old brother, Michael. At approximately 5 p.m, Ursula, who was the youngest of the Herrmann children, left the family home in Eching and cycled to Schundorf to attend a gymnastics lesson with her cousin, travelling through a wooded area and a lake path to get there. This particular area of brush, which was commonly known as Weingarten, was popular for hunters, dog walkers, joggers and cyclists, as well as some students from the nearby boarding school. Following the gymnastics class, Ursula was meant to return home. However, the 10-year-old decided to go back to her cousin's house in Schundorf am Ammersee, located around a mile or so away from Eching, where she spent some time with her cousin and stayed for dinner. Ursula's father, who worked as a high school teacher, called her uncle shortly afterwards at 7:20 p.m. and informed Ursula that her father had asked her to return home as night would fall soon. Ursula left her cousin's home immediately at approximately 7:25 p.m, jumping on her red bike and riding through the Weingarten woods back to the Herrmann residence. However, Ursula never made it home. Somewhere along the forest track, within 10 minutes it would have taken to get home, Ursula Herrmann disappeared. Around half an hour passed, and Ursula still wasn't home. Her family were growing increasingly concerned, as she was never late for anything, so they contacted her aunt and uncle again to ask of Ursula's whereabouts, but they told the Herrmanns that the 10-year-old had left their residence 25 minutes prior. This was a huge red flag for Ursula's parents. They knew in their hearts that something was awry. As a result, Ursula's father and uncle ventured out into the forest, connecting Eching and Schundorf, their cars meeting in the centre at around 8 p.m, and the two went out looking for the schoolgirl, calling out her name, but all they met with was an eerie silence. Shortly afterwards, family, friends, neighbours, police and local firemen joined the search, torches in hand, scouring the dark woods and the lake shores for any sign of Ursula. The pitch black and heavy rain made it difficult for the search party to thoroughly explore the dense brush. At approximately 11:15 p.m, a police dog led their handler away from the lake towards some overgrowth, and just a few metres away from the path, they made a startling discovery. Laying on the ground, hidden within the brush, was Ursula Herrmann's red bike, but she was nowhere to be seen. The search for Ursula continued into the night and through into the following morning, with divers going into the lake to look for the young girl. For a child to go missing in Eching was extremely rare, so it wasn't long before local media and radio stations got wind of Ursula's disappearance. Radio stations appealed to the public for information the following morning after the schoolgirl's disappearance, but nothing of significance was called in. The search for Ursula continued in the following days. However, 2 days later, on September 17th, the case took a sinister turn. Whilst awaiting any news, the Herrmanns received a chilling number of phone calls from an anonymous person via payphone. Upon picking up the phone, the Herrmanns were met with silence on the caller's end, followed by a 3-second jingle from the traffic bulletin on the Bairn 3 radio station, followed by more silence and the jingle playing once again, before the caller abruptly hung up. The cryptic and disturbing phone calls continued a further 3 times that same day, with some of the latter calls being monitored by authorities. The following day, on September 18th, Mr. Herrmann received a letter in the post marked urgent. However, upon opening the letter, the Herrmanns were left shaken. It was a ransom note, composed using cut-out letters from newspaper articles. The ransom note itself was extremely odd, considering the Herrmanns were not a wealthy family by any means. They had a nice home by the lake, but the land it was built on was inherited from earlier relatives. The letter, which was written in broken German, claimed that the unknown person or persons had kidnapped Ursula, and that if the Herrmanns ever wanted to see their daughter alive again, they would have to pay approximately 2 million Deutschmarks as a ransom. The note also went on to explain the perpetrator's cryptic phone calls, stating that the jingle was their so-called call sign, and that all they wanted was to hear from the Herrmanns after the jingle sounded, whether they agreed to the ransom demands or not. But of course, the note came a day after the initial calls, waiting for the Herrmanns' response. The note also demanded that the police were not to be involved, and that if they were, or the Herrmanns did not agree to the kidnappers' terms, they would kill 10-year-old Ursula. A short while later, the phone rang again, and it was the same jingle that sounded on the caller's end. Mrs. Herrmann told her daughter's abductor that she agreed to their terms, but she demanded proof that her daughter was still alive. But the caller didn't answer and hung up. They never called again. However, a second ransom note was delivered to the Herrmann property on Monday the 21st of September, which detailed how the ransom money was to be paid. The money had to be paid in 100 Deutschmark bills and had to be put into a suitcase before being delivered to an unknown drop-off point by Mr. Herrmann in a Fiat 600, a car which was rather rare in Germany at the time. The Herrmanns, as previously mentioned, were not a particularly well-off family, but a neighbour managed to raise some of the ransom money, and the state apparently agreed to pay the remainder. The Herrmanns waited for 2 weeks for any further word from their daughter's alleged abductor, but they didn't receive any calls or any letters. Police were left with very few leads at this point. As a result, authorities decided to scour the forest again to search for any clues, splitting off into 4 groups to carry out thorough grid searches. On October 4th at 9:30 a.m, approximately 19 days after Ursula vanished, a police officer struck something solid in amongst some soil on the forest floor, around 800 metres away from the lake path. After alerting another officer, the 2 wiped away some leaves and broke a thin layer of clay, only to discover a blanket covering a wooden board. Initially, the pair thought they had found an underground arms depot, but this was far from the case. The police officers lifted the board and discovered a second wooden board, which appeared to be the lid of a box, which was painted aquamarine in colour and bolted shut. One of the officers grabbed a spade and destroyed the bolts. He then opened the 60-kilogram box, which measured 72 by 60 by 149 centimetres, and was buried approximately 1.4 metres deep, and the officer was horrified by what he found inside. Sitting at the bottom of the box was a lifeless Ursula Herrmann, her head tilted back and her eyes closed. She was dead. Inside the small, compact box was a seat that doubled as a toilet seat with a hole cut in the middle of it and a bucket full of water sitting underneath. In front of the seat was a board which acted as a desk, which had a light and a small battery-operated radio sitting on it, set on the Bairn 3 radio station, the same station where the jingle came from in the cryptic phone calls to the Herrmanns. When Ursula was found, she also had a bag which contained a tracksuit resting up against her leg, and she was leaning against another bag which contained a blanket. A drainage pipe ventilation system was also installed within the confines of the box, which did go up to ground level, but there was no way for the air within the box to circulate. Therefore, oxygen would have run out within a short amount of time. Ursula's abductor failed to recognise this issue, which led some to believe that the kidnapper didn't necessarily intend for the schoolgirl to die. Also within the box were 3 bottles of water, 12 cans of Fanta, a carton of apple juice, 4 packets of Butterkeks biscuits, 4 bars of Milka chocolate, 2 bars of Ritter Sport chocolate, 2 packs of Juicy Fruit chewing gum, and a collection of 21 books, all of which appeared to have been untouched. The police also later found a copper wire, which hung in the nearby trees, although it took them over a year to discover that the bell wire acted as an alert system for when the abduction was taking place, with presumably one of the kidnappers waiting for their victim whilst the other was acting as a lookout. Police only discovered this information following a visit to a nearby boarding school, where 2 students told them that they had found the wire one night whilst chasing an owl through the woods. Since that night, it had been kept locked in a box in the student dormitory. After an agonising 19 days of no news, the Herrmanns were informed that their daughter's body had been found, hidden in a box buried beneath the forest floor. They were understandably devastated by the news, so much so that Ursula's mother couldn't face anyone. But Mr. Herrmann kept asking police if his daughter had been hurt prior to her death, but she hadn't. After her body was recovered from the underground prison, Ursula's body was sent to Munich for an autopsy, which revealed she had suffocated due to poor ventilation within the box, and had died between 30 minutes and 5 hours after being placed inside it. There were no signs of a struggle, nor any indication for that matter that Ursula had moved at all after being placed inside the box, such as any scratch marks on the material lining of the wall of the box, suggesting Ursula tried to free herself or call for help, leading authorities to believe that she may have been drugged prior to her death, quite possibly with nitrous oxide, as no drugs were found in her system, nor were there any needle marks on her skin. The medical examiner also found that Ursula had 2 discoloured stains on either side of her larynx, but this was not explored any further by pathologists, for reasons unknown. As police went on the hunt for her killer, Ursula was laid to rest a few days later in her hometown of Eching. Her family were heartbroken, and the local community were shaken to the core. Children who were once able to roam Eching without care were no longer safe. A killer was out there, and as a result, parents wouldn't let their children out of their sights. As the town mourned for Ursula, the hunt for the killer continued. With the box weighing approximately 60 kilograms, authorities concluded it would have been impossible for one person to have placed it in the woods without some sort of assistance, therefore looked into the possibility that more than one person was involved in Ursula's abduction and subsequent death. A fingerprint was found on some duct tape, but despite taking thousands of fingerprints from locals, no match was found. Police appealed once again to the public for information, offering a 30,000 Deutschmark reward for anyone who could lead authorities to Ursula's killer. Hundreds upon hundreds of tips came in, and one name continued to crop up: Werner Matzurek, a 31-year-old television repairman and neighbour of the Herrmanns, who was in thousands of Deutschmarks in debt. Matzurek was questioned at the time of Ursula's disappearance. However, he provided an alibi, stating that he was home playing a board game with his wife and two of their friends. Police also searched Matsurek's property, including a workshop, and even arrested him in early 1982, questioning him for a number of days, but without any forensic proof that he was involved. His fingerprints did not match the one on the duct tape, for example. Authorities had no choice but to release him. A short while afterwards, Matzurek moved away from Eching, something which the locals rejoiced in. Matzurek was not a well-liked man, even before this crime took place. Rather interestingly, around 4 weeks later, the landlord of an unemployed mechanic and acquaintance of Matzurek, Klaus Pfaffinger, told police that a few weeks prior to the crime, he saw Klaus Pfaffinger drive a moped with a spade attached to the side, which the landlord found a little suspicious. Klaus initially denied being involved in any crime, but on the second day of interrogation, he admitted that in early September of 1981, Werner Matzurek asked him to dig a hole in the woods for 1,000 Deutschmarks and a television. Klaus then admitted to later seeing the hole filled with a box. When taken to the forest, however, Klaus failed to locate the spot and retracted his confession. Because of this, Pfaffinger was released without charge. Following these dead-end leads, the case quickly went cold. In 2005, however, the case was reopened after investigators wanted to carry out DNA analysis on the ransom notes, a number of items from the crime scene, and some hairs found inside the box. However, the results revealed that the hairs belonged to a forensic technician who had been working on the case at the time. The DNA found did help create a number of profiles, one of which actually linked to another brutal murder of garage owner Charlotte Boehringer in Munich in 2006. However, it was believed that the DNA sample was contaminated, as Charlotte's killer, her nephew, was only a few years old at the time of Ursula's murder. Authorities could not investigate further into Klaus Pfaffinger during the reopened investigation, as he passed away in the 1990s, but authorities still believed that Klaus's initial statement regarding digging a hole for Matzurek was true. He had specific details in his statement which only someone who took part in the crime would have known, such as the box's dimensions, although it is alleged that Klaus got this information from press publications. Following the crime, authorities did make a number of errors, including not cordoning the crime scene off. Anyone could have visited the scene and seen where the box was buried, what it looked like, etc. Klaus could have easily visited the crime scene after Ursula was found, or he could have heard the details from an acquaintance. How Klaus knew these details remains unknown. Surveillance was then carried out on Werner Matsurek in 2007, which included the likes of an undercover police officer, bugs in Matsurek's car, and even tapping his phone, which allegedly revealed that he had exchanged a phone call with a friend in which the pair discussed the statute of limitations in the Ursula Herrmann case. Due to the case being reopened, public interest increased once again. Many wondered if authorities had perhaps found something of significance with the aforementioned DNA samples, but others speculated that they were probably re-examining the case due to the 30-year statute of limitations for kidnapping with fatal consequences nearing its end. Authorities managed to obtain a saliva sample from Matsurek, but no match to the crime scene was found. Investigators then searched Matsurek's home for a second time, and it was during this search that investigators discovered a tape recorder with audio abnormalities, which was later handed over to Bavarian police. Experts specialising in phonetics concluded, after analysing the audio footage on the tape, that this tape recorder was likely used to record and play the Bayern 3 radio station jingle over the phone to the Herrmanns. This was widely criticised, but it was deemed enough to implicate Werner Matsurek, despite his denial of any involvement in the crime and no forensic evidence whatsoever linking him to the crime scene, no DNA or fingerprint evidence. All evidence against Matsurek was purely circumstantial, but for authorities, that was enough. Matsurek was arrested in May of 2008, where he subsequently was put on trial for extortionist robbery with fatal consequences. His wife was also put on trial for being an accessory to the crime. The trial began in February of 2009, and the prosecution had absolutely no difficulty in finding witnesses who confirmed Matsurek's poor character, including members of his own family. He was a short-tempered individual who was not very well liked. According to an article on The Guardian, he had previous run-ins with the law regarding fraud, and in 1974 even carried out a despicable act of animal cruelty against the family dog, who he placed in a freezer after the dog knocked over a trash can, the animal subsequently freezing to death. Something else which did not go in Matsurek's favour was that he was in a humongous amount of debt, totalling over 140,000 marks, the prosecution stating that this was motive enough for Matsurek to commit such a despicable crime. The prosecution also stated that Werner had the woodworking skills to make the box itself in his workshop. Quite interestingly, the prosecution stood by Klaus Pfaffinger's initial confession about digging the hole for Matsurek, citing that this was credible evidence, as many of the details given in Klaus's statement were proven to be remarkably accurate, such as the exact dimensions of the hole. But the statement was never actually signed and was written weeks after Klaus supposedly confessed, written down by an officer purely from memory. The other piece of important yet controversial evidence presented at the trial was, of course, the Grundig model TK248 tape recorder. The audio abnormalities from the tape recorder were heard in the jingle given over the phone to the Herrmanns. According to an audio expert, there was little doubt that it was the same recording device used. The defence stated that Matsurek had told authorities that he had bought the tape recorder at a flea market a week prior to his house being raided by police, but who he supposedly purchased the device from is unknown, as the seller could not be traced. Many sellers at the market were questioned, but nobody could recall selling a tape recorder. The Herrmanns did not want to face their traumatic ordeal all over again at the trial. However, Ursula's brother Michael agreed to attend as co-plaintiff. By this time, Michael was 45 years old and was a music and religious high school teacher. He was understandably desperate for answers, as were the entire family, and he wanted justice to prevail for his little sister. Prior to the trial, Michael was granted access to all of the case files, and despite the evidence against Matsourik, Michael couldn't help but feel that there was more to be uncovered. He couldn't understand why Klaus Pfaffinger's confession was now being treated as gospel when it had been dismissed many years beforehand. Klaus was a very heavy drinker and reportedly extremely lazy, with his wife saying that he would never have dug a hole in the woods. Klaus didn't work because he simply couldn't be bothered to, so why would he have bothered helping Matsourik? Neither of the men's DNA or fingerprints were found at the scene either, with Klaus's remains being exhumed to confirm this. To Michael, so much about this case didn't make sense. With his extensive knowledge in sound engineering, Michael couldn't see how the tape recorder could definitively be linked to the phone calls, despite the tape recorder being analysed by an expert. As a result, Michael wrote a letter to the court, explaining that he believed the sound expert's report regarding the tape recordings were, quote, incomplete or one-sided. This was obviously very shocking, that the victim's brother was actually siding with the defence, but Michael did not believe that Matsourik was 100% guilty of these crimes. Throughout his life, Michael has wanted answers, but only the truth. Michael wanted to make sure that the right person paid the price for his sister's death. After an agonising 55-day trial in 2009, 28 years after the death of Ursula Herrmann, Werner Matsourik was found guilty of extortionist human robbery resulting in death by 3 judges and 2 jurors. On the 25th of March 2010, Matsourik was sentenced to life imprisonment for his crimes. However, his wife was acquitted due to lack of evidence. In 2013, Michael Herrmann brought a civil case against the accused Werner Matsourik, demanding compensation of 40,000 marks. Michael suffered from tinnitus as a result of severe stress from the criminal case and subsequent trial. The case consumed Michael so much that he was glued to the case files for hours every night, trying to make sense of it all. As a result of this, his marriage suffered, and not long afterwards, he and his wife went their separate ways. The case went to trial once more in 2016, and legal proceedings lasted for over 2 years. Matsourik would go on to use the defence that he was wrongly convicted, therefore could not be held liable for Michael's tinnitus. This meant that all of the facts in the Ursula Herrmann case had to be looked at once again. Evidence which debunked the tape recorder analysis was presented to the court, as was further analysis of the ransom notes, which concluded that the author of the letters was German, but they were pretending to be a foreigner. Remember, the letters were written in broken German. It was concluded following detailed analysis that these letters could not have been written by Werner Matsourik. On the 2nd of August 2018, the court gave their final verdict. Matsourik was ordered to pay Michael Herrmann approximately 14,000 marks in damages, but the conviction against Matsourik still stood. The court still firmly believed that Matsourik was responsible for the kidnap and death of Ursula Herrmann, and therefore his life sentence still stood. In May of 2019, Michael presented further evidence to the court, firstly regarding the Fiat 600 as expressed in the ransom note, which demanded their father drive the rare car to a drop-off point. The same car was drawn in one of the comic books located within the box, making it seem as if the perpetrator had read the same comic. The broken German in these ransom notes letters meant that it could have been written by someone of a lower education, such as a student, but this was dismissed, despite this theory being entirely possible. Michael also presented evidence regarding mathematical scrawlings on one of the ransom notes, suggesting that someone at the boarding school perhaps was involved, since many students knew the forest well. Interestingly, the students' fingerprints were never taken in regards to this case. But despite the court hearing the evidence presented to them, they concluded that this evidence wasn't enough to reopen the case. The Herrmann family took a long time to come to terms with the loss of Ursula, and in the years that followed, tried their hardest to not let the search for their daughter's killer consume them. The Herrmanns never talk about Ursula in public, other than Michael, in pursuit for the truth, but they reportedly all support what he's doing. To this day, it remains unclear who truly abducted Ursula Herrmann. We don't know how Ursula came to be buried in the box in the woods. Was she carried there? Was she drugged whilst on a nearby path? Lured? If so, how were the drugs used, obtained? A lot in this case still remains unanswered. Was Werner Mazurek guilty? If not, who was responsible for the death of Ursula Herrmann? Ursula was a bright young girl, taken in the prime of her life in the most horrific way. If she was conscious within the box following her abduction, it's difficult to imagine how terrified she must have been. We can only hope that with the passage of time, the Herrmanns can heal from their terrible loss, and that someday they will find justice and closure. They have never forgotten the energetic yet sensitive 10-year-old, and many Germans today still remember the tragic case of the so-called girl in the box. Ursula's memory certainly lives on in the minds and hearts of those who loved her the most. She will most certainly never be forgotten.